The sun is shining and we are at a beautiful Trackmon Anglesey Circuit to you and me. The weather's here, the grids are here. It's Father's Day. Happy birthday, happy Father's Day to anybody out there. If you're missing your dad, I'm missing mine for sure, but I know we've got a lot of sons and dads and mums as well. It's a great family day, that's the key thing. Welcome to day 2 of the Brscc Summer Festival here on Anglesey. Yesterday we had 2 great Fun Cup races, 6 hours of sensational action. You can catch up on that on the various streams, and it's well worth doing that in the week if you get the chance to do it. Today though, our focus with some mainstay Brscc formulae, the 3 Mazda championships are going to kick off with the Gaz Shocks Mark 1 Championship, and they're in the holding area here right now. We've got the Downforce Radio Clubmans, and we've got the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup. We've also got the Nankang Tyres BMWs and the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST 150 Championships to entertain you over the course of the day. Whatever you do, don't leave us, because we've got some great racing action coming up. We're going to head up to the commentary box in a few minutes, but before that, I thought we'd have a quick whiz round the tail end of the grid. Is that a politically correct thing to say? Maybe some of the drivers that struggled in the first race yesterday. First of which is Tim Storer. We're going to get a thumbs up from Tim. See if we can have a word. How you doing, Tim? Sun's out, all good. How's the story of the weekend for you so far?
We weren't able to make the first race due to family commitments. We had a death on the Nile part of my sister-in-law.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Back in Rutland. No, it wasn't that bad, to be honest. It was her 60th, so we're all dressed up, and so we had to drive 4.5 hours back last night and then come back this morning.
Well, that's commitment to racing.
We're all good for today.
Ah, that's great. And so you don't get your 3 laps familiarisation?
We did the qualifier at the beginning, okay. So we'll be fine, you know. But Harry and I have got our work cut out, so it's just like when we first started racing, we're next to each other at the back.
So what's the target? So that Andy McEwen's got a reference in the comms box, what's the target?
Well, I like Clive's one of my adversaries here. He's sort of similar age to me, so he and I like to do battles, so I want to catch him up. And there's Chris next to him, or just 2 cars up, so that's my aim.
Nice one.
So I've got my work cut out.
Good luck. Hopefully we'll be optimistic to see you on the podium, but enjoy.
Well, I think I'll be getting it. I'll see how I get on.
Nice one, Tim. Good luck. Thanks for having a quick chat with us. All sorts of stories happening on there. I'm going to go to 991, Simon Privet. I'm going to ask him why the colour. For a commentator, it's a dream, because we can see it, we can spot it. Some of my worst nightmare commentaries have been where you do racing school stuff and the cars are all plain white. It's difficult. So, Simon, just wanted to grab a quick word, if you're okay to do that.
Yeah, no problem.
Burning question, why the car colour?
I wanted to be different, simple as that. And I do believe someone said on the reporting that all cars are looking the same colour. Wouldn't it be nice to have something different? So here we go.
One of the first race commentaries, I was just saying to the viewers that I did Silverstone Racing School, and they had these Zeus Formula Ford cars, and they were all white. Great test of a commentator, but it does help us.
It certainly does. And anybody that, obviously, they know who I am, which is even more important.
Enjoying your Mazda racing? What's the story of the weekend so far for you?
It's been a bit mixed for me. I haven't improved on last year, which is a bit disappointing. Even though I've got a new car, so obviously I chose the colour because it's my car. Yep. Whereas earlier in the year I was renting a car. So yeah, but it's all right. It's still a learning curve. Still a learning curve.
Do you prep the car yourself, or do you align with the team?
Oh, I'm not touching it. This is my bit, and nothing else.
That's the great thing about Mazda racing, isn't it? You can come in and you don't need to have any experience. You can rock up with the team. You can maybe learn bits yourself and get more involved if you want to.
I'm not. I'm just doing this. But no, it is actually a really good series. And it's not, all motor racing is expensive, but as it goes, this is really good value for money. Even if you rent a car or buy a car, it's still very good value for money, the racing. I think it is anyway.
Well, good luck for the race, and we'll catch up with you another time. That's good. At least we can spot that one out on track. The 991 car, absolutely immaculate. Should we go down a little bit further? I think we'll probably get the shout at some point. Let's have a word with Chris Thelwell, if we can, in the 577 car. Hi, Chris. How are things? Right, stupid question for you. I'm asking stupid questions as I go around the paddock. Why the number 577? Why 3 digits?
5 May 77. Star Wars released.
Oh, wow, you're a bit of a Lando fan then.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got to go because cars are coming out on the grid. Very short and sweet, but hopefully catch you on the podium sometime.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's Chris Thelwell with Go For It. We didn't get to ask Chris about the background for Go For It. We'll do that another time. Andy McEwen will do that. Talking of Andy, I think he's up in the commentary box. Let's go and have a chat with him.
Richard, yes, good morning everybody. Welcome back to Anglesey for day 2 of this Brscc race meeting, and we've got a grid full of Mazda MX-5s ready to greet us for the first race of the day. And what a beautiful day it is. The sun is shining, the temperature's climbing already. Whisper it might actually become a lovely summer's day. What a perfect day for racing here at such a picturesque venue as the Anglesey International Circuit that we're using for the full day today. And hopefully the on-track action will be as enjoyable as the summery weather conditions that we're enjoying today. Cars then lining up on the grid based upon the result from their race yesterday for the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship. So they had qualifying yesterday morning. That set the grid for race 1. The way you finish race 1 is where you start race 2, and the same is true then of the third race a little bit later on. And it was a pretty comfortable victory, I think it's fair to say, for Jack Noller. Jack Noller started from pole position, did drop down the order. He was third at one point, but fought his way back through to the lead and claimed in the end a reasonably comfortable victory in MX5 racing terms. Anyway, he was 2.2 seconds up the road from Adam Sparrow in second. Tom Langford was third, Will Chadwick was fourth, and Luke Pullen was fifth. But will that be the order at the end of another 15 minutes of racing? We'll have to wait and see. The green flag lap gets underway, so let's run through that grid in full. It is number 36, Jack Noller, who lines up on pole position with Adam Sparrow alongside. Tom Langford starts from third place. All three of them are championship contenders as we approach the midway point of the season, and they're all starting at the front of the grid again. Will Chadwick fourth, with Luke Pullen and Ollie Graham sharing row number 3. Fourth row then, Martin Tolley and youngster Ewan Thomas, with Tim Dorr and Neil Chisnell row 5. Tim Dorr made some good progress in yesterday's race. Levi Aisbett and Richard Wootton together on row number 6. Seventh row for Tom Walker and Graham Rumsey, with Chris Thelwell and Thomas Brown on the 8th row. Row 9 for Clive Chisnell and Simon Privet. And the top 20 then completed by Jonathan Fieldsend and Richard Bartlett. Jason Aisbett, Harry Storer and Tim Storer starting at the back of the grid. 20 minutes will be the journey, and as I said, a significant race this really in regards to the championship, because things are tightening up nicely now as we approach that midway point in the season. Into the weekend, it was Tom Langford from Luke Pullen at the top of the points, with only 9 points between them. Well, Langford obviously extended his margin over Luke yesterday, but Jack Noller, who was only a further 5 points back, will have now overtaken Luke Pullen. Potentially. It's a bit difficult to work out the drop scores because they get 3 drops, but I'm pretty sure he will have overtaken Luke Pullen now for second place in the championship. So that means that Luke in the number 27 car has a bit of work to do. Adam Sparrow also gained some ground on the front runners because he came home yesterday in second place, and he was fourth in the championship, only a few points further back behind Jack. So it is closing in at the top. And that's what we like to see, really. We want to see a close championship battle. This championship has produced some thrilling conclusions over the years. And I think 2024 could be shaping up much the same. Very different, really, to 2023, a season that was dominated by Steve Foden, who won the championship with a race to spare, I seem to recall, at Silverstone at the end of last season. This year, the MX5 Championships are all going to conclude at Brands Hatch as part of the Formula Ford Festival, which for a few years was the case. Then they moved back away to their own sort of separate finals weekend at Silverstone. Back at Brands Hatch this year for the last round, and that should be guaranteed entertainment. So the cars then lining up on the grid. Jack Noller, Adam Sparrow, row 1. And we saw yesterday, Noller really quick once the race got going, but wasn't necessarily all that rapid off the line. And Adam Sparrow was able to get past him at one point. Let's see whether or not that's going to be the case again in race number 2. The rest of them all pulling in line behind. Keep an eye to Ollie Graham as well. He moved through the order in race number 1 up into 6th position. Ollie is a former podium finisher. And I want to say he's won a race in this championship before. He hasn't raced full time with us for a year or so. I'm pretty sure he's been on the top step of the podium before. But anyway, he made some good progress in yesterday's race and should continue to move forward in this one from 6th. If he does, then he'll be mingling with the championship contenders. And that is certainly going to spice things up as far as the championship is concerned. Right then, red lights are on. We're ready to go racing. A bit of creeping there from Tom Langford, I would say, from 3rd on the grid. That could be interesting. But anyway, the lights are out. Away we go. And it is once again Adam Sparrow who gets the jump from the outside of row number 1. And Sparrow will grab the advantage as they head through target corner for the first time. And Jack Nolan, the pole sitter, yesterday's winner, down to 2nd place immediately. Side by side then for 3rd position. That's Will Chadwick up the inside of Tom Langford. So Tom may have been creeping slightly on the line, but it hasn't benefited him, and he's lost a place actually as they exit the banking for the first time of asking. Pullen still there in 5th, then it's side by side for 6th. Around the outside, Martin Tolley in the Go For It racing car. He is going for it. He almost went for a ride on the grass. He gathered it together, loses his momentum, and then gets a real whack up the back from Ewan Thomas, which should propel him back ahead of Ollie Graham as they head for Rocket for the first time. So it should be Tolley who moves through into 6th position. Graham 7th, Ewan Thomas very early on the brakes. But Tim Dorr comes up the inside, clatters into his teammate, and Tim Dorr, with one of the saves of the century, gathers it together. But he really assaulted Ewan Thomas there. That was a lot very early on the brakes was Ewan, in fairness, not putting all of that on Tim. I think Ewan was quite early on the brakes and maybe caught Tim Dorr out, but they all got away with it. And as they head towards Peel, out wide goes Harry Storr. Well, he had gained a few places, but loses another one with a little wide moment up at Peel corner. Right then, down the back straight we go. Sparrow the leader, Nolla in behind him in 2nd place, Chadwick, Langford and Pullen the top 5. And Tolley 6th, Graham 7th. Here comes Tim Dorr again now at the inside, and this time almost gets into the side of Neil Chisnell, and Richard Wootton gets tapped into a slide as well. So very aggressive stuff on the opening lap in race number 2. A few of the drivers were saying that yesterday's race was a little bit tame by Mazda MX-5 standards. Well, they're doing their best already to make race 2 a little bit more lively, at least in the midfield. At the front, though, Adam Sparrow would love a nice, easy, quiet, uneventful run to a victory. Somehow suspect he's not going to get his wish, though, because Jack Noller is all over him at the conclusion of lap 1. Tim Dorr again in the thick of the action. They're battling with Levi Aismith, so he's gone back ahead of Levi there, back into the top 10, and now closing in on Neil Chisnell. Goes up the inside into the banking. Tim Dorr is just overtaking them as soon as he catches them. Isn't he really good to see Tim in a feisty mood? Ollie Graham and Ewan Thomas here doing battle. So Thomas ended up 8th after that little skirmish up at Rocket. I'd like to do something about that now. The number 9 AB Motorsport car has a slipstream, has a run on Ollie Graham, but Ollie, of course, getting a tow from the car ahead of him as well, which is Martin Tolley. Tim Dorr, meanwhile, defending now from Levi Aisbett. In fact, they've both found a way past Chisnell, so both Tim Dorr and Levi Aisbett getting ahead of Neil Chisnell, who's now out of the top 10. And Richard Wootton, the car in behind. I think it was Thomas Walker who got into him at the hairpin half a lap or so ago. Thomas is the 221 car just behind him. Then Chris Thelwell, Graham Rumsey, Clive Chisnell and the rest filing through as the leading pack heads for the Tom Price Straight. That had changed, hadn't it? I think Ewan Thomas had got himself ahead of Ollie Graham, possibly, as they went towards the hairpin. Yes, he has, and now having a go at Martin Tolley. Look, so Ewan Thomas, the ex-Carter, goes up the inside into the hairpin, and is this one going to work? Martin Tolley hangs it tough around the outside, ends up with 2 wheels in the dirt coming off the hairpin, and still they run side by side down towards the final corner. Now this should favour Tolley because it's a 90-degree left-hander. Ewan Thomas finds himself on the outside line, which isn't really the best place to be, but he's very late on the brakes and goes right around the outside. Fantastic driving from Ewan, and he does gain 2 places in half a lap. So Ewan Thomas into 6th position. Really surprised that he was able to pull that off, but clearly feeling pretty confident under braking is Thomas. Can he now set off after the leading group? Ewan said yesterday he wasn't particularly pleased with his pace, was disappointed to lose touch with the leading group. And in race number 2, he is doing his best now to get himself back on terms with them. Down towards Church Corner goes Martin Tolley then, now under fire slightly from Ollie Graham. Round the right-hander, the quickest part of the circuit, the quickest corner of the circuit. Side by side here, meanwhile, and that is Tom Langford and Will Chadwick. That's for 3rd place, and Langford slipstreams through. Chadwick trying to come back at him into Rocket, but there's no way through, so that's Tom Langford back into a podium place now. They've dropped Luke Pullen a little bit over the last lap or so, and so that meant that Langford had no pressure, was completely free to attack for third place, and having got third place, he's already starting to get away slightly, I'd say, from Will Chadwick. Sideways, Martin Tolley comes through. There's Tim Dorr. He's got a bit of a gap back now to Levi Aisbit in 10th. With Aisbit the one really coming under threat now, isn't he? Here are the leaders, meanwhile. Jack Noller hunkered up behind Adam Sparrow. And for now, I think, content simply to follow Sparrow. You can see that they're pulling away from the cars behind, as they did yesterday, in the closing stages anyway. And I think Jack knows that he's probably got the pace to just bide his time, pick his moment. He will have a go at Sparrow later on in the race, of that I'm sure. But for now, happy just to build a gap over the third place battle. And then we can settle it amongst themselves. Across the line they go. What is that gap going to be from second to third? Well, Langford, interestingly, sets a new fastest lap. So a 1:47.8 was a tenth quicker than the leader, 2 tenths quicker than Jack Noller. So Langford, someone's off. That was Graham Rumsey, who was inventing his own line out of the final corner. Someone else is in the pit lane as well. That is Harry Storer, unfortunately. So Harry Storer limping down the pit lane. So he had a decent first lap, made some good progress, but now pulling into the paddock to retire. Forgot the point I was making now. Oh yes, Tom Langford, fastest lap, so he's inching back towards the leaders. 2.2 seconds off the lead is Langford, as here Jack Noller, is he starting to turn the screws? Not really. I think he's still quite happy behind Adam Sparrow. Brian Chandler prepared car of Adam Sparrow. Well, someone else is off. That's Chadwick. Now where is that? Will Chadwick's off. Is that the banking? Oh, it's Rocket, I believe. He's gone straight on up at Rocket. So Will Chadwick from 4th position. How he ended up there, I don't know, because he was dropping away from Langford. He was a second ahead of Luke Pullen, so I don't think he did that. I don't think he was assisted into that, is what I'm saying. But we saw time and again yesterday drivers across all of the different classes struggling for braking capability into Rocket. And I wonder whether Will Chadwick has fallen foul of that as well, because it's such a tricky braking zone. It's obviously, it comes at the fastest part of the circuit, so it's a big stop, but you're going steeply uphill, so drivers are often tempted into braking that little bit later than they normally would. Sometimes they can push those limits a little bit too far. Oh, Tom Walker sliding up the inside of Richard Wotton. These two have swapped places on this lap, but then Thomas Walker makes sure that he gets the place back again. Richard Wotton, not for the first time, finds himself in trouble at the hairpin and might now lose another place to Chris Thelwell behind the 577. He looks around the outside line and does not get the position. Richard Wotton staying in front of him in car number 3. The lap times for the leaders that time are 48.2 for Langford, 48.1 for Sparrow, 48.0 for Noller. So they're getting back away from Langford again now, who presumably set that fastest lap when he had that mega slipstream against Will Chadwick up the back straight. Now Jack Noller, I would say, out of the window at least, is getting a bit closer to Adam Sparrow now. We're focusing, so there they are. Look, now is Noller this time going to choose to go for a move? The answer still is no. So Noller playing the patient game. You can tell he's been doing some fun cup racing because he's got that endurance racing mentality now, hasn't he? Knows that he's not going to win the race necessarily in the first few minutes. Mind you, that endurance racing mentality went out of the window for part of the second fun cup race yesterday, but generally speaking, I think he's showing a good amount of patience, is Jack. And knows, like I said, he's got confidence in the car, confidence in himself. Said that it was in the final test session on Friday that he found something, understandably, he didn't tell me what the something was, but he said they found something in the setup that they needed to change. It was his suggestion to change it. He comes from an engineering background as Jack Noller, so he says that he's got a very analytical mind and he has a good understanding of car setup. And he said after the penultimate session on Friday, there was a big change he wanted to make. They made it and he found 7/10 of a second. And that's, bear in mind he was on pole position by 6/10 of a second, has made all the difference really. And he has comfortably been the fastest driver on track this weekend. But Adam Sparrow is a good racer. He's looking for his first victory of the year, and he's not going to want to give this one away without a real fight. Adam Sparrow, 4th in the points. Surprising really that he hasn't won a race this year. He's had 2 second-place finishes. Both of them came at Silverstone back at the start of the season, but he won a race at Silverstone at the start of the season last year, and they were in similar conditions as well, slightly damp and greasy as we had this season. Now Adam Sparrow finds himself in the lead as we approach half-race distance here at Anglesey. Levi Aisbit here on screen, coming out of the banking, still scrapping away with Neil Chisnell. This is for 9th position, dropped away now from Tim Dorr, who is catching Ollie Graham and Martin Tolley. Tim Dorr is flying, he always goes well at Anglesey, and he's doing so again this weekend. Didn't have a great qualifying session, but he's more than made up for that in the races. Second in the Masters class as well, remember, so he's extra incentivised to try and catch Martin Tolley, because Martin is leading the Masters class at the moment. For drivers over the age of 45, I always forget that. Some championships it's 50, is my excuse, and this one is 45, as is the case for all of the MX5 championships. With age, they say, comes experience, and Martin Tolley and Tim Dorr have got plenty of years of experience of racing MX5s between them. And it'll be good to see those two get together on track before this race ends. Tim, of course, won the Masters Championship last year. I'm surprised he's not mentioned that to me, actually. He normally would want everyone to know about that, but he hasn't actually reminded me of that for a while. So yes, Tim Dorr did win the Masters Championship in 2023. Once raced against Mark Webber in Formula Fords in Australia, don't you know? That is a story he reminds me of quite frequently. Round the hairpin goes Levi Aisbett with Neil Chisnell on his tail. And this three-way battle, I would say raging on. They're not exactly knocking lumps out of each other, are they? But Chisnell close enough to Aisbett that if Levi makes a mistake, the move could be on. Down through the final corner they head. If they do start scrapping, there's a chance that Richard Wootton could catch, although not if Richard takes those kind of lines through the final corner. Very wide over the curve. They are monitoring track limits at the final corner, so if you do that too often, then time penalties will be heading your way. So we have 8 3/4 minutes to go. We have Adam Sparrow still leading the race. Jack Noller still content seemingly to sit behind him for now. They're just making their way towards Rocket, still line astern. No real attempt at an overtake being made. There they are, look. But Noller is so close behind Adam Sparrow, and I cannot stress enough how difficult it is to race inches from bumper to bumper like this for such a long period of time around such a technically demanding circuit. And to do so without making contact really takes some doing. Right, here comes Chisnell. He is now having a go at Levi Aisbett. This battle for 9th position then, number 13, Levi Aisbett, one of the many Go For It racing cars. And Chisnell behind. Neil not able to prise the door open through the Rocket complex. And the right-hander at Peel. Aisbett drifts a bit wide though. Is this Chisnell's opportunity? Maybe he's alongside, but the next corner's a left-hander. And since we're on the international circuit all day today, it is a tight left-hander. You don't really want to be going around the outside. You can see there's quite a drop in elevation through the apex. It makes it very difficult to go around the long way. And Chisnell realising that, backs out of the move, but still loses some momentum. And now here, around the outside of him, comes Thomas Walker. He's tried the inside at the final corner a few times. This time goes to the outside. Aisbett is wide as well. And they're all just sort of starting to trip over each other now. This has invited Richard Wootton and Chris Thelwell to the party. So 5 of them battling for positions just inside and just outside of the top 10. Here comes another lunge up the inside maybe from Thelwell. Is that going to work? I think it will. That was a lovely move on Chisnell, and it gets Thelwell into the top 10. Really nicely done. Some good overtaking into that final corner in this race, both on the inside and the outside lines. And that was a textbook pass from Chris Thelwell to move... Sorry, from Thomas Walker to move into the top 10. Thelwell, of course, at the back of that group, the 577 car. Here are the leaders. Jack Noller maybe now thinking about the move. He's peeking to the inside, forces a defensive move out of Adam Sparrow. So that, I think, is a signal to us and to Sparrow that Jack Noller now wants the lead. He forces that defensive move out of Sparrow. You can see that then compromise Sparrow's line on the exit of the Rocket complex. But Jack Noller not quite able to get up alongside into Peel Corner. Now, Adam Sparrow will be counting down the minutes, 6 1/4 of them to go. And the sooner the checkered flag arrives for Adam, the better, really. He desperately wants this first victory of the year, not only because it would be the first win of the year, but because it would really help him in the championship chase. But here comes Jack Noller towards the hairpin, looking to the inside line. He's had the run, he's got a little bit more straight line performance, maybe gets to the inside into the hairpin, and Jack Noller for the race lead. Can Sparrow hang on around the outside? I fear the answer is going to be no. No, he has kept his foot in it, actually, and they're side by side again now as they head down the old pit straight towards the final corner. Adam Sparrow's got the inside line, but can he stay level with Jack Noller? Yes, he can. Sparrow's late on the brakes into the left-hander. Noller goes right around the outside, finds some grip, finds some traction, and still they are wheel-to-wheel across the line, but Noller's done it, and Jack Noller powers through into the lead of the race. Now, can Adam Sparrow retaliate? That's the question. Yesterday, the answer was no. Once Noller got in front, he set sail and disappeared into the distance, but Adam Sparrow, with 5 and a bit minutes to go, will not give up on this if he can help it. He's right on the rear bumper of the Go For It racing car, heading out of the banking. More than close enough to get a slipstream out of Church Corner. So let's see what he can do now. Can he repay the favour? He's closing in. He's had a really good run out of Church, actually, has Sparrow, but he'll be forced to the right-hand side of the road, which is the inside through the kink, but the outside line heading into Rocket Corner. Adam gets his nose ahead, though. How late on the brakes will he be? Jack Noller surely is going to stand his ground on the inside, which he does. Sends it into the corner. Has he made the corner? Not really. Runs out wide, and Sparrow, I think, will go back through. Yes, he does. Adam Sparrow back to the lead of the race. He forced a mistake out of Noller there. Jack Noller out-braked himself, went straight on, and Adam Sparrow back through. So that is a good sign. Adam Sparrow not being defeated by Jack Noller quite so easily this time. Whilst that was all kicking off, by the way, it was all going on down at Church Corner in this battle at the tail end of the top 10, which Richard Wotton gaining ground. I think it was Thomas Walker who went rally crossing, went bouncing down the grass out of Church, and unfortunately has found himself now losing a few positions. Jonathan Fieldsend being given a 5-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Will Chadwick, by the way, retired to the pit lane after that moment that he had up at Rocket. So, not sure what the issue was. Brake failure, stuck throttle maybe, whatever it was, he couldn't continue in the race, and so that's a shame. The top 5 finisher from yesterday not getting a result in this one. Leaders coming across the line, still Sparrow leading the way from Noller in 2nd position. Here comes Richard Wotton. Defending from Levi Aisbett, who goes out wide at the hairpin. Back on the inside line is Thomas Walker, leans on Levi slightly. But is he going to have the overlap down to the last corner? I don't think he will. Forces a big defensive move out of Aisbett, though. This is a very entertaining scrap. May not be for the race win, but still an exciting little battle pack heading out of the final corner. It's growing now, actually, because Graham Rumsey has joined in the fun after his grassy moment a while ago. Right, leaders heading up the back straight. I think that might be where we need to focus. There they are, look, on screen as we speak, and Jack Noller closing back in on Adam Sparrow, pulls to the outside line. They're level as they head to the braking zone. Can Sparrow avoid making the same mistake that Noller made a lap ago? I think he will. That looks nicely controlled under braking. Sparrow defends the inside, drifts wide on the exit, though. That puts him on the inside line for the right-hand element of Rocket, and Noller, I don't think, had the grip on the outside line that time to go right round the outside. He does have a better run off the corner, though, so forces Sparrow to defend into Peel. Adam really clever driving that. He was going to carry a bit too much speed into the corner for that line, so he just slowed the car down on the apex, parked it right on the front bumper of Jack Noller's car, and would not let Jack get the run. Now, whilst they're scrapping, Tom Langford is definitely catching them now. He was only 1.9 seconds behind these two at the beginning of the lap. He's closer than that now as they go side by side again for the lead into the hairpin. This time to the outside line is forced Jack Noller, and Adam Sparrow has to cover, but does it well. He's defending really nicely here. Arguably better than Noller did, really. Noller had a lap in the lead and then made a mistake at the way into Rocket. Sparrow so far not putting a foot wrong. He's going to have 2 more laps of this defending to be done, though. Can he hang on? The best thing that could happen, really, here for Adam Sparrow is that Tom Langford catches them, because that would then put some of the pressure onto Jack Noller and perhaps relieve some from the race leader. Through turn 1 they go. Further back, Graham Rumsey's making electrifying progress through this battle pack. He might be inside the top 10 now. I think he's just gone past Levi Aisbett, was that, going into the hairpin, which by my reckoning would put him, no, maybe 11th at the line. Figure that out in a moment or two. Down to the last corner they come. The leaders, though, are heading for Church Corner, and Tom Langford on the previous lap did a 1:48.2, 0.8 of a second quicker than the race leader. He is a second now behind the leading 2, which means he'll get a whiff of a slipstream up the back straight. So it could be now or never for Jack Noller, really. Penultimate lap, but next time around he will likely have some pressure from one of his big championship rivals, Tom Langford. Adam Sparrow again covers the inside line. Noller looks to the outside, and this time not able to get alongside. So Adam Sparrow defends, and look, Langford is there. So it is very much now 3 cars for the race lead, and this, I think, is going to play into the hands of Adam Sparrow, because now Jack Noller can't simply go where he wants to try and make a move. He daren't leave the door open for Langford, because these are the top 3 drivers in the championship right now, and any point gained or lost could prove vital when we get to Brands Hatch at the end of the year. Big squeeze there from well, that was Graham Rumsey getting squeezed out, wasn't it, by Thomas Walker as they went up the back straight. The leaders, though, head towards the hairpin for the penultimate time. Again, Sparrow covers the inside line. Noller to the outside, but look at Langford. He's hunting around now, trying to capitalise on this battle. And, of course, if they go side by side up the back straight this time, Langford will get a lovely double slipstream. And we've seen 3 wide does just about work up that back straight. So I wonder how much of a risk Langford will be willing to take. Sparrow defends the lead into the final corner. Noller trying to get that better exit, which he does, but again, Sparrow just mirror driving, just hanging on the front bumper of Jack Noller's car. They begin the final lap of the race with 5 seconds left on the clock. One more lap around the Anglesey International Circuit. Langford sideways up the curb as Sparrow defends again into the banking. He's just got to make sure he doesn't put a foot wrong. Don't leave the inside line open anywhere, and you've got your first victory of the season, Adam. But my word, will it have been a hard-fought one. Down towards Church Corner for the final time then. And this is the key area. A good exit from Church is required, and it's a good exit that Jack Noller has had. He was best of the 3 of them through the right-hander, but where does he go? Is there a gap to the inside line? There is! Adam Sparrow has left him a space on the inside line, and Jack Noller will surely cruise up the inside into Rocket and claim the race lead. Jack Noller's got the inside line. Sparrow will have to try the long way round. That won't work, and Jack Noller, yesterday's race winner, is back out in front. I don't understand why Sparrow didn't defend. He defended every other lap he was in the lead, and on the final lap of the race, he left a gap for Noller, and through goes car number 36, Jack Noller in front, and Adam Sparrow now with limited options if he wants to try and get the lead back. Down into the left-hander at turn 10 they go. If he gets a good exit from here, he might be able to challenge into the last corner. But Jack Noller will surely have that covered, and he's had a really good run off the turn as well, has Jack. But Adam Sparrow is going to be kicking himself for that. I know it's easy for me to say from the comfort of the commentary box, but he just left a Mazda MX-5 gap to his left. And in the end, that was all it took for Jack Noller to go through. And Jack is now safely off the hairpin. He's heading for the final corner and heading for another victory. His 2nd win of the weekend this will be for Jack Noller. It will be his 3rd of the season after his first one came at Snetterton a couple of months ago. Off the final corner he comes, a brilliantly driven race by Jack Noller, who wins at Anglesey once again. Adam Sparrow will be frustrated with 2nd, no doubt about that, and Tom Langford in 3rd, with Luke Pullen a lonely, well actually not lonely, a distant 4th. He was caught by his teammate Ewan Thomas, who drove much better in that race by the end of it, and he finishes inside the top 5. Bit of contact further back there, I'm not sure what that was all about. Thomas Walker again getting involved with Graham Rumsey, I think, as the rest of the runners get across the line. Tim Dorr, by the way, did catch Martin Tolley and Ollie Graham, but just ran out of time to make a move on them. So it's Tolley 6th, Graham 7th, Dorr 8th, Neil Chisnell 9th, Richard Wood 10th. And then here comes the rest. We've got a bit of damage to one of the cars. That's the 221 car, isn't it, that's picked up a little bit of damage. Thomas Walker. Rear bumper hanging loose, but he gets to the flag all right, albeit down in 13th place, further down the order than he had been a little bit earlier on in the day. Well, fantastic race, much more like it, that wasn't it? That was a proper battle between the top 2. And yeah, the 3rd race later on is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Because I think we're going to see a resumption of the battle between Sparrow and Noller. Langford now looking like he's perhaps got the pace to challenge them as well. Wasn't able to get past them in that one, but he could get away with them at the start of the race. He'll be starting 3rd on the grid, remember, will Tom? That could make all the difference. So, Jack Noller, the winner. Adam Sparrow, slightly disappointed 2nd place, but still good points, still valuable points scored for the championship. We don't need to win the most races in order to win the championship. We say this time and time again, it is always true. And Adam Sparrow, Mr. Consistency so far in 2024. Continues that run with another 2nd place. It was a win though for Jack Noller, and Adam Sparrow 4/10 adrift at the flag, much closer than it was yesterday though. The top 3 covered by only 8/10 of a second. 3rd of those 3 was Tom Langford. Luke Pullen 4th, Ewan Thomas 5th, and Martin Tolley in 6th was the winner in the Masters class, ahead of Ollie Graham and Tim Dorr, with Neil Chisnell and Richard Wood leading the top 10. 10, Levi Aisbert, 11th, Chris Thelwell 12th, Tom Walker 13th, Graham Rumsey 14th, 15th place was Clive Chisnell, ahead of Tim Storer, Tom Brown, Richard Barnett, Simon Privet and Jonathan Fields to complete the top 20. Jason Aisbert was the last runner at the flag, with Will Chadwick sadly retiring after that off at Rocket, and Harry Storer retiring to the pit lane in the early stages. So, championship-wise, what does that all mean? Well, it means good things, I think, for Jack Noller. He's most definitely going to be gaining ground in the championship after that one. But we'll have to wait and see exactly whilst what the drop score situation is. In fact, tell you what, I'll work on the points whilst Richard is hearing from the podium finishers. Richard, over to you.
What a great way to start our day's racing here. Thanks very much, Andy, Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow. And apologies if you heard that from Jack.
Sorry. You're too close to the mic.
We had a conversation about expletives elsewhere, so one for another day anyway. But
apologies.
First of all, we'll get Adam over as well. Let's do 1 and 2, because I think when the cars go out, we'll get hastened up. Congratulations on the win, and you need to thank me because I'd written down Adam as the winner, but then you did all the business on the last lap, didn't you?
Well, yeah, well, commentator's curse as always, isn't it? So yeah. Well, this gentleman was doing a fine job so far. Well, we were backwards and forwards so many times that race. We got a clean start, managed to break away, and then just worked together at the start, and then when time felt right, we start ding-dong at each other and backwards and forwards. A lot of respect given, a lot of space given. Not space when we didn't need to give space, but right on each other's door, lovely stuff. And this man just had a little slide going out of turn 3 on the last lap. I was like, okay, I've got an overlap now, here we go. And made it stick.
But before that, you got the leads with a move at the hairpin. So obviously yesterday, all your Fun Cup racing was on the coastal circuit. You hadn't used that bit apart from in the Mazdas. So that was one of the few moves that we've seen up there. So that was good. But then you lost out. But talk us through that move at the hairpin first.
Yeah, so there's a lot of loading up for that corners, and they can't use the excuse of me practicing that corner more. So I thought I'll do it there. So there's no excuses from any of the other drivers. So yeah, it was good fun. Made it work. There's no brake reference there at all, so I had to guess, especially as the brake reference is the tyre marks, and Adam was on top of those. So I was like, side by side, give him enough room so I don't run him out of track, and then last corner's off camber, so you never know what side to be on for the last corner to make it work, and just managed to get a good enough drive. There was a little mistake that put Adam back past like half a lap later on the straight at Rocket. Yeah,
I've been told to wrap up, so I'm very quick. I want to have a quick word. Jack, well done, Jack, and Adam. Very, very quick word with you. You led that for so long, looking for the first win this year. Frustrated, but P2 decent points, and you know you've got it in you.
Yeah, I know I've got it in me. Great race with Jack. It was unbelievable, but yeah, it's a shame that I didn't manage to get the top spot. But yeah, Jack's had a bit of extra practice on the most of the track by driving the Fun Cup. So yeah, I'd like to say a massive thank you to my sponsors, the MX5 Shot and Midland Tyre Shaving, and also a massive thank you to BC Cars Motorsport. The car's been epic all weekend.
Great job, and superbly led for the majority of the race. Well done, and we'll see you on the top step a bit later, I feel sure. Adam Sparrow there, and Jack Noller, our race winner. 2 out of 2 for Jack, plus some great stuff in the Fun Cup. Let's hand you back to Andy McEwen with the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. And want to say hello to George Grant. If you're watching, George isn't with us this weekend, but he's still here via the sponsorship and patronage of the championships. Thank you, George. Hope you're well. Let's go up to Andy in the comms box.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Green flag lap underway already for our second race of the weekend in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship. Yesterday's race was a battle between Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills, but today it's Patrick Fletcher and Tom Griffiths who start on the front row of the grid, because unlike Mark 1 Championship, in SuperCup it's your second fastest lap times in qualifying that give you the grid order for race number 2. So Patrick Fletcher starts on pole alongside Tom Griffiths. Lee Britton's not there, unfortunately, from third on the grid, so the reigning champion, Aidan Hills, has got row 2 all to himself. Joe Wiggin and Ollie Allwood share row number 3, row 4 Nick Reinrod and Jack Sycamore. 5th row then for Kamal Kalsi and Jack Brewer, Gilbert Tiley and Ollie Hall on row 6. 7th row grid for Clive Powells and Alistair Dendy. Amy Watts and Bruce Robinson share row 9, and Alex Jones and Christopher Ginn at the back of what is now an 18-car grid. So the race yesterday, like I said, won by Patrick Fletcher. Aidan Hills having to settle for second. Spoke to Aidan at length after yesterday's racing, and he said try as he might to make it exciting, he just could not find a way past Patrick Fletcher. He was trying, he was getting himself within striking range, he thought, but Patrick was too good on the brakes, and Aidan just could not find a way through, couldn't force a mistake. He really tried, but there was no way through. So it was a victory for Patrick Fletcher, and Fletcher notching up another victory, of course, has helped him in the championship stakes as well. And another win today is obviously going to be the target for Patrick. Arriving here at Anglesey, Fletcher had a slender championship lead, 4 points clear of Aidan Hills, but that gap creeping out by a couple of points yesterday. Fletcher had the win. I'm trying to remind myself whether he got fastest lap as well. Yes, he did. And I'm pretty sure started from pole, so I think that was the maximum 102 points that he scored, Patrick Fletcher. But has to do it all over again now, albeit starting from pole, and he'll be very happy with the fact that Aidan Hills is starting only third. But Tom Griffiths has proven already this year that he is a worthy competitor. Tom Griffiths with a win at Snetterton, the middle race of the three at Snetterton. And can he now claim win number 2 of the season here at Anglesey? Well, it's hard to find out. The red lights are on, and they go out now. And who gets the best of the launches? It is from the front row, Patrick Fletcher, but actually Aidan Hills away better than both of the front row starters. Nicks up the inside of Tom Griffiths for second place, heading round target and up towards the hairpin at the banking, but he's on the outside line into the banking as Aidan Hills. Can he carry the speed round the outside? I don't think he'll be able to, so Tom Griffiths should be able to hang on to second position. Yes, he has managed that. So as they head towards Church Corner, it's Fletcher leading, it is Griffiths second, it's Hills in third, and that is Ollie Allwood up into fourth place. So Ollie Allwood gaining a spot at the expense of Joe Wiggin. In fact, Wiggins dropped down a few spots because Grindrod and Jack Sycamore have both gone past him. So a couple of spots lost for Joe Wiggin, former Mark 1 champion. Oh, Tom Griffiths up the inside for the lead from nowhere. Tom Griffiths from a mile back gets to the inside of Patrick Fletcher at Rocket, but he's not quite going to make it stick as he's on the outside line through the second part of Rocket is Griffiths, and I think Patrick Fletcher will fend him off, but that was really spirited stuff under braking from Griffiths. He's still hanging on around the outside, but now leaves the door open for Aidan Hills to slip alongside him into Peel. In the end, they stay in the same order, Fletcher, Griffiths and Hills. But that was very exciting stuff from Tom Griffiths under braking, and he's right back on the tail of Fletcher again. So not sure what Tom has done to that car overnight, but whatever it is, he's found a lot of early race speed. The question is, I suppose, whether he can keep this up over 20 minutes. It's a surface that is notoriously hard on tyres, and he needs to be mindful of that for sure. Joe Wiggin up the inside of Jack Sycamore for 6th position. Behind Jack Brewer, I think, was making a move as well, picking up a position. Didn't quite spot who that was he went past. Might have been Kamal Kalsi, I think, number 64. But Brewer was stealing a place from, but the lead has come across the line, and it's Patrick Fletcher in the lead. It is Tom Griffiths second, Aidan Hills third, fourth Ollie Allwood, and 5th place for Nick Grindrod. Even top 5 cars covered by only 1.7 seconds. Top 2 covered by only a quarter of a second, as Patrick Fletcher can't shake off Tom Griffiths for the time being. And Tom is going to be close enough again, I think, here to get a slipstream up the back straight. So we could have a repeat of that side-by-side action at the end of this lap. Round Church they go then, up the back straight. Tom Griffiths on the tail of Patrick Fletcher. Is he close enough to try that move? Fletcher surely will know it's coming this time. I would not be surprised to see the leader move to the inside of the road now to cover, which he does. Look at that, goes to the middle of the track. Griffiths forced to the outside line, then tries to jink back up the inside at the last second, but nothing doing. Fletcher hangs on to position number 1. Good scrap going on further back there. Kamal Kalsi's involved in that again, but dropping down the order. Next driver behind Kamal is... who was that? So that would have been Wilbur Tiley, I think, maybe. No, Bill Dendy, I think, number 18. Next in line to try and get past. As they drop downhill, there's a big cloud of dust just blowing across the track there. Someone's been off the road coming out of Peel. Leaders down to the hairpin. Here comes that big battle pack at the front of it, number 13. So that is Wilbur Tiley. Having got past Kamal Kalsi earlier on in this lap. And bringing with him 27 of Ollie Hall. So 2 more places lost for Kalsi. As they run to the final corner. Leaders back across the line, still all in the same order, so we're not missing anything at the front. Down to turn 1 comes the battle. What are they fighting for? 9th place here. Wilbur Tiley at the front of this queue of cars, scrapping over 9th. target into the banking. Really unique corner, tricky corner, so many different lines you can take through there. You can turn in early and use the banking to carry speed through the corner, or you can take a later turn in, carry the high line, try and carry the momentum down towards Church, but most of this group seem to take the same line. Right, leaders side by side again. Tom Griffiths almost side by side anyway, couldn't quite force the issue then. But this is much more like it from Griffiths. Actually forces a mistake out of Patrick Fletcher. Patrick Fletcher out wide. And, well, ironically, that's not going to benefit Griffiths, because he was then tempted to go to the outside into the second part of Rocket. That left it all wide open for Aidan Hills, who almost came through. But once again, as happened a couple of laps ago, despite the side-by-side action, they stay in the same positions. Round to Peel and the international loop they go. Again, a big cloud of dust being kicked up by somebody in the top 10. That was the leader, I believe, Patrick Fletcher, we think, just dipping two wheels on the dirt. Really having to push here to keep Tom Griffiths behind. Not saying he had it easy yesterday, far from it, but with Tom Griffiths behind, he's really having to push the limits. You always kind of felt like Fletcher had it in control yesterday. But in race number 2, not quite the case, although he's got a slightly bigger gap now than he did a lap ago. 1:43.3, yeah, he was quicker fractionally than the two cars behind him that time was Fletcher. Griffiths, Hills, Allwood, Grindrod still the top 5. Nick Grindrod sort of keeping Ollie Allwood honest too for 4th. But Griffiths now, I think, just in danger of slipping out of range, isn't he? He's not going to get much of a slipstream from that sort of distance back. And Aidan Hills now starts to rub his hands with glee, because he can see maybe an opportunity to move through and challenge for 2nd. Here's the battle for 4th then. Ollie Allwood having to really defend now from Nick Grindrod. Defensive move made into the Rocket complex by the 4th place man, who then gets a big slide, does Allwood, going through the 2nd part of Rocket. Now, are we going to see Nick Grindrod force his way through before much longer? Allwood's car definitely looks a handful, doesn't it? Sideways wherever it goes. Look how the leaders have closed back in as well. So I really thought Griffiths had been dropped by Patrick Fletcher, but through the middle sector of the lap, it seems that maybe Tom is a little bit quicker. Not close enough to attack into the hairpin, but takes a much earlier turn in and actually almost got alongside Patrick Fletcher there. So Tom Griffiths, just as I thought he was down and out, very much proving me wrong, which I'm happy to see. We want to see a good fight between these three. And Tom Griffiths would love to try and net a 2nd win of the year. Again, takes an earlier turn in to the final corner. Across the line they go then. Fletcher, Griffiths, Hills, the top 3. And a new fastest lap by Aidan Hills that time, a 1:42.697, 2/10 nearly quicker than the race leader, who was the slowest of the 3 that time. All 3 of them did a personal best lap, but 3rd place was quicker than 2nd place, who was quicker than 1st place. They're all bunching together. Round the right-hander at Church, they're about to go, with 12.5 minutes to go. Up the hill again, this time Fletcher again has dropped back, although he's fractionally closer than he was a lap ago. So we'll see again if he can close in to the back end of Fletcher into Rocket. He's much later on the brakes, is Griffiths, isn't he? Carries more speed into the corner than anyone else, and that's how he almost got the lead on the opening lap, actually. At the time, I thought it was a bit of a banzai move, but I think he's just genuinely better on the brakes. But is he maybe working those brakes a bit too hard, and will that come back to bite him in the 2nd half of the race? We're not even halfway through yet. Allwood and Grindrod continuing to do battle for 4th spot. The leaders out onto the international loop once again. This the 5th lap of the race. Where does the next attempted overtake come? Maybe from Tom Griffiths. Again, he takes that early turn in. Really interesting to see the different lines that the 2 drivers are taking. I'd be interested to know whether that's Griffiths deliberately driving more aggressively to try and distract Fletcher, or whether that is just his line into places like the hairpin and Rocket. He does seem to like to aim at the apex and then really rotate the car through the middle of the corner, whereas Patrick Fletcher's taking the more traditional wide sweeping racing line, which looks smoother and probably is quicker, but it just leaves that little inviting gap on the inside for Griffiths to try and have a nibble at from time to time. Ollie Allwood and Nick Grindrod being caught now by Joe Wiggin as well. Joe Wiggin on that lap did a 43.7, was the fastest man on the track apart from the leading trio, so quicker than both ahead of him. Joe Wiggin with wins already, last time out at Alton Park. Looking to try and get into the top 5 again here at Anglesey. Leaders much closer together this time, heading towards Rocket. Here comes Griffiths, closing in on Fletcher. Is there a gap to the inside line? There might be, and we know that Tommy's good on the brakes. Here he goes, commits to the move, draws level with Patrick Fletcher, gets the car stopped. Brilliant move that from Tom Griffiths, and he might bring Aidan Hills with him as well. Aidan Hills to the outside of Fletcher now as they go through the second part of Rocket, but no, I don't think Patrick's going to relinquish second place without a fight. But that was, you could see that coming. As soon as Fletcher got within that sort of range, with his ability under braking, there was no way really that Fletcher was going to be able to defend it. And so now Tom Griffiths hits the front. Has Fletcher got an answer, or is he going to be preoccupied defending second place from Aidan Hills? Towards the hairpin they go. Is Hills going to try the lunge? Yes, he is. Takes that later, that early turning, gets up inside of Patrick Fletcher. They maybe dropped a little bit of paint on the apex. Fletcher dips 2 wheels into the grass. They're side by side with Hills on the outside, Fletcher on the inside into the final corner. And I think Patrick Fletcher should be able to hang on here. Into view they come. He's later on the brakes and he does fend off Aidan Hills, but of course the effect that this is having is it's allowing Griffiths to break away. That must be nearly a 1 second advantage now. It is 9.5 tenths between the top 2. And Tom Griffiths now almost out of slipstreaming range. Griffiths, Fletcher and Hills will have to work together, I suspect, if they're going to have any chance of catching back up. Further back, Joe Wiggin launching up the inside of Nick Grindrod into the banking. It's a nice move on the way in, but Nick, I suspect, will have better momentum on corner exit. No, not really. And Wiggin waving at Nick Grindrod, saying, work with me, let's go after Ollie Allwood. Grindrod probably will be willing to do that, actually, because Nick has been hanging on to Allwood, but not quite able to catch him. But it's obvious that Joe Wiggin is the quickest car in that group right now. And so, yes, I think they are going to work together heading up the hill. Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills not working together, though. They run nose to tail through the Rocket complex, with Aidan Hills once again applying the pressure. Tom Griffiths getting away now. 8 3/4 minutes of the race still to go, though, so there's time for Fletcher or Hills to close back in. Do wonder if maybe Aidan Hills were to be in second place, whether he would have the speed to go after Griffiths himself. Could be a pretty tasty battle, couldn't it, if that were the case? Off the left-hander onto the international Tom Price straight. There you go. Joe Wiggin closing in on Ollie Allwood here for 4th position. Been caught by Jack Sycamore as well. This is now very much a 4-way fight for 4th spot. Allwood, Grindrod, Wiggin and Sycamore. And we'll see whether or not Jack is able to make his presence felt in this group as well. We head down into the final corner. In the distance there, you can see the leaders heading round the final turn as well. And I think Fletcher's closing back in on Griffiths here. Griffiths does a 43.4. Well, no, Fletcher matching him in fairness. I think it just came down in the second half of the lap compared to the first half of the lap. And but he's certainly getting away from Hills, isn't he now, Patrick? So maybe just needed a lap or so to regroup, having lost the lead. Hills now actually the one looking a bit scrappy. Runs a bit wide over the curb out of the banked second corner. They head round Church, up the hill, and Patrick Fletcher, is he getting a whiff of a slipstream maybe from that sort of distance? I think he might be. Not close enough to attack Griffiths, but closing back in. Leading 3 go through, then it's a pretty big gap back, isn't it, to this battle for 4th place between Allwood, Wiggin, Grindrod and Sycamore, though Sycamore nearly a full second back now, actually. Hairpin at the second part of Rocket. Allwood defending his 4th place well for now, although Wiggin, in fairness, not really asking any serious questions of him just yet, but that time will come. At the moment, though, Wiggin watching his mirrors more than he's focusing on what's going on out in front, as he tries to keep Nick Grindrod behind. So the leaders are heading down to the hairpin. Is that gap between Fletcher and Griffiths continuing to come down? It was 9/10 of a second at the start of the lap. You know that Griffiths has traditionally been good in that middle sector. Has he been able to gap Fletcher? Well, it's more or less the same, doesn't it, I think, as they head down the old pit straight behind the paddock into the final corner at the bus stop. final turn they come. Let's see, 0.9 of a second now. It does become 0.6 of a second, so slightly closer for Patrick Fletcher. There's life in this race yet. He's dropped Hills now to the tune of a second, although Aiden still would take the bonus point for the fastest lap, which is significant, given how evenly matched these front runners in the points have been. And the banking goes Ollie Allwood, drifts a bit wide. Joe Wiggin trying to close in, but I think we might need to focus on the leaders because Patrick Fletcher is within slipstream. Oh, never mind, Joe Wiggin, just as I say that. Well timed, Joe Wiggin, just before we pulled away from you. Goes up the inside of Ollie Allwood and claims 4th position. Allwood will now inevitably try and fight back, heading up the hill, but that is exactly what Patrick Fletcher is doing against Tom Griffiths. Tom has to defend the inside line into Rocket, and Patrick Fletcher not able to make it stick this time, but now starting to force a couple of defensive moves. Wiggin did fend off Allwood into Rocket as well, so that's 4th place now for Joe Wiggin. And with Ollie Allwood coming under pressure immediately from Nick Grindrod, that might just allow Joe Wiggin to pull away. You can see his hands working away on the wheel there through Peel Corner. Number 41 though up into position number 4. Drop downhill, head along the back straight. The leaders are approaching the hairpin and the leaders are side by side, and Patrick Fletcher's trying to go right round the outside, but no, not able to do it. Still Tom Griffiths is defending very, very well here, but he's got nearly a quarter of the race still to go, and all of a sudden Patrick Fletcher looks the quicker of the two. Griffiths hugging the white line as they head down towards the final turn. Fletcher trying to find a gap on the inside, didn't want to go to the outside because that would have opened the door for Aiden Hills, who is right back with them. So it's 3 for the lead again as they come across the timing line. This is the end of the 9th lap of racing then. It is 0.6 of a second that cover the top 3. A lap ago it was 0.6 of a second between the top 2. But all of a sudden Aiden Hills looks more of a threat, doesn't he? Closing back in on Fletcher, who defends the inside into the banking. As he defends, Griffiths gets back away again. So it's a fascinating dynamic between these three. Every time Fletcher feels like he can maybe start applying the pressure to the leader, Aiden Hills starts to put him under attack. Round Church, up the back straight. Hills closer to Fletcher now than Fletcher is to Griffiths, but they're all going to be back as one again with the effect of the toe up the hill. Don't think Fletcher's going to be close enough to attack Griffiths. Can Aiden Hills maybe have a go for 2nd place? Well, actually, Fletcher is close enough to get almost alongside Griffiths. He goes to the outside, Hills to the inside, climbs over the inside curb, and in the end, positions stay unchanged. And Aiden Hills putting Patrick Fletcher in a really difficult position now. Patrick wants to attack for the lead, wants to try and get another race victory, but he's got to think championship. Griffiths is a bit further back in the points than Aiden Hills is. Into the weekend, Fletcher was 4 points ahead of Aiden Hills. Oh, where's Griffiths? Where's Griffiths gone? Tom Griffiths has gone somewhere. Where is he? He's gone straight. Oh, he's pulled off. No, Tom Griffiths has pulled off. The left-hander at turn 10, Tom Griffiths has pulled off the road, and Patrick Fletcher leads the race. Of all the times to look away from the screen, I don't think we actually saw him go off. I think he just disappeared from shot. And unfortunately, Patrick Fletcher, well, not unfortunately for Patrick Fletcher, he's inherited the lead, but that's not the way he wanted to do it. And Tom Griffiths off the road. Let's take another look at what we've got of that then. Down the hill they went and just loses power completely coming out of turn number 10. Immediately he pulled off the road, put his hand out of the cockpit, and Tom Griffiths out of the race. Well, what drama, and now it's a repeat of yesterday's battle then between Patrick Fletcher and Aiden Hills for the win, but Tom Griffiths will be absolutely furious with that because that was a race win that's gone begging. I'm not saying he was going to have an easy run to the flag, but he seemed to have things under control, and now Patrick Fletcher under real attack from Aiden Hills, who's got a run on him coming out of Church Corner, pulls to the right-hand side up the hill, side by side for the race lead again, and Aiden Hills trying to make the move stick. He squeezes Patrick Fletcher towards the inside line. There's almost a touch between. I think they just avoided the contact, but it was very close indeed, and Aiden Hills goes back into the lead. So Aiden Hills through, but then he's slow off the corner as well. Patrick Fletcher almost gets into the back of him, and they're side by side. That time there was some tyre smoke as they rub body panels, but Aiden Hills remains in front. So Aiden Hills the leader, Patrick Fletcher right back behind him there as they drop down the hill in towards turn number 10, and Aiden Hills defending the inside line. Fletcher with a big lock up on the way into the corner. but all of a sudden the complexion of this race changes completely, because now it is not a three-way fight, and Patrick Fletcher in second place is free to attack Aidan Hills for the race lead. Goes to the outside line into the hairpin. There will be one more lap to go at the end of this one, in what has been a topsy-turvy second race in the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship. And is it going to be Hills, or is it going to be Patrick Fletcher? The point I was about to make before Griffiths retired is that Fletcher and Hills were 4 points apart coming into the weekend. That gap went out by a handful of points yesterday. And so it's quite important, really, for Aidan Hills to try and get some points back on Fletcher. Across the line they go, into target. 0.4 of a second between them. Oh, and Hills, a huge slide. That was very close to disaster. I'm sure he will tell us he had that completely under control, but that certainly looked spectacular from outside. But has he managed to keep Patrick Fletcher far enough behind now that Patrick can't get the slipstream up the hill? He's going to get a tow, but will he be close enough to attack into the Rocket Complex? This is it then. Final time up the back straight. Aidan Hills weaving around, trying to break the slipstream, trying to prevent Patrick Fletcher from getting close enough, and it might just be working, you know. Into the braking zone they go. Fletcher feints to the inside, but he's really too far back to even think about that, and Aidan Hills stays in front as they go through Rocket for the final time. Fletcher closing in though, pulls to the wide line, into Rocket out, tries to carry the momentum off the corner. Hills maybe just rattles the curb a little bit, but stays in front of Fletcher as they turn through the right-hander now at Peel. They're both sideways, they're both on the limit as they come over the hill and towards turn number 10. Further back, Kamal Kalzi is getting into the side of Alistair Dendy's car, but Alistair Dendy defending 10th position. The leaders, though, are heading down to the hairpin. This is it then, really. One more chance for Patrick Fletcher to attack. Can he make the move? Is there a gap on the inside? The answer really is no. Aidan Hills has got that one covered through the hairpin. A wider line in for Fletcher. But no, he's not got the momentum on corner exit, and I think Aidan Hills has more or less got this one in the bag now. One more corner to go. The checkered flag awaits, and Aidan Hills on course, would you believe, for only his second win of the season, and his first one since the very first race on the international circuit at Silverstone. It's win number 2 in 2024 for Aidan Hills at Anglesey. Second place goes to Patrick Fletcher, and on the podium again is Joe Wiggin out of all of that. Joe Wiggin third, it is fourth for Nick Reinrod, and then Ollie Allwood, gets squeezed out wide by Jack Sycamore at the final corner, and Jack Sycamore breaks into the top 5. But that was spectacularly good driving from all of them, really. That was a much better race than yesterday, a bit like in the Mark 1s, really. A lot more going on, a lot more overtaking, and a lot more drama, really. That was certainly a dramatic race, and you've got to feel for Tom Griffiths. Tom Griffiths really didn't do anything wrong there, but having made a couple of really good moves to get the lead, and then a couple of good defensive moves to defend it, unfortunately mechanical woes have taken him out of the race. And I know it's a part of motor racing, but it's always a heartbreak, especially when it's a race win that goes begging. Well, phenomenal stuff from the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Let's remind ourselves of the finishing result then, as Tom Griffiths probably doesn't want a reminder of this. Stood trackside looking disconsolately at his broken car. Aidan Hills the winner, Patrick Fletcher second, and Joe Wiggin comes home in third place. Nick Reinrod fourth ahead of Jack Sycamore fifth, with Ollie Allwood, Jack Brewer, Wilbur Tiley, Ollie Hall and Alistair Dendy completing the top 10. Well, Kelsey was 11th ahead of Clive Powell 12th, Amy Watts 13th and Bruce Robinson in 14th position. 15th place then was Ike Jones, with Christopher Ginn in 16th, and poor old Tom Griffiths a non-finisher. But that is lovely to see, Tom. He's applauding his fellow drivers. He puts his thumbs up to the race winner, Patrick Fletcher. Aidan Hills, sorry. And yeah, he's applauding them all, waving at them all. And that is a sign of who Tom Griffiths is as a person, really. He is a really nice guy. He didn't deserve that. And he hopefully will be back out for race number 3 later on. But the frustration for him, the double frustration for him, is that the third race later on in the day, that grid is based upon a partially reversed result of that race. It's not based on qualifying time, so he will be right at the back of the grid for race number 3 later on. But he will be one to watch, won't he? Because he should be able to charge through the order pretty effectively, given what we've seen from him so far. So, cars make their way down towards Parc Ferme. Aidan Hills arrives right on cue. So let's head down and hear from the drivers. They'll have plenty of stories to tell, that's for sure, and they'll be telling them to Richard John Neal.
Well, we're going to see the celebrations with Aidan Hills, who gets out of the car Is he going to go and have a chat? Patrick will probably come across and have a chat. Patrick taking yesterday's win. Aidan gives thumbs up to the camera. Off come the gloves. Off comes the crash helmet. All very calm and collected about it. It was a while ago since we saw Aidan on the top step. And I think we grabbed a quick word with Aidan yesterday after the first race. Looks warm enough out there for you, young Aidan?
Yeah, that was a really hard race. Amazing to finally get another win. You know, first race of the year we won, and you sort of get in your own head a little bit, thinking that you maybe lost it a little bit. But
you, mate.
it's just been so competitive this year, and Patch has been flying. And you know, I got to say, shout out to Tom. Really, he drove amazing. I don't know what's wrong with him. I'm gutted for him. Really, obviously being a teammate, you never want to see that. But then when it was a 1v1 with Patch, I knew where my mistakes were yesterday, so I fancied it. And I know I just had to get the run in the right place. I managed to get the drive, and yeah, fantastic. Yeah, it's a good race.
You know, we're looking at the battle for the championship, and the dynamic completely changed, as you said, when Tom went out. When there were three of you, it's cat and mouse, and we're all thinking, yeah, okay, so Aidan's third, and you wanted to maybe have a nibble away, get into second, and then have a go at the lead. So not easy, but it did kind of come to you, and sometimes that's the way it falls.
Yeah, I lost my head a little bit, and I never normally do, and I lost my head in the middle of the race and dropped right back, and literally had a word with myself, and I managed to just concentrate again, get back up to the pack. And when Tom dropped off, yeah, obviously it's disappointing for a team point of view, but from a personal point of view, I knew that I had a chance at the win then. And obviously a massive credit to the team. We changed some stuff overnight, and it's amazing. So thanks to Dave, thanks to my dad, Carol.
What did you change? Tell everyone the secret.
I can't tell you that, I'm afraid. And obviously I got to say happy Father's Day to my old man, who's obviously with me all the time. So big thanks to him. Shout out to Q Technology and Kamal. Thanks for all of their support. And yeah, we go again for race 3.
Nice one. Yeah, happy Father's Day. I think it's a nice theme running through the day, and I hope Dad has a good day. You driving home?
We actually came up separately because I said yesterday I'm moving house tomorrow, so I got to fly back. So yeah, he's driving. He'll probably get back tomorrow morning. You know how far it is for us. So yeah, we'll drive back separately. But yeah, obviously a massive credit to him. I wouldn't ever have a chance of racing if it wasn't for him. So yeah, Father's Day is a great day to get a win.
Nice one, Aidan. Well done. Let's grab a quick word with Patch. He's disappearing over here, and tell you what we might do as well is if we can get the pair of them. Bosh. Second and third. Let's get second and third together. Okay. So, disappointing for you?
Yeah, no, I think it was more disappointing for Tom. He every time he gets in the lead of a race, something bad happens to him. He's like at Snetterton, he had bad luck, and he was leading a race, and he was looking pretty comfortable, to be honest. And I think he had that victory, but I think his gearbox or something's gone, so it's been taken away from him. Yeah, I finished P2 in the end because obviously Tom didn't finish in 8-1. So yeah, it was pretty good race. I felt like I had good pace, and then Tom got in the lead going into Rocket, and then I sort of got backed up a bit into Aidan, and then it became a three-way scrap. And yeah, finished P2 in the end even. So.
And we've got another bite of the cherry a little bit later on. Well done, Patch. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on. Wanted to grab a quick word with Joe. Joe, I mean, a really super drive through, and you had to pass Nick Grindrod and Ollie Allwood in front of you at one stage, but you made it to the podium. Well done.
Yeah, I'm making it hard for myself. Can't get it off the line at the minute, so we're always on the catch-up. But thanks to Luke Herbert Racing, CN Signs, Tyre Shop, SFR Motorsport, Macatat Racing, and all my family and my partner at home watching and supporting. It's nice to come away with a trophy. We're on the back foot this weekend. We skimped out on tyres, but we've got a trophy, and yeah, at least it's something from the weekend.
Are we near getting you on the top step for the third race?
I don't know. We need a miracle for that, but miracles can happen one day, so who knows. But no, just happy with the points. Feel sorry for Tom, obviously. You don't want to take places like that, but you've got to finish. So we'll take the points, we'll take the places, and thanks to the team again.
Good overtakes, good progress, mate. Well done, Joe. Good to see you. Congratulations on that. Cheers. Joe Wiggin taking our podium. We've already got the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup runners on circuit. So to give you a rundown of the grid and look forward to their second race of the weekend, let's hand you back to Andy.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, cars on the grid then ahead of our next race, race 9 of the weekend, the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. They had a race yesterday won by Joe Doble from Stephen Daly by quite some way, actually. Joe Doble, pretty comfortable race victory for Doble Jr. Doble Junior really, the younger brother of Mikey Doble. He'll be here watching on today, I am sure, with Stephen Daly and Conor Grady joining him on the podium. That will therefore be the order at the front of the grid for race number 2. Joe Doble on pole, Stephen Daly alongside him, the former champion, with Conor Grady and Mike Doble sharing row number 2. Adam Wright and Max Noble are there on row 3. Row 4 for Gareth Clayton and Gordon McMillan, with Peter Smith and Matt Flowers on the 5th row. Row 6, Barney Lauer and Richard Sutherland. 7th row, Alistair Smith and Dan Mountford, with Gregor Pryor, Tim Seaford, Martin Corkwell and Rod Langham at the back. Now, Rod Langham was given a 3-place grid penalty and 3 penalty points following an incident in a previous race. And I'm going to imagine that was the collision that he had with Gregor Pryor at the hairpin early doors yesterday, probably the reason for that penalty. So, cars then weaving around, trying to get some heat into the tyres, and the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup Championship that was probably the most finely poised of all of the championships here this weekend, coming into the weekend anyway. And race number 1, unsurprisingly therefore, when we had 3 drivers covered by 2 points coming into the weekend, has mixed things up slightly. Gordon McMillan was the leader by a point from Conor Grady, who was a point ahead of Joe Doble. Well, of course, that will have all changed around now with Joe Doble jumping to the top. Conor Grady will still be second in the points, but Gordon McMillan, the championship leader, dropping down from 1st to 3rd because he was only 8th in yesterday's race. And, yeah, only 8th in yesterday's race. He was 10th on the grid, I seem to recall, for that first race yesterday, Gordon McMillan. And so the championship leader then, unfortunately, losing a chunk of points after race number 1. Needs to try and get some of those back in the second race. We had a good battle between Adam Wright and Max Noble in that race that was settled in the end in the favour of Adam Wright, 5th position. So could well see a resumption of that scrap again in this one. Cars then up through Rocket. There is the number 21 car. That's Alistair Smith. KC Motorsport prepared car. KC Motorsport, the team Steve Daly essentially runs these days. He's brought Stephen so much success through the years. A whole host of cars out there, as always, in the Compact Cup. They've always been big believers in the BMW Compact Cup, which was a real phenomenon up in Scotland. And still race compacts up north of the border, but more and more of the Scots now coming down south to race in the National Championship. Stephen really was the first of the successful drivers to do that, and was a champion eventually, having won several championships in the Scottish series. Making a return this year, Stephen missed the first round of the championship because he wasn't planning on racing at all this year. Then he came out of retirement at Croft and unfortunately had a disqualification in race number 3. Now, you get 3 dropped scores in the season with Compact Cup. However, you can't drop a disqualification. So that is going to hamper his chances now massively of competing for another title. But he's out there just to have fun, really, I think, and enjoy his racing, enjoy being back part of the Compact Cup fraternity. And he will very much have his eye on a race victory again here today, if at all possible. But Joe Doble isn't going to make that easy for him. He will be looking for a good start at the front of the grid. The 2 blue and white cars, not teammates, but both similar liveries at the front of the grid. Joe Doble in the car that Mikey Doble won this championship in a couple of years ago. And Joe has that inside line into turn 1, but we've seen a few times this weekend. That's not always been the best place to be starting. Sometimes better to be on the outside line. That could play into the hands of Stephen Daly. Let's see if that is the case, though. The green flag is very shortly going to be waved to the back. We've got a gap towards the back, I think. I don't think Gregor Pryor is there, unfortunately, after having had that collision with Rod Langham yesterday. Rod got a penalty, and Gregor is there, actually, so I think there's somebody else missing. Not sure who. Anyway, we'll piece that together afterwards. For now, the red lights are on, and we are ready to go here at Anglesey. Lights out now, and it is a good start made by Stephen Daly. Stephen Daly is definitely going to get the whole shot into the first corner, and he leads them through target. Then Joe Doble second. It was briefly 3 abreast for third, but around the outside line there, Max Noble deciding better of sticking it out 3 wide on the outside line, settles back in line behind Conor Grady and Mike Doble. And then as they head round the banking, that all sorts itself out with Mike Doble in third, Grady I think just about fourth, and fifth position for Max Noble. So Max gaining one spot at least, got ahead of Adam Wright, who is sixth as they round the right-hander. Gordon McMillan is seventh, so McMillan's gained one place. He's ahead of Gareth Claydon by the looks of it. Gareth Claydon's actually dropped 2 spots because Pete Smith's got him as well. As the leaders head for Rocket for the first time in a 15-minute race for the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup. Oh, big lock up there for Conor Grady. Just avoids going into the back of Mike Doble's car. And Gordon McMillan comes steaming round the outside of everybody. He's going to gain a place there, I think, at the expense of Adam Wright. So Gordon McMillan looking a lot racier this morning than he did yesterday. And Adam Wright's off the road. He's pointing the wrong way. He's heading back for the track. Hopefully, I think he stayed on the grass, didn't come back onto the road. Well, that could have been dramatic then. And Adam Wright, unfortunately, will drop to the back of the pack. And in doing, oh, there he is. He rejoins mercifully with no damage. I didn't see how he ended up off the road, whether he jumped or was pushed, but anyway, lucky not to come spinning back into the pack. That could have been an awful lot worse. Leaders then down towards the final hairpin. Gordon McMillan there, peeking to the inside, and that's Gareth Claydon, who's already picked up a bit of trackside furniture, one of the bollard marker posts hanging off the front of his car. I thought for a second he was going to try and wipe it off on the back of Pete Smith's car, but they just avoided rubbing panels. Pete Smith now actually going on the attack to try and find a way past Max Noble, which he won't do into the hairpin because Max is desperately late on the brakes, locks up the left front wheel, but makes the corner and keeps Pete Smith behind him. So Daly leads then, Joe Doble second, Mike Doble third, with Conor Grady fourth. Gordon McMillan, though, what a start from Gordon McMillan, eighth on the grid to fifth at the conclusion of the opening lap. And chasing down the leaders, so Gordon seems to have found something setup-wise, doesn't he? He looks pretty quick now in race number 2. It's good news, he's got another race to come later on, so there's still a chance to get some points back. Through Church Corner then. McMillan looks to me like he's already closing in on Mike Doble and Conor Grady. Joe Doble definitely closing in on Stephen Daly. This is for the lead though. And Joe Doble forces Stephen just to run the middle of the road, but then Stephen cleverly drifts back over to the racing line again so that he's not compromising his run into the corner too much. And rotates the car nicely into the second part of Rocket, gets on the power, accelerates away up to Peel. Joe Doble, sorry, Mike Doble defending third position here from Conor Grady. Mike Doble leading the Masters class. Gordon McMillan, of course, is his nearest Masters rival, and Gordon looking a bit quicker in this race is not good news for Joe Doble as far as the overall championship's concerned, but not great news for Mike either when it comes to Masters points scoring. Conor Grady would like to get past Mike Doble as soon as he can as well, with Gordon McMillan perhaps set to arrive on his tail within the next lap or so. Gordon takes a very interesting line into the hairpin, almost draws level with Grady. Slides his way out of the corner, accelerates back down the hill towards the final corner at the bus stop now. Stephen Daly with the lead. Joe Doble still latched right onto his tail as they come through at the end of lap number 2. Someone on the rev limiter there going down the back straight, but the leaders are across the line, 0.4 of a second between the two of them. Mike Doble third, Conor Grady fourth, Gordon McMillan 0.7 only now behind him in fifth position. Dropping Max Noble in sixth, then Pete Smith, Gareth Claydon, Richard Sutherland and Matt Flowers completing the top 10. Where is Adam Wright after his spin? 15th after that spin that he had on the opening lap of the race. And Church again then, up the hill they head towards the big overtaking zone into Rocket, and Joe Doble trying to do so, overtaking now, pulls level with Stephen Daly, but Daly seemed to get an extra little spurt of speed there. I think Joe Doble just touched the brakes maybe to bail out of that. Didn't want to take a big risk, knowing of course that Stephen Daly isn't realistically a championship threat this year. He doesn't necessarily have to win the race, Joe Doble. Second place would still net him 48 championship points, which is more than Conor Grady or Gordon McMillan are set to score. There's a good chance that Joe can beat them again in race 3 later on, so I think that's why we're seeing Joe driving with a pretty sensible championship head on his shoulders here. Don't think he wants to do anything silly, take a massive risk, when ultimately he is pulling away from the drivers that really matter in the championship fight. Through The hairpin go again. Gordon McMillan again takes that very old line going into the corner, but he's a bit further back this time from Conor Grady, so no side-by-side antics this time. Pete Smith there, the number 31 car, in behind Max Noble, as they head for the final turn. Max Noble not really under a huge amount of pressure. Around the left-hander then, across the timing line again, and still just under half a second between the two of them. As the leaders head for the banked hairpin. Any other battles going on further down the order, I wonder? There goes that third place scrap. Behind them, Noble and Pete Smith remain pretty close. I guess the driver really to watch for further back is Adam Wright, but he's not really involved in a battle at the moment. Down in 14th place as he is, he's not making quite the recovery drive that I expected him to. But we'll see if and when he does catch some of the cars, whether or not he's able to find a way past. I think we're hanging on to see where he is, but he's so far back now after that spin. He's only just going out of Church Corner. The next two that he's chasing are Dan Mountford and Barney Lauer in their battle for 12th place. That's not really the result that Adam Wright would have been hoping to be fighting for. There he is, free shot, and Adam Wright being chased down by Gregor Pryor, who is there. There was definitely a gap on the penultimate row of the grid. I'm trying to figure out who wasn't on the grid. Martin Courtwell and Tim Seaford were. Rod Langham and Gregor Pryor were. Dan Mountford we've seen, and Alistair Smith. So no, I think we had, oh yes, we had all 18 started. I think someone just left a gap on the grid where they probably shouldn't have done. There goes Adam Wright, sliding his way out of Peel Corner. Very good looking car that, isn't it? A nice livery on the number 27 car. Now he'll be enjoying seeing that battle going on ahead. Dan Mountford defending from Barney Lauer, and that is allowing him to close in slightly, as here Gareth Claydon has a little nibble at the back of Peter Smith, who in turn is getting sort of bottled in behind Max Noble. So the 6th place scrap looking reasonably entertaining. And we're going to see Pete Smith try a move here to the last corner. No, he's not really close enough, so shows the nose just to try and distract the car ahead, if nothing else, but not actually looking to try and get the overlap just yet. New fastest lap for Joe Doble on 50.564, but that was only 3/100ths of a second quicker than the race leader. I think I'm hearing that 77 maybe, Martin Courtwell, had a bit of a rotation on that lap. Not sure where. Has he got going again? I think he, yes he has. He's just coming down through the final corner now, so Martin Courtwell with a bit of a moment, and Martin's been struggling a bit this weekend, but comes across the line in the number 77 car, and yeah, it was quite a slow lap, so he had a quick spin, but didn't lose a huge chunk of time. Leaders at Rocket, and this is Stephen Daly versus Joe Doble. Oh, good battle going on towards that part of the circuit as well, which involves Adam Wright. Dan Mountford and Barney Lauer are side by side in front of him, and Adam Wright is trying to buy into it. So that finally now, battle for 12th place is starting to burst into some sort of life. They have come out of the corner still with Adam Wright at the back of that group. They'll be arriving into shot here at Peel before too much longer, I think. There goes Gareth Claydon still with the bollard hanging off the front of his car. Attached itself pretty well, hasn't it, to the left front corner. That won't be too much of a distraction for him, I don't think. They head down towards the hairpin. As here comes that battle I was documenting. Way wide goes Dan Mountford, and this time I think maybe Barney Lauer will get alongside him. But Adam Wright looking to try and capitalise as well, and they go 3 abreast now. Adam Wright goes up the middle of both of them. This may only be for 12th position, but it's still pretty intense battling, and they're still 3 abreast as they get to the hairpin. They're all being a bit too polite with each other there, weren't they? Adam Wright could have stuck it in and gone past both of them. As it is, he might not actually gain any places, because Barney Lauer, I think, has got to the front of this group, and now Dan Mountford comes around the outside with some momentum. Way wide goes Pete Smith, meanwhile, out of the final corner. Gareth Claydon tries to take advantage. Can't do it on the way into target corner. But does that maybe yield an opportunity into the banking? Well, no, not really, because Peter Smith in 7th place, car number 31, defends the inside line. Round the right-handed hairpin they go. Up towards Church Corner, exiting Church Corner meanwhile. Joe Doble is closer to Stephen Daly than he has been for a while. Here they come up the hill, and this is Joe Doble's first genuine attempt, I think, to try and get the lead away. We are 10 minutes into the race, 5 minutes to go, and Joe Doble, no, not able to live with Daly under braking, so he drew alongside slightly in a straight line. But as they got to the top of the hill, not able to finish off the move. to turn number 10 they head. Here is Adam Wright on the tail of Barney Lauer now, which means he's probably gone past Dan Mountford on the first part of this lap. Yes, he has. As they head to the top end of the circuit, Adam Wright not yet able to find a way back ahead of Barney, but this would be only for 12th place. Novice cross at the back of Adam Wright's car though, worth mentioning that, which means he is a relative newcomer to racing, which makes his performance so far this weekend all the more impressive, really. Spin aside, he's been a top 5 contender really every time these BMWs have hit the track. Side by side here, Adam Wright to the outside now of Barney Lauer, going into the right-hand hairpin at the end of the lap. And is he going to try and make the move into the last corner? I'm not sure he's quite close enough, although Barney thinks he might be, so covers the inside line. And Adam, wide line in, looking for the tight line out, which is exactly what Matt Flowers was trying to do against Richard Sutherland for 9th, but that didn't work either. Richard Sutherland stays ahead. Through the banked hairpin, there you go. The leaders, meanwhile, almost side by side again now, coming out of Church Corner, and Joe Doble might have got the inside line this time. As we head to Rocket Corner, can Stephen Daly close the door? No, I don't think he can. Joe Doble keeps on coming, but Daly is super late on the brakes and manages to fend him off again. So Joe Doble's going to be getting frustrated here, because that realistically is the best place to overtake on the track. Every time he gets there, though, Stephen Daly is better on the brakes, and you can have the biggest slipstream in the world, but if you're not good enough on the brakes, then you're not going to get the move made up at the top of the hill. And I think is the trouble that Joe Doble is finding. His father, Mike, also in a battle, but on the other end of it, defending from Conor Grady. Gordon McMillan, after all of that early progress, not really able to get properly onto terms with those two, is he? Around the right-hander at the hairpin, they're about to go. Joe Doble closing in on Stephen Daly. There, Mike Doble again covers the middle ground, keeps Conor Grady at bay. Conor sliding his way off the corner and towards the left-hander at the bus stop. Leaders then accelerating to the line. Ooh, and Stephen Daly with a mistake off camera, just ran very wide over the grass, but Joe Doble not able to capitalise. We've seen a few times this weekend. There's plenty of grip on the grass. You can keep your foot in it. You don't really have to lift. You don't really run the big risk of losing control. And so Stephen Daly kept his foot in it, didn't lose control, didn't lose the lead, and we're now on the penultimate lap of the race with, well, realistically only a couple more opportunities for Joe Doble to make this move. Round Church, up the hill again towards Rocket. Is he close enough this time maybe to commit to a move? I just don't know what he's going to do though. Stephen Daly will always go to the inside to cover. We know he's good on the brakes. Joe Doble would have to make a risky attempt at a move, and I don't think he's willing to do that really. Through Rocket they head. Behind them, Gareth Claydon trying to get past Pete Smith, but again, Pete managing to cover the inside. It's a relatively easy move to defend from that. To Rocket, because even if you defend the way in and then run wide, you're still on the inside for the second part of Rocket, and just makes it such a challenging place to make an overtake. Down the hill come the leading two then. They're about to head onto the international loop for the final time. There's Gareth Claydon. I think the bollard's got wedged into a little grill opening or something, hasn't it? A side light maybe down. I think it is a grill opening down on the bottom left-hand corner. 1 in a million chance of that happening, but anyway, he's been carrying around. It's not really been slowing him down noticeably, but it's not been helping him to get past Pete Smith either, because he's been trying all race to do that and hasn't really been able to make it stick. Leaders are at the final turn. Stephen Daly and Joe Doble have spent the entirety of this race absolutely nose to tail, never more than half a second between them, and that remains the case as they go on to the final lap of the race now. But when and where can a move be made then? Can Joe Doble do this? Does he want to take the risk? I'm sure he wants to, but will he be prepared to take the risk? Or will he be content to settle for the second place point? He's not had a great exit out of the banking there, Joe Doble. So needs a really good run through Church to stand any chance. He's had a good run through Church, up and over the exit curb. Now he's got one shot at this. He'll have a bit of a slipstream up the hill. Daly, we know, will cover the inside line, but can Joe Doble time it right so that he still manages to get to the apex first? I don't think he's going to manage it. Daly covers the middle ground. To the outside goes Joe Doble. And yep, they stay as they were then through the corner. And the right-hander in towards Peel. And further back, Gareth Clayton this time is up alongside Pete Smith, goes to the outside of Pete at Rocket, and he's going to go through. I think that was a lovely move, that by Gareth Clayton. He'd been trying that for lap after lap after lap and wasn't quite able to make it stick. But now he might not have made it stick after all, because Pete Smith is back up the inside of him, into the right-hander at Peel, but he's gone wide, he slides offline. Gareth Clayton gets a run on him again coming down the hill, and they will be side by side into turn number 10, but turn number 10 is a left-hander, and that will favour Pete Smith, who stays in front. Stephen Daly, meanwhile, really having to defend the race lead into the hairpin for the final time, and has that maybe given a bit of a run for Joe Doble into the final corner. We're waiting with bated breath. On screen we're seeing Gareth Clayton back alongside Pete Smith again, but it's Stephen Daly who leads them into the final corner, and it's Stephen Daly who leads them out of the final corner. Stephen Daly wins race number 2 here at Anglesey. Second place goes to Joe Doble, and Mike Doble hangs on to third, so it's a pair of Dobles on the podium again, with Conor Grady and Gordon McMillan 4th and 5th. Max Noble comes home in 6th position, and then Pete Smith just fends off Gareth Clayton. Oh, a bit of contact, bit of bodywork goes flying, and it is Pete Smith who hangs on to 7th, Gareth Clayton in 8th, Richard Sutherland comes through in 9th, and 10th position for Matt Flowers, who almost lost control of the final corner, but Matt Flowers does manage to claim 10th position. Alistair Smith is next. We had a spin, by the way, for Adam... yes, we had a spin for Adam Wright, and I think Alistair Smith was involved in it, because they both dropped down the order, actually, on that final lap. But they both, I think, collided at Church on the final lap, because I noticed out of the window Adam Wright recovering from a spin. Hadn't spotted that Alistair Smith might have been involved in that as well, but they both lost a whole number of places on the final tour. So... Martin Corkwell, last car to cross the line after his spin at the top of the corkscrew earlier on. And that brings everyone home at the end of an entertaining second race, but ultimately a race that was dominated by Stephen Daly, who led every lap, having got the jump on Joe Doble off the start. Joe, I think we will hear, when he chats to Richard John Neal shortly, I think we'll hear that Joe Doble was actually quite content to settle for second there, bag the point. He was beating all of his championship rivals. It doesn't really matter whether Stephen Daly gets a race win, and Stephen Daly does get a race win, only by 0.2 of a second over Joe Doble, who hounded him to the flag. Mike Doble, his father, is third, ahead of Conor Grady, Gordon McMillan, Max Noble, Peter Smith, Gareth Clayton, Richard Sutherland, Matt Flowers in the top 10, with Dan Mountford, Barney Lauer, Gregor Pryor and Alistair Smith. Next, then it was Rod Langham, Adam Wright after another spin, Tim Stevens 17th and Martin Corkwell 18th, and last, but all 18 starters made it to the flag. So they will have another race a little bit later on in the day. The Compact Cup will hit the track again at about 2:15. We've got 2 more races before the lunch break. We're racing through the day's content so far, and it is another pair of 15-minute races. The Downforce Radio Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship are next, and then the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. They will be the next 2 races to hit the track, and then it's the lunch break, and then we do it all again through the afternoon. Right then, let's head down to Parc Fermé, shall we? Hear from our podium finishers with Richard John Neal.
Congratulations to Stephen Daly, takes his gloves off, helmet undone. It's always it's slightly cooler out here. I'm going to go this side this time and have a chat with Stephen. Stephen, congratulations, well done. Hard work though. Joe was with you all the way.
It must have been the widest compact in the world there. Joe was pushing me the whole way. Made some changes over the car last night and it seemed to give me the legs up the straight, so massive thanks to the KC Motorsport team for going that extra mile just to find an extra little bit of pace in the car.
Do you? I guess you'd have preferred a little bit of respite because you can't drive in an attacking way and try to build the lead if somebody's attacking you in return.
Well, that was it. I was trying not to slow us up, but at the same time didn't want to let him pass because if he had got past, I think he would have just disappeared, if I'm honest, because he's just got serious pace this weekend. So I just had to try and keep him behind, which we managed to do, thankfully. So. Massive thanks to my daughter Emily, I know she's watching, and Nicola, and all the rest of my family, friends that have supported me. That's just support's fantastic.
Mega stuff. Much in the tank for race 3?
Well, it's a reverse grid, so you never know. You never know. We could be at the back. Well, we could be at the back of a 10 cars. So we'll see what happens.
Nice one. Well done, Stephen. Congratulations. Going to nip down, and we've had a bit of a Doble Fest today because we had a chat with them, which in a segment that you're going to see in the lunchtime break, but. We said it's lovely that it's Father's Day today. Stephen name-checking his family. Joe, well done.
Thank you.
How much of an issue is it here starting where you did? Because there's always debate at some tracks about whether pole should be one side or the other.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get the best of starts myself, so it doesn't help. But I do think that outside line, because it's just, I'm not really sure, because if you hold it, then you have it for the next hairpin.
Yeah.
But it's down to me to keep him behind, and I couldn't. So, yeah, here's what it is.
You were going for it. Andy McKeown in commentary was like speculating, Stephen's not a championship threat for you, so is Joe going to be taking it easy? You weren't. You were having a look every lap, particularly Rocket.
Yeah, I was having a look. In the back of my mind, I knew unless I'd try and pressure him into a mistake, then I'd try and go through, but there was no real intent of banzaiing it up the inside or anything, just trying to pressure him into a mistake.
That's going to be the same any race, isn't it, championship-wise or otherwise? You were going for it because you got the fastest lap as well.
Oh, that's good. Well, it's another point to the tally. Yeah, no, happy to do that and to try and do some more.
Okay, race 3, how's the reverse decided? Is it a ball draw or?
First, second, third go 10.98, and then the rest go into a ball draw. So I'll be starting from 9th.
So a lot of work to do, lots of entertainment for us on the stream to watch anyway. Joe, well done.
Lovely, thank you.
Thanks very much, Joe Doble. We're going to get Mike, have a quick word with Mike as well. He's just congratulating Stephen Daly. Mike, we finally get the proper live podium interview and the Masters win, so congratulations on that. Moving the switch obviously did the job for you.
Yeah, no missed gears and no switching the engine off in that one, but that was really, really tough. Connor pushed me all the way, and I had to drive 100% the whole time, and at my age and bit overweight too, it's pretty tiring, I can tell you. I was really pleased to see that checkered flag.
Does fitness play a key part, do you think, in racing?
I think it does for me now. Now I've got on a bit, and I need to probably shed a few pounds, and I'll be right. I mean, once I'm in the car, it's just, I'm all right really. It's just that race did take it out of me because I was just full on the whole time. There's no rest time at all.
Entertaining to watch, and we've got even more entertainment with the partial reverse that I was chatting to Joe about. Do you enjoy those as much as fastest off the front?
Sometimes you're sort of better off being fourth in that one because you can get a front row draw, but now I'm starting 8th, so who knows what's going to happen really.
It'll be interesting. Much to do on the cars?
Just a check over really. Car's handling well, it's going all right, no damage, so quick check over and wait for this afternoon to come.
Perfect stuff. We look forward to that. Thanks very much. Mike Doble takes the Masters win and also 3rd place completes our podium. So now we're going to some Mazda racing, the MX5 Clubmans. So let's get the grid with Andy McKeown.
Thanks, Richard. Yep, cars on the grid. They'll be released very shortly for our next race of the day, the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup, and for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Sorry, that was the wrong grid sheet in front of me. I will give you the grid now for the MX-5 Clubmans because it's going to appear on screen. It's an amended grid after a grid penalty from one of the drivers. We'll get to in a moment, but it was not affecting any of the front runners. Johnny Greensmith on pole and Paul Bateman alongside him with Jock Murray and Alexandros Toulas. Sharing row 2. Alexandros had a strong run yesterday with Martin Tolley and Jamie Turner on row 3, row 4. I'll get some of this right in a minute. Row 4, Bo Parry and Simon Waterfall. Row 5, Pete Smith and Adam Lawrence with Del Pace and Nicola Doyle on row 6. Row 7, Russell Halley and Jake Pace. The 8th row of the grid, Matt Crozier and Ryan Farley. Jonathan Fieldsend and Peter Williams are together on row 9. 10th row, Simon Privet and Oscar Trapez. He was the driver given a 5-place grid penalty and 3 penalty points for causing a collision in the previous race. I'm forgetting now who that was with. Either Matt Crozier and David Stowler at the back of the grid. 21 of them. It was a good race yesterday for the MX5 Clubmans. It was a race won by Johnny Greensmith by only half a second, though, over Paul Bateman, with Jack Warry only about a second behind him. And those three set to do battle again at the front of the field in this one. Alexandros Katoulas started at the front, didn't get a good launch off the line, and then picked a number of places up as we went on through the race. Ended up back where he started, basically in fourth position, with Martin Tolley in fifth. Tolley pulling double duty this weekend, as often he does, running in both the Clubman's and the Mark 1 Championship. We saw him going very well in that Mark 1 race earlier on in the day. I don't know if he's using the same car for both races. He could well be, I think he is probably, because it is the same set of regulations across the MX5 Clubman's and the Mark 1 Championship itself. So there's a very good chance, I think, that we will have the same car for Martin Tolley, and if that's the case, then it's a quick car. He's a quick driver, hugely experienced driver in Mazda MX-5 racing, and he knows a thing or two about how to win these races, so I expect to see, again, a pretty feisty drive from him, and hopefully he can get up there and challenge some of the podium runners. It's a glorious day here at Anglesey. A lot of talk coming into the weekend about what the weather was going to do, and we had some pretty torrential rain overnight on Friday and into Saturday morning, but it never really looked like raining again after that. It's a glorious day here today. The sun is shining. It's still a bit breezy. There's still people walking around with coats on, but it feels like a proper summer's day at last, which is just what we were hoping for, what we always hope for when we come to a place that looks so spectacular on a nice, warm, sunny day. So the cars then lining up on the grid. And Paul Bateman, Johnny Greensmith, the front row of the grid. Greensmith on pole, but again, as we saw in the last race, last two races actually, it's been the driver who started second who's led into the first corner. See whether or not Paul Bateman can make that happen again in this one. He started second in yesterday's race, finished second. Wants to try and go one better here today. That part of the grid then lined up. Green flag is waved. 15 minutes of Mazda MX-5 Clubman racing upon us. Johnny Greensmith and Paul Bateman sharing row number one of the grid. The red lights go on, the red lights go out now. And a good start made by Bateman. Again, it's the car on the outside of row one that I think is going to get the jump into turn number one, although Johnny Greensmith is trying to fight that as they round the left-hander and head for the hairpin, but no, Bateman's gone through, so Paul Bateman grabs the lead then. Johnny Greensmith second. Third looks like it is still Jack Warry, I reckon, as they head through turn number two, down towards Church Corner. And Johnny Greensmith then immediately on the attack, trying to put some pressure on Paul Bateman as they slide their way around Church Corner. He's got a run here as Greensmith, and I think he's probably going to try and have a go as we head for Rocket Corner. Yes, he is. Pulls to the outside of Greensmith then. And it's side by side for the race lead already. Johnny Greensmith on the outside line, Bateman on the inside, who's the last of the late breakers, pretty much identical as to when they hit the brakes. So in the end, it was the advantage of the inside line, I think, that helps. No, Paul Bateman won't hang on. Johnny Greensmith wriggled his way back up the inside into the second part of Rocket and goes back through into the lead. And that was very well judged indeed. So Johnny Greensmith then back in front. Paul Bateman now gives him a helping hand around the right-hand appeal, sorry. And a few of the others further back slithering and sliding out wide too. Down the hill into turn number 10, and a big group of cars at the front of the field. Running pretty much as one. Jack Warry there in third. Fourth is Martin Tolley, so Tolley looks a lot quicker today, and in fact he's trying to turn fourth place into third place. He's around the outside at the hairpin, and he's going to keep his foot in it around the outside, and I think that move will work. Martin Tolley will have the inside line now for the final corner, and he doesn't need it anyway. He's cleared Jack Warry already, and Martin Tolley up into P3. So down into the final corner they go, and as they head for the final turn, Bo Parry there making a move up the inside line. Across the line though, Greensmith, Bateman, Tolley, Warry the top four. Still Bo Parry side by side with Jamie Turner there for fifth. Jamie Turner I think is going to hang on around the outside line. Does hang on around the outside line. That gives him the inside for the banking, and he should be able to retain fourth place, which he does. Jamie Turner started sixth, so that's 2 places gained from where he started. Then along the short straight into Church Corner. And a run up the hill where the slipstream, no doubt, will give Paul Bateman a chance to get one back over on Johnny Greensmith now, having lost the lead to Johnny here a lap ago. He's going to try and do exactly the same thing round the outside, and this is going to be, he hopes, a repeat of the move that Greensmith made. Oh, Martin Tolley gets it all wrong in third. He almost had that car completely out of control. Gathered it together, but I thought for a moment he was going to go clattering into the pair of them. Thankfully, crisis was averted. To Church Corner, sorry, to Peel Corner they go. And Jamie Turner was fifth. I'm being told he's moved into fifth. I'm sure he was fifth already. Bo Parry, yeah, is still there in sixth position. Maybe they'd swapped around again early this lap, and then it went back in the hands of Jamie Turner before they got to Rocket Corner. The leading four, though, getting away. There is Turner. Yes, he is still in fifth position. Bo Parry behind him in sixth. Jake Pace further back, battling with Del Pace, his dad, and he squeezes up the inside. Pete Smith has gained a place here, or trying to gain a place. Ends up losing one maybe because he gets squeezed out onto the grass. And Russell Halley will take advantage of that to move alongside. Gledoyen a part of that scrap as well, I think, as they head to the final corner. The leaders out of the final corner, though. Greensmith, Bateman, Tolley and Warry, the top four. Bo Parry is now into fifth place, ahead of Jamie Turner. And Alexandros Katoulas, for the second race in a row, hasn't had a great start. That was someone exiting stage right, number 51, that was Katoulas. Just as I was talking about him losing some places, he nearly lost even more than that. With a huge slide through turn number one. It's the fifth place battle. Heads through Church Corner. Quick right-hander up the school straight. And Jamie Turner is in the slipstream of Bo Parry, looking to try and reclaim fifth position maybe. Uphill, onto the brakes for the leading quartet. Nothing changing here. What's going on for fifth place, I wonder? I think they're still the same as well. So everyone just holding station on this lap, third lap of racing. Greensmith, the leader, has the fastest lap, incidentally. Well, that was the first flying lap of the race, and he's only just under 4 tenths clear of Paul Bateman, who has about 7 tenths over Martin Tolley at the end of that lap, who's 3 tenths ahead of Jack Warry, so 1.3 seconds cover the top four. At the start of the lap, anyway. Here they come, up towards the final hairpin. Good to see Martin Tolley up there, battling for podium places again. Further back, Katoulas asking some questions of Jamie Turner, but ultimately Jamie had an answer for him. He was off the hairpin, still in sixth position, but as he defends, Bo Parry maybe now starts to make good his escape a little bit at the front of that group. And yeah, Katoulas actually now at the inside as well. So Katoulas, I think, is going to have a go here at Jamie Turner. Has he made that one stick? Oh, there's a little bit of a rub on the exit, and Turner does end up the curb and on the grass. And through, Turner did. Through goes Katoulas. And as they head for the banking then, Alexandros Katoulas picking up one more position. We saw this yesterday, didn't have a great start, but then had really good race pace. Although now Jamie Turner's back up the inside at the banking. That was a lovely move. And he slips through. So Alexandros Katoulas briefly into sixth, back down to seventh place again though, as they head through Church Corner. The hill they head. Katoulas there with the plain grey car, and the number 51 hastily stuck to the side of the car. Driving that car well, isn't he? Tries to pull up alongside Jamie Turner and then jinks to the inside instead. Lovely move from Katoulas. That was textbook stuff again. He sort of persuaded Jamie Turner that he wasn't going to attack him then. Jamie didn't defend, and in the end that allowed the move to be made pretty easily for Katoulas. So Alexandros Katoulas is now back into sixth spot, and we'll look now to try and bridge that small gap of just under a second maybe to Bo Parry ahead. Ooh, now that's Paul Bateman going wide. That was Paul Bateman, and I think he'd had a go. No, he'd been attacked by Martin Tolley, but Paul Bateman's made a big mistake here, and Martin Tolley's up alongside him. So for second position, Tolley trying to squeeze around the outside into the hairpin. Again, locks the rear axle up, does Tolley, but I think he's made that move stick with some proper Martin Tolley car control there. He will go past Paul Bateman. Bateman now under threat from Jack Warry. And of course, Jack Murray also a Go For It Racing driver, Martin Tolley's team, so those two likely to work together. Jack Murray's not got up the outside of the pair of them. What happened there? So Jack Murray from 4th to 2nd, and Martin Tolley's down to 4th again. I'm not entirely sure what happened then. Martin Tolley, having made a brilliant move around the outside of the hairpin, suddenly finds himself back off the podium again. He just seemed to leave that. It was like he was almost trying to let Jack Murray through, and then sort of inadvertently went off the track completely and waved Paul Bateman by as well. Of course, Jack is 3rd in the championship and is driving for Martin Tolley. So I wonder whether maybe that was... Oh, no, hang on, no, Martin's slowing. Martin is slowing. I think he's got a problem. Out of the window, I can see him slowing through Church Corner. So Martin Tolley, maybe that explains why he made that look quite so easy. Paul Bateman now coming back at Jack Murray anyway. And Jack Murray at the inside line trying to defend that 2nd place. He sort of ushers Bateman out to the edge of the road. And Paul Bateman has to settle in 3rd, but that's a real shame for Martin Tolley. Just saying, it's nice to see him up there fighting for a podium place, and sadly, he's fighting for it no longer, as there he is, limping around through Rocket, the number 23 car, going no further. Now, at this point, I hope it's not the same car that he's running in the Part 1 Championship, because if it is, then they haven't got a huge amount of time to get that car sorted. I think they're the first race after lunch, aren't they? So only an hour and a half or so away, if that, from the 2nd Mark 1 MX5 Championship race. From Bateman and Murray, meanwhile, they're getting very well acquainted through the hairpin. A little bit of blue paint transferred from the front of Bateman's car to the rear of Jack Murray's machine. But nothing too aggressive, just proper hard Mazda MX-5 racing between the pair of them. Here comes Tolley continuing to limp. He's waving other people by. Obviously got a problem, which perhaps was creeping in for a lap or so before that, because it did look like he was struggling to get the car stopped, so maybe a braking issue of some sort for Martin. So all of that means that Greensmith now has a 4.2 second lead over Jack Murray in 2nd, Paul Bateman 3rd, 4th is Bo Parry, and then this the battle for 5th, Alexandros Katoulas and Jamie Turner, who have been battling away pretty much since the start of the race. And Church goes the 2nd place scrap, then Parry sort of on his own still in 4th, Katoulas 5th, Turner 6th, Del Pace doing well in 7th, 8th Nick Ladoyan, 9th Simon Waterfall, and Jake Pace completing the top 10. Johnny Greensmith, of course, the overall race leader, also leading in the Masters class. So Paul Bateman, his nearest rival, nearly now 5 seconds behind him and a couple of places behind him as well. And as they head for Peel Corner, here is that fight for 2nd place. Paul Bateman into the side of Jack Murray, who is tapped sideways, and well, that's one way to do it, Paul, I suppose. It moves into 2nd place, but and has no intention of giving that place back. I think Paul Bateman is going to argue that one with the clerk of the course later, because I have seen penalties given for much less than that. But anyway, it might still resolve itself on track, I suppose. Jack Murray might well feel the need to pay him back now into the hairpin. Is he going to try and get to the inside? No, chooses not to. Bo Parry closing in on them as well. So you'd expect nothing less from Paul Bateman. He is a feisty driver and saw a chance to get to the inside line and has made his move stick. But now Jack Murray coming back at him into the final corner. Bateman late on the brakes though, manages to get back in front. So across the line they come then. And Paul Bateman being cheered on by Ali Bray from the pit wall, moves into 2nd position. And well, that's not the racing line that Del Pace should be taking. He went off in the background. But Paul Bateman up into 2nd spot in pretty robust fashion. And Jack Murray fight back, and this might not be over yet. Jack, of course, is going to get the slipstream up into Rocket again this time. Seen how powerful that can be, particularly in a Mark 1 MX5. And the right-hander, he's, what's that, maybe 2 cars length, if that, back from Paul Bateman going onto the straight. That comes down to about 1 car length, maybe. Well, actually, he's not really gaining, is he? Paul Bateman's car working very well in the straight line. And in the end, Jack Murray not able to get quite with his striking range, although he does strike Paul Bateman, quite literally going into Rocket. That, I think, was a little message being sent to Paul after what happened a lap ago up at this part of the track. Not enough to knock Paul Bateman off the road. That was just a little love tap as they turned into the apex. And Jack letting Paul know that if he does get close enough to make a move, he is very much going to make it. Through turn 10 again. And on to the Tom Price straight they go. Greensmith and Bateman. Top two. Bateman and Worry the battle for second place though. And Greensmith looking really comfortable now, isn't he, for a race victory. But what is going to happen behind for second position out of the last corner? Into the last corner we're about to go. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. And Jack Worry, he's looking again to the inside at the last corner, just trying to distract Bateman, maybe force a little error, which he has actually. Bateman's missed the apex there, and Jack Worry's going to have a bit more speed down the pit straight, but it's such a short pit straight here at Anglesey that you're not really likely to make a move before the first corner, and indeed he doesn't. So, Paul Bateman staying in second for now. Beau Parry, though, is almost on terms with them now, isn't he? Beau Parry only a second behind Jack Worry, and on the previous lap was about 3/10 quicker. But if these two start battling more intensely, then we'll come down ever further, that gap. Out of church they go. There is Beau Parry, former winner in this championship as well. Race winner, that is. Looking to try and buy into this fight ahead. He'll really hope to see them start getting into each other again. Oh, Bateman's run wide. Bateman's run wide. There he is. Look, he's gone wide into Rocket. And Jack Worry, I don't know if he assisted him. I don't think he did there. I think that was just a bit of an error under braking for Bateman. He stays ahead. Oh, that's not for the first time. No, it's Jake Pace, actually, not Del Pace. So both of the Paces have outpaced themselves slightly into corners at one point or another. Jake off at Rocket. Del went off before at the bus stop. But they both managed to carry on after their little off-track excursions. That second place battle heads towards the hairpin then. Paul Bateman not feeling the need to defend this time. I thought he might be about to regret that because Jack Worry peaked to the inside, but no, nothing doing. Bateman stays in front. Beau Parry, I'm not convinced he's going to get there unless they go really side by side through this final lap. Johnny Greensmith then off the final corner, on his way to another victory potentially. He's one more lap away from that with 18 seconds left on the clock. The last lap board is held aloft. Oh, behind me, Beau Parry hasn't given up his chase of the podium places, has he? But a grassy moment at the final corner will have slowed him down. Not that much though, it's still a personal best lap of 49.8, but in the end only a tenth slower than Jack Worry. Sorry, 10th faster than Jack Worry, who was quite a bit slower than Bateman that time. All three of them doing personal best laps. 5.6 seconds though, Johnny Greensmith's lead. He can afford to coast home from here. Doesn't really need to be setting fastest lap pace. I think actually this second place battle might be more or less done with as well now. Paul Bateman has got himself out of striking range from Jack Worry. Worry likewise doesn't really have to worry about Beau Parry, although Parry is closer to Jack than Jack is to Bateman, I would say, at the moment, with half a lap of racing to go. Clock has ticked down to 0. It's the final lap of the race. And still good battles to be had, though. Del Pace and Nick Ledoyen, and Del Pace goes around, and that was not contact. I think he just did that all on his own. A little bit too late on the brakes. That's the second lap in a row that one of the Paces have been off at Rocket. And I think that might be Jake Pace, actually, who's now directly behind him. No, that's Simon Waterfall, I think. So, to Peel go, there is Jake Pace. Johnny Greensmith, though, is much further around the lap. He's already heading into the hairpin. And he is on course for his second race victory of the weekend. It will be only his second race win of the year. Actually had an absolute nightmare at Silverstone, a non-finish and a non-start to begin the season. Then he couldn't make it into the top 5 at Snetterton, but last time at Alton Park had a pair of podiums, a third and a second, and now here at Anglesey, a pair of race victories for Johnny Greensmith, who wins at Anglesey. Paul Bateman comes home in second position, and third place goes the way of Jack Worry, with Beau Parry right on his tail in the end in fourth spot. Fifth place then for Alexandros Koutulas, with Jamie Turner in sixth position. Now that is an interesting battle with Russell Halley and Jake Pace. And I think Russell Halley just got past Jake Pace into the last corner, so that was for a position inside the top 10 for Russell. Good move. Under braking into the final turn. where we've seen a lot more overtaking today than we did yesterday. I think the driver's starting to realise that because that move into Rocket is so easy to defend from, you've got to get quite inventive to force a move somewhere else. So the last corner now becoming a bit more of a overtaking opportunity. Last couple coming through, that was Simon Privet, who we spoke to before the first Mark 1 championship, Mazda MX-5 championship race earlier on, so he's also doing double duty in the MX-5 championship and the Clubman's as well. So, last driver home will be Adam Lawrence. There he goes. And then we can confirm the results, which we'll have for the second time this weekend. Johnny Greensmith at the top of them. Double race victory. Can he make it the hat-trick later on? We'll have to tune in this afternoon to find out. Greensmith, the winner. Paul Bateman second. Jack Murray third. With Bo Parry and Alexandros Patoulas fourth and fifth, respectively. Jamie Turner was sixth ahead of Nick Madoyan. Del Pace eighth. Simon Waterfall ninth. Russell Hamlin 10th ahead of Jake Pace, Pete Smith, Brian Barley and Peter Williams. Then it was Oscar Trapes back in the grid, ahead of Johnny Fieldsend, Matt Crozier, Simon Privet, David Scowler, Adam Lawrence, and Martin Tolley, of course, the one non-finisher after he pulled over about halfway through the race. Shame that, because he was looking strong in a podium position. So, MX5 Clubman action will resume a little bit later on this afternoon. They will have their third and final race at about 10 to 4 this afternoon. As I said, one more race before lunch, that for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, as Michael Blackburn looks to try and continue his winning streak and extend his championship margin. But then this afternoon, all 5 of the championships that you've seen racing this morning will be back in action again with 3 MX5 races, one apiece for the 3 MX5 championships. The Compact Cup and the ST150 Challenge, and then at the end of the day, 4:30, a 40-minute race, the summer celebration race, to complete this summer solstice weekend, which is easy for me to say. Right, let's head down to someone who can hopefully talk properly and hear from Richard John Neal with our podium finishers.
Super job by John Greensmith once again, making it 2 out of 2. Perfect start to a weekend. One more to go. Thumbs up to Paul Bateman as well. John, overall win, Masters win. Putting a frustrating, I guess, start to the season well behind you this weekend.
Yeah, that's just down to me not prepping the car properly and stuff like that. So yeah, so it's all come together now, and it's been a top weekend so far. Yeah. So car felt brilliant. Couple of little touches this morning on it. Everything's sweet. Yeah, loving it.
Decent start, and then you built a big gap, so you were on your own. The 2 guys behind got a little bit physical. We'll come to that a little bit later on, but much in the tank for the third race?
Yeah, I can't see why not. If they start mixing it up again, I can get cleared again, so it makes my life easier. But I did think I was going to have a battle on there when Paul got a good start on me, and then there were a couple of nudges here and there, but nothing major, and it got past him, and it's sweet, yeah, there from.
All relaxed stuff. And does this set the tone for the rest of the season?
All being well, yeah, all being well. So fingers crossed, everything stands up, and everything else, it should be all right, should be good.
How much time away from the track goes into the prep? You were saying lack of preparation at the start of the year.
Yeah, through the winter time I didn't really do much because I was too busy at work and stuff like that, all the commitments and stuff. So yeah, it was my fault really. If I'd have got everything sorted out before at the beginning of the season, I'd have been on top step hopefully before, and so, but that's just down to me. But yeah, everything's sweet now, so yeah.
Got to pay the bills and do the work first.
Exactly that, yeah, totally.
John, congratulations, well done. Another super win, John Greensmith. Second place goes to Paul Bateman. I was going to risk maybe getting second and third coming. You know what I'm going to ask you, don't you?
Yeah, what happened? I made an error up here at the downhill, missed the apex, and the track's very, I don't know if it's my tyres or the track, but I haven't got his grip.
Okay.
I'm there, but they're very loose. It's very loose, but hard work.
And did Jack come and say hello yet? Because you had a little bit, and he had a nibble on the back as well, didn't he?
Yeah, well, there was lots of nibbling going on and blocking and brake testing me, and then the door was open, and I went for a gap. And,
you're all races, aren't you?
Well, the gap. I was almost alongside, and I hope he doesn't take too much umbrage from it. But it is Mazda racing.
I'm sure you guys are sorted out and you'll be shaking hands in the bar afterwards.
Oh, of course we will. Of course we will. we're all nice people.
It's certainly, mate. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much, Paul Bateman. I wanted to grab a quick word with Jack. Have we got time? We've got cars going out on the grid. And let's see if we can. Just a quick one. I promise it'll be quick. Jack? Is Jack? Jack. There he is, sorry. Just a quick one.
Yeah.
Incident with Paul?
Yeah, a little bit of close racing, shall we say. It happens. It's Mazda's.
That's what he said.
Yeah, it's all part of it. It's all part of the fun. You know, it happened. He got past it. I think he would have got past inevitably anyway. But it was a good battle between the two of us. I stayed with him. You know, I'll stay with it for the next one. As long as I stay with them on the next race, it'll be fine. I'll be
nice one. Well done. Congratulations. Good podium. Jack Worry again taking the podium. Apologies for taking a little bit longer. I thought it would be nice to get both sides of the coin. And as you can see, things get a little bit heated, but they're fine. They'll shake hands in the bar afterwards, as we said a little bit later on. Next up, the first race of the weekend for the Vinyl Detail Fiesta 150 STs. Looking forward to this one. So too is Andy McEwen.
Of course I am, Richard. Yes, the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, always an exciting series. This one, we sometimes see it racing on the TCR UK package alongside the ST240 brigade. And in fact, up until a year or so ago, they were sharing grids, these two championships. But as you can see, the ST150s are doing just fine without the ST240s. And actually, the further north we come, rather than what happens with a lot of other championships, the further north we come, the bigger the grid becomes, because a lot of these drivers are northern based, and so Anglesey, Alton Park, Croft, Cadwell Park, always well subscribed events, and Anglesey in particular a mainstay on this Fiesta calendar, and so not a huge surprise to see so many of them piling into Anglesey this weekend. In fact, we've got 26 of them on the grid, so let's go through that grid now. It is the championship leader, Michael Blackburn, who has a very healthy championship lead as well, it must be said, who leads the way on the grid as well, with Max Buxton alongside him. Daniel Robinson starts third, and Paul Dobson, who is second in the championship, starts fourth on the grid. Row 3 for Sam Watkins and Dan White. Fourth row then for Dylan Davis and Jamie Luthwaite, with Matt Pimlett and Mark Blunt completing the top 10. Liam Browning had a clutch change yesterday morning. Will start 11th for race number 1 alongside Alec Townley, with Jade Goodwin and Aidan Vickers on row number 7. Row 8, Greg Spate and Chris Chisholm, and Anthony Sullivan and Tudor Nachita sharing row number 9. 10th row for Ben Wyke and Matt McCarthy, then it's Neil Marsh and Matthew Morton on row 11. Row 12, Stephanie Saw and Joshua Wyke, with Chris Rowlands and Ron Lustad at the back of the grid. So green flag lap underway then. The Fiesta's looking beautiful in the Anglesey sunshine as they wind their way around the track. The Marshals waiting for them on the grid, and again, big shout out to the Marshals, as always. Their hard work this weekend. They'll be slowly baking out there, I'd imagine, today, but they'd rather it was like this, I think, than miserable, wet, cold and windy as it has been at other times this weekend. Sunshine glinting off the cars as they drive past the sea and up towards Rocket Inn. I suspect, as in all of the races this weekend, we'll see a fair bit of action. Great circuit, Anglesey, great one for spectators as well. No matter where you go on the track, you can see quite a lot of it, and if you want to get close to the track, there are places where you can do so. If you want a higher vantage point, there are places where you can get one of those as well. It's a great place to come and have a wander, especially on a day like this, and take in the sights and sounds of British motor racing at its absolute finest here in North Wales. So the championship then, Michael Blackburn has done a lot, but not all of the winning. In fact, he's won the first 2 races at both of the first 2 rounds of the championship, Brands Hatch and Croft, but then race 3, which is the reversed grid, he's not always come out on top of those. In fact, he's had difficult results in the third races at both occasions. So the race 3 victories so far have gone at Brands Hatch to Sam Watkins and at Croft to Sam Watkins. So Sam Watkins and Michael Blackburn sharing the victories. Someone's out enjoying some water sport. Not really water sports, is it? That's just a nice leisurely day out sailing on the Irish Sea. And what a brilliant, brilliant day for it. Nice wind as well, to a nice level of breeze, I'd imagine, for sailing. He says never having sailed in his life, but I would imagine it's not too strong, but just strong enough to keep you bobbing along, and maybe they're heading over to the Anglesey Circuit to enjoy a good day of racing. Let's talk about something I do know something about, which is Fiesta racing, because the cars are lining up on the grid. 15 minutes on the clock then to come, with our championship leader Michael Blackburn on pole position, and set, hopefully, he hopes anyway, for a 5th victory of the season. And God, can he do it? If he can do it again, then this 52-point lead that he's got in the championship is only going to start increasing. I don't think they've taken the dropped scores into account yet, though. No, they haven't. So he's probably dropping a similar amount of points to Paul Dobson, actually, in total. So maybe that won't make a huge amount of difference, but they've only had 6 races. After this weekend, I'm sure they'll probably start to calculate those drops, and we'll get a proper look at what the championship picture is. Right then, green flag waved at the back of the grid. 15-minute race for the final detail. Fiesta ST150 Championship gets underway now, and it's a good start made by Michael Blackburn from pole position. He's going to retain the lead, I think, heading towards target corner, but there are a lot of them to fit through target corner. They're all going to get through in one piece. They're 3 abreast in the midfield, but yes, good driving, clean driving from everyone, and they all head towards the banking for the first time, with Blackburn leading the way. Then Buxton had a little look at the inside of him into turn 2, but not able to make that move stick. 3rd place for Paul Dobson, 4th place Sam Watkins, I think, although back round the outside of him is going Dan Robinson, and sideways for Paul Dobson, saves it. Fantastic stuff. Cold left rear tyre, I suspect, the culprit there, and Paul Dobson did really well to gather that together. He was challenging for 2nd position, but that's not going to be the case now. He's being swarmed from both sides. Dan Robinson, the black car, and Sam Watkins, I think, the red car, both trying to take advantage of that, and in the end Dobson hangs on to 3rd place. A little bit of touchy-feely stuff in the mid-pack. They're all through Rocket just about in one piece and heading up towards Peel Corner. Great to see this championship in such strong health at the moment, with 26 cars on the grid, just about the biggest grid I think this championship's ever had. And as you can see, it's a good place to come racing. Always close, there's always a good fight to be had. There's a adventurous line taken by Mac McCarthy up through Peel Corner. That may well cost him a place by the time they arrive down at turn number 10, where again there's a bit of grass tracking going on, dust being kicked up. But as they arrive at the hairpin, it once again is Paul Dobson in the middle of a battle. Dan Robinson looking to his outside. Sam Watkins actually is going to take advantage of that, though, to move up into 4th position. So Sam Watkins, the double winner so far this season. Oh, there's a half spin further back, and there has been a collision. Oh, and more collisions, I'm afraid. And that is the number 42 car of Jade Goodwin, and 66 of... who's 66? Oh, Stephanie Saw, isn't it? Stephanie Saw, I'm afraid, has been involved in that as well. There's another car pulling off down in the next corner, Aidan Vickers, I think, who was also involved in that, and this is going to be a safety car, almost certainly. If not a race stoppage, because those cars are both in pretty dangerous positions. Now more contact, and Paul Dobson goes around, or almost goes around, for the 2nd lap in a row. He has a brilliant save, this time at the banking, and loses some more positions, gets squeezed onto the grass there by the number 21 machine now, Dylan Davis. But all kicking off, and yes, the red flags are out, the race being stopped. And that is not really a huge surprise, with those 2 cars both in dangerous positions up at the hairpin, and the marshals will have to head out there and make sure that they're okay. So the race then is being stopped. I'm not sure where the cars are going to be sent to, possibly pit lane, I suspect. And we'll wait for confirmation of that, but that's our first red flag of the weekend. That's a shame. I think some drivers haven't had the message yet, though, as Paul Dobson's charging around the outside of people up at Peel Corner. There's a lot of overtaking going on, given the fact... Oh, Dan Robinson. Dan Robinson's out as well now. That's significant. Dan Robinson 3rd in the championship. He wasn't involved in that, though, so where's Dan pulled over? He is... I can't see him out of my commentary box window. I'm not sure where that was, but Dan Robinson had pulled off or gone off. There's a slow car at Church. Is that Dan having now rejoined? No, it's not. So that's Robinson. Where is he? I think it's the banking. Yeah, it's the banking, isn't it? That's turn 2. So Dan Robinson has stopped at turn 2, but did he go off or has he pulled off? That's the slow car I could see at Church. That's number 8, Neil Marsh. Broken steering, broken left front suspension. So he's going to be going no further in this race, dragging the car home. But there is the scene at the hairpin. Good to see Stephanie Saw and Jade Goodwin both out of the cars. That was a big hit, wasn't it? I think Goodwin went around first, maybe. No, I think Stephanie Saw probably went around first, and then Jade Goodwin went into her. There's another car actually further round the corner that stopped. I don't know who that is, the red car. I don't know if we can zoom in on that number. And try and figure out who the third driver involved is. They're all out of their cars. They're all okay. There we go. Thank you. Always nice to know someone's listening to me. It is 161. 161, which is 161. Josh Wyke. Josh Wyke, who has stopped, unfortunately. And another one off at the last corner. So there's six cars, I think, with damage from possibly separate incidents. That was actually Aidan Vickers. That was Aidan Vickers who I saw pulling off at the final turn. But yeah, that was a dramatic opening lap of racing, and not for the right reasons, unfortunately. So we're going to get cars actually lining up on the grid now, but I suspect this is going to take a good 10 minutes or so to clear, if not more, with so many cars stuck where they shouldn't be. You can see Richard John Neal loitering with intent in the pit lane, and perhaps about to head out onto the grid if he can to chat to a few drivers. That would be good. Get their thoughts on what's been going on so far, which was a lot of action. I'd like to hear from Paul Dobson, because he was right in... Oh, we can't hear from Paul Dobson because he's heading into the pit lane. So Paul Dobson, after a couple of moments, heading in with some damage. Door already open. He gesticulates out to one of his team members. That's Jade and Stephanie having a heated discussion, is it, maybe? About who was to blame. I don't really think either were to blame, because I think it was, I'm pretty sure Stephanie got turned sideways and then Jade sort of piled in there. Hopefully they can come to an amicable resolution to that. I think Paul Dobson's issue is that they're needing to retape the rear bumper to the car. But with this happening under red flag conditions, I don't know whether he'll be able to retake his grid position or not, but he had to get it fixed, because if he took the restart without reattaching that bumper, then he would have been he would have been called into the pit lane to get it fixed anyway with the black and orange flag. So better to get it sorted now, even if it does mean starting from the back of the grid. So we've got Michael Blackburn and Max Buxton row 1. There is no row 2 because Dan Robinson has stopped out on track, and Paul Dobson, as we've seen, is in the pit lane. Watkins and Wyke are both there, row 3. Dylan Davis and Jamie Luthwaite there on row 4. Well, perhaps a man who's better placed to tell us who is or isn't on the grid is Richard John Neal. Let's head down to him now.
So on the grid, the cars were in sort of red flag conditions at the moment, but the marshals have very kindly said that we could come down and talk to a few drivers. So let's have a wander down. Mike Blackburn on pole had a great start. We'll come back to Mike a little bit later on. I'm thinking potentially the guy that's done the most winning this year, will maybe get a podium interview with him a little bit later on. When we get into lunch break, you'll also catch up with young Max Buxton. We'd interviewed him earlier on, and he made a super start from P2. I think he might be ruining the fact that there was the red flag, but I'm going to come and have a word with Sam Watkins, who's giving us a wave. You okay, Sam? Sam's always up for a chat. Commentated on Sam for a good long while in various Fiesta championships. Apart from Michael Blackburn, Sam, the only other driver to have won in the championship so far this year.
Yeah, only ever in the third race, so hopefully, there isn't one this time, so if you'd like to win in one of the others.
The top step of the podium beckons, doesn't it, from here after that sort out? I think the clearing up's happening. I think all the drivers are out, which is the main thing.
Yeah, hopefully everyone's all right. Everyone looked like they were out over there. But it's kind of a big gap now, so we'll see how it goes.
It is a big gap, isn't it? But wonderfully supported series. We've done a lot of interviews today, which are going out in the lunch break, and you never know, do you, what's going to pull drivers in, and this just seems to be attracting people at the moment.
Yeah, it's great. The cars are really good fun, so little niggles to sort out, but they're really fun cars to drive.
You've got a long history with Brscc and Fiesta. Is it your brother you raced with, or he raced as well?
Yeah, he is here somewhere. Neglected to get in the car, but he is here.
What is it that put him off, and what keeps you on track?
No idea. No idea. I don't know why he doesn't do it. He needs to.
But for yourself, were you the quicker of the two brothers?
Oh, I'm going to say yes. Irregardless, I'm going to say yes.
Long weekend, obviously had the testing yesterday, or practice session, so no actual competition. Does that sort of change your mindset for the weekend? Do you treat that just like an extra test day?
Yeah, it's nice with TSL because you get to see where you actually are, like to everyone else. But yeah, it's nice to have a test.
And final thoughts before we get going. Who will you follow out of Max and Michael?
Well, I'd rather be in front, but we'll see how it goes.
Realistically, you've got to follow him into turn 1.
Yeah, it's got to be behind Mike and it. It's got to be. We'll see how it goes.
Nice one, Sam. Thanks for having a quick chat. Good luck for the race. We'll leave the door ajar so we can get a little bit of air in the car. We've got Dan Wyke in the 20s. Look at the liveries on these cars. Absolutely stunning. Dan Wyke's SBR Motorsport vinyl detail, the title sponsors. It would be wrong to ignore this car. And we'll go and grab Dan, who's going to, I think, pop the visor up. And yeah, okay for a word, Dan? Very near the front now.
Yeah, I was, and then I had a shocking start in the last lap, so hopefully do a bit better this time.
A practice start, something that you do?
It's hard. We don't really get the opportunity to do many, to be honest. So yeah, it's just improve whenever you can.
At least you get a second bite of the cherry on this one now, and within sight of the podium.
Yeah, I think these guys are a bit quick, but we'll see what we can do.
I've mentioned before we've got a little segment going on with interviewing a number of drivers for the lunch break, assuming we get a lunch break with the delays now, and everyone full of praise for Vinyl Details work. People use you as a company as well as you valuably sponsoring the championship. They like your work.
Yeah, no, we do really well. I think since we started a couple of years ago, the grid's just looking better and better every year now. Everyone's going for wraps and great livery, so enjoy it. It's good.
That's great. Good luck with the race. Thanks for having a chat with us.
Cheers. Thank you.
Dan Wyke there, lined up P4 on the restarted grid. We're going to nip over to back on the inside. We've got Dylan Davis in the 21. Recovery going on over there, so we probably have two. Sam Watkins fanning his door in and out to try and get some air. So let's grab a quick word with Dylan. I didn't ask him whether he's okay. I'm just being very rude. Dylan, I apologise for being rude and sticking the microphone in your face. Obviously moving up from karts into car racing. How's the transition been for you?
It's been okay, to be fair. It's quite similar, the race, and it's just learning the gears and everything. It's a bit more complicated, but I'm getting there.
A lot of drivers will move away from karting earlier to go into junior formulae, and I was having a conversation with a couple of guys in the pits who've got young sons coming up. They've gone straight into, or looking at going into, senior racing at 16, which you can do. There's that overlap, isn't there, of 16 you can come and race a senior formula, but you can also do juniors as well. What's your recommendation and approach to getting into seniors rather than doing junior cars?
Well, the racing's a lot more, everyone's a lot more experienced because they've been doing it a lot longer, so there's less bashing about and everything. Obviously, what's just happened's just happened, but yeah, it's a lot more cleaner and fair, I'd say.
And I guess possibly more cost effective as you're running in the ST150. The Brscc have found a home for all these cars, which is great. And it's a very fiercely competitive championship, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very competitive. I mean, I was quite lucky at Brands Hatch to get third, but it's the top 6 is very close, I'd say.
Luck doesn't come into it, mate. You were there, you got the car home.
Yeah, that's true.
Tell us about karting. I mean, how long were you in karting for a start?
I started when I was about 8 years old, and I just did like a arrive and drive karting, like Club 100 and Daytona. Yeah. But I did the D-Max 2-strokes and won a few championships in that, and then yeah, just started doing this.
And how much of is it a big step to take? I mean, do you sort of turn it over in your mind? Do you think about, where am I going to go? What am I going to do?
Well, I just think racing's racing, so whatever you drive in, it's all the same really. You manage to get your head around it, so it's not too bad, to be honest.
Final question, because I know you want to probably focus on getting on the race rather than having a microphone in your face. Tell us about the team support you've got here and what they do for you over a race weekend.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, at Brands Hatch, my engine went, and within an hour and a bit they managed to get that swapped and sorted. So they're amazing. They're really good, they are.
Fantastic stuff. Dylan, good luck for the race. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us. Dylan Davis in 21, newcomer to the championship this year. Again, we'll leave the door ajar so that it gets a little bit of air. I'm going to have a quick word, I think, with... should we have a Matt Pimlott moment? That'd be quite good. You okay, Matt? You all right there? You like to grab a quick word? So, I've got to say, I'm not being rude, a little bit further back than we're used to seeing you.
Yeah, it's not been very good recently, to be fair. We've not been having the best luck, shall we say. We've already done an engine swap this weekend. Yeah.
From yesterday.
And I've got a heavy vibration now, so you never know, do you? It's racing.
So was the vibration there yesterday, or was it just the engine problem? How much time did you do yesterday?
The vibrations now.
Right.
Time-wise, I was well off yesterday because we also had an ABS fault afterwards.
Yeah.
And then today I just managed to get our time. I think it was 9th. And then I'm just going to try and fight my way to the front again now, hopefully.
You have to take weekends like that on the chin, don't you? But the big picture is that it's a long championship, lots of different circuits. Is this one that you enjoy, Anglesey?
I do actually really enjoy it, but obviously those guys in front of me enjoy it more, don't they? So what can I say about that? No, they're quick drivers, and it's getting quicker and quicker at the front of the grid. Yeah. So it's great, though.
It's amazing looking at the different interiors. I don't know if you can see, if you've got the sort of the, I don't know, is it fuzzy felt or interior?
Bit of a flock dash effect. Don't think it does much. It definitely doesn't make you go quicker, but keeps a bit of the light out, I think.
But it shows the viewers how close the interior of the car is to road going. Obviously, you've got the safety devices, the roll cage, which keeps you safe. You know, in the unfortunate event of an incident, the cage keeps your area safe, doesn't it, and intact?
It certainly does. And in reality, like you say, a lot of the stuff in the car is standard. Yeah. Safety devices more than anything else, and that's pretty much it.
So going back to your issue, what do you think it might be? What do you think the issue might be?
It's vibration now. I think it might be a hub, to be honest with you, but we'll soon find out when we get going again now.
Yeah, we don't want any more red flags or safety cars. I hope it all stays together.
100%, to be honest with you. I missed the first safety flag at the top, the red, but pulled back again, obviously, and someone flashed me because I was on the left-hand side. You can't actually see the right when you're in a group of cars. But yeah, hopefully no more red flags and we just get racing.
Fingers crossed, Matt. Stay safe for the race. Have a good one. Hope you don't get the problem manifesting itself with the vibration. Matt Pimlott there. Let's have a quick word with Mark Blunt. He's 5th in the championship standings as we come to Anglesey, so pretty competitive stuff. Mark, we had a couple of podium chats already so far this year. Love your little key fob there as well. You've got quite a dinky. Tell us about the key fob. That's different. Joe will get it on the camera.
That's one of the lads who used to race in the STXR Championship. He printed all the keys with the individual drivers' numbers on them. I've got another one at home somewhere.
Good stuff. Season going well. I mean, it's always a pleasure to catch up with you in terms of championship and podiums. Disappointing to get a stop, but nice for us to catch up with. What have you been up to since last time we saw you out of the car?
I don't think I've actually done anything. We do a bit of rallying as well, but between Croft and now, I've not done any other events.
So just maybe getting the car ready and stuff like that. We were having a look at Matt's car and Dylan Davis' car. Dylan's car pretty well stripped out. You've got the sort of fuzzy felt, as I call it, on the inside there as well. The other thing we can see here is the ballast, which we've got over to your left, bolted on the floor. Are there other places that you can put the ballast?
As far as I'm aware, it's got to be in the passenger well, where the passenger seat would be.
So for a lighter driver like yourself, it kind of means you sort of got a passenger in, so it can upset the centre of balance for the car?
It balances it quite well, to be honest.
Oh, cool.
So,
expectations for the race today?
I'd like another podium, but I just can't get to grips with this circuit at the moment.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to learn, isn't it? But 5th in the championship, happy with that so far?
Yeah, definitely. Especially before we went to Croft, I think I was down in 12th or 13th. Yeah. I can't remember, but yeah, the podiums at Croft really did help.
Oh, that's good. It was good to see you there. Enjoy continuing to learn Anglesey. I'm sure you will. It's a great track, great venue, and when the sun's shining, it's fantastic. Good luck for the race. Mark Blunt, thanks ever so much. Again, we'll just push the door to Alec Townley we spoke to this morning. So assuming we get the lunchtime segment, we'll catch up with Alec a little bit later on. But Liam Browning's here as well. Andy was saying on the commentary earlier on that Liam had some issues. Unfortunately for Liam, it does seem to be a sort of common thread, doesn't it? So, some issues for you. You will get a meeting, I promise, where you don't get any problems. But what's happened so far this weekend?
We thought it was gearbox the whole year. Turns out it's actually the clutch. Right. So it's been really hard to get it in gear. Now it's silky smooth. So that was mint, that first start. I got to 4th. Wow. And I thought, yeah, OK, I'll sit here. That's nice. And then obviously red flag came out. Did see if Steph's all right and she's OK, so that's good. But that was quite a heavy impact for her by the looks of it down there. But it's been, I'm happy enough with the results when we've actually finished. Obviously, Croft was 2 DNS. One of them was a flange failure, and then obviously the other one was again the shifter popped off. So, but But when we finish, we're doing all right, Richard, to be honest. I'm pretty happy with the pace we're at. So.
That's really good. I've been talking to a couple of dads. It's Father's Day, you know, so we're talking to some dads about their juniors coming into racing. And you came through City Car Cup. You could come into Fiesta STs, can't you, as a newcomer? But City Car Cup, equally a great place to start.
Yeah, I'd say so. So these drive quite similar. Obviously front wheel drive, but they've got so little power that it's just literally nail it everywhere. These, you've actually got to learn to be kind of patient. We haven't got a diff at the front. So you just got to be so patient. As soon as you heat them tyres too much, like my qualifying today, my fastest lap, my second lap out. Apart from that, it was just understeer everywhere as soon as I got overheated. So I adjusted the pressures. Now it feels all right, to be honest. So I think we should be all right for the race now.
So having sorted the clutch out, can you settle in? Is this a favourite circuit for you?
We haven't had the best of luck before in City Car, if I'm honest. I've done 2 engines here in one meeting, so but that was me over-revving it, to be honest, being a bit hasty. But we'll be all right. Let's just get out there again. I'm ready to go. I'm pretty pumped off that first start, to be honest. So I want to get going as soon as we can, but I know they've got a lot of work to do. So thanks to the marshals sorting that out.
Yeah, top man. Thanks, Liam. Good, really good thought. And good luck. Now you've got your clutch problem sorted out. Heading the right place. Podiums and wins beckon.
I hope so. I hope we can get it here again if we get up to 4th. I think we'll be all right.
Nice one. Good luck for the restart. Liam Brownie, thanks ever so much for having a chat. We're really getting to know the grid, which is great. So Alec Townley there. I'm guessing we've got signal to go a little bit further. We're not that far down, are we, really, at the moment? Looking over in the distance, rescue truck going out, I think, to collect the final car, or possibly get into place, actually coming back to the paddock, very possibly, as we come down. So now is that going to... Oh, we've got a car over there. Beg your pardon, we've got a car over there, which is good to know. Good to know that Steph Saw is okay. That's the last car that we are recovering. Let's have a word with Chris Chisnell. We can go a little bit further. Are we okay? You can. The guys can shout at me if the signal starts to break up. Chris having a little Marshall moment at the moment. So, Chris, you up for a quick chat? Oh, I love these. These drivers are just really so friendly. Really appreciate it. Chris. It upsets the rhythm, doesn't it, of a driver? Obviously, our main concern is the drivers involved in any incident, but mentally, it sort of puts a stop-start scenario into your head, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. I think it's just a big grid, really, and we all bunched quite a lot on the first lap, and it was just trying to find a bit of room, not trying to bump into anyone, but trying to keep up with everyone. So it creates those scenarios where unfortunately, sometimes it does happen. I tapped Alec going into the hairpin on the penultimate lap before the red flag, and it was, just one of those things. Really unintentional, but you're racing so close. It's just tricky. But yeah, like you say, having a big weight now is not ideal, but I understand there's a lot of recovery going on, so it just takes time.
Plenty of teams that are here to help drivers that maybe want to come into the Vinyl Detail Championship. You've got the 10 Sport Performance sticker over there. Tell us about the team support that they give you, and maybe how you interact with your teammates on a race weekend.
Yeah, it's been really good, actually. I've been used to race a long time ago, but I've got back into it recently. Chris Grimes, who runs 10 Sport, really, really nice chap, runs a good team there. I hired his car, the one that's behind me now, for a couple of rounds a couple of years ago, and then I actually bought this car off a friend of his. So just really friendly, really helpful, gives you support when you need it, and I sort of run under their banner whenever I come racing now.
That's good. Good to hear, and it's a nice, good, clean, tidy presence, and one actually with I think the first team that I saw when I came into the paddock actually. So very well positioned.
Indeed, yeah. He always knows where to park the truck, does Chris? Yeah.
Summary of the championship for you so far this year?
Oh, this is my first outing this year. Yeah, I'm just doing a couple of rounds. Quite busy doing other things as well, but I'm just trying to get back into it. Maybe do a bit more this year and have a full run at it next year.
Do you find that's more enjoyable when there's no sort of pressure in terms of chasing points or anything like that?
Yeah, it is. It's surprising. You still end up getting nervous even before the start of a race where you're not really, worried about the points. But I know a lot of these guys on the grid now. We're quite good friends, and I really know Alec quite well. I really want to beat him. I can see him now, and that's still the intention on the restart.
Well, Chris, thanks for chatting to us, and good luck for the restart when it happens in a few minutes.
Thank you very much. Cheers,
thanks,
now.
Mate. Chris Chisnell there, and gives you a very good look here as we get towards the sort of back end of the grid of just how tight the final corner is here. We had issues yesterday in Fun Cup when the drivers were coming obviously down the corkscrew. They were using the coastal circuit, which is the shorter, not the shortest, but the shorter of the two circuits we're using this weekend. and coming round into pit lane, and some of them were having to pull up quite quickly. Oh, we're getting engine started, so it's probably time to get away from the grid. We're going to head over this way, over to our right, because that will take us into pit lane safety. Thanks for the marshals for letting us on, and thanks to the drivers for their very generous time as they got ready for the race. They've got other things on their mind, but that's it from here. We're ready to go. Let's go back to Andy. He'll run you through the runners and riders that are remaining and take you through the race, and we'll see you in Parc Fermé afterwards.
Thank you, Richard. Splendid job as always there. We really would be lost without Richard John Neal. It's been said before, it will be said many times again. He has filled that time beautifully down on the grid. We've heard from most of the grid, and we are now going to be seeing, I'm sure, a pretty lively restart here. Over 10 minutes, a shortened race, and well, there was a pretty high level of intensity when it was a 15-minute race on the first lap or two, and now we're going to have an even shorter race and even more action, I am sure. So who have we got on the grid? We've got Michael Blackburn and Max Buxton on the front row of the grid. Then no row 2, because Dan Robinson's car is being recovered into the pit lane on the back of a flatbed truck as we speak, and Paul Dobson in the pit lane. Looks like he's lining up for a pit lane start. He's going to be at the end of pit lane with that rear bumper now taped back up no longer loose, so he will be able to take the restart from the pit lane. A bit of an issue here is though with Max Buxton's car. I think he might have stalled or can't fire the car back up anyway, so they're going to give him a push. Oh, they're pushing him backwards actually off the track, so Max Buxton being pushed off the track here. They're gesticulating towards the little short circuit loop that they're going to use that for well, the purposes in the first instance of getting the car out of the way, but maybe to give him a bit of a run-up, perhaps, when they try and give him a push start. I'm not sure. Anyway, Max Buxton being pushed off the road. Hopefully, he's going to be able to get fired up. Well, he's just rolled the car onto the grass, which I don't think is what the marshals wanted him to do. There were a few exasperated hand signals from the marshals there as they tried to relay to him what he wanted to do. Anyway, right, whilst they're sorting that confusion out, let's head down to the pit lane and hear from Richard John Neal, who I believe is catching up with Paul Dobson.
Thanks very much, Andy. Yeah, Paul Dobson, second in the championship. Look at the damage on the car first of all. We've got the good old tank tape, which we were talking about yesterday, and the key thing is getting him out. OK, we've got a whistle blowing, so Paul, going to have a very quick word. Can you tell us what happened? You're OK?
Yeah, everything's fine. I just covered the inside into the hairpin, and Dan outbraked himself and knocked into the back of me. It was nothing deliberate. It was just one of them things.
Frustrating for you to restart from the pit lane, but the race is there to go for now.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought the best thing was to come in the pits and tape it up. I didn't want to risk getting a warning flag to have to come in for a mechanical fault, so start from the back and see what happens.
Sound thinking. Very good luck with the restart.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Paul Dobson, second in the championship. Let's just push the door to. The whistles are blowing. Had quite a good run there, haven't we, with a nice chat with drivers on the grid. Paul Dobson about to go towards the end of the pit lane for the restart. Back to Andy McKeown once again.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, green flag waving then. Cars being released onto the green flag lap, and drama for Max Buxton, unfortunately, who looks as though he won't be taking the restart. So that means the second, third and fourth place grid slots are going to be empty. Paul Dobson will either be starting from pit lane or he'll be released at the back of the grid. I'm keeping an eye out of the window. He's still got a red light on in the pit lane at the moment, so not being released onto the track yet. And so I think he's going to have to take a pit lane start. So it's going to be a very empty look to the front of the grid, but I'm not sure what the issue is with Max Buxton's car. He's not going to be able to take the start of this 10-minute shortened restarted race. And that is a big shame, because we wanted to see a little bit of competition at the front of the field. But Michael Blackburn's going to have this a little bit easier now, I suspect. There is Buxton's car being towed away. So they pushed it down into the little short cut through. But it still wasn't under its own power. So he's now having to be towed back into the pit lane. If the team can get it fired up, I wonder whether maybe they'll again allow him to start in the pit lane, but they'll have to work on the car pretty quickly. I can see the team are ready and waiting to receive the car, and hopefully we will see a number 14 car out on track before too much longer. The team immediately move in. They unhook the tow rope from the car themselves, and go to work. Hopefully trying to give him a push start, I presume. The marshals obviously weren't willing or able to give him a push start, and now a couple of other team members appear. They're going to push him down the pit lane, and Max Buxton hopefully will get that car started. If he can't, then he's going to be another non-starter, unfortunately, for this 10-minute restarted race. There you can see him being pushed along down the pit lane. And Marshall's ready and waiting to receive the front row, but there's only going to be one car now on that front row, because we are missing a handful of the front-running cars. And, well, this has already been a very, very dramatic final detail Fiesta ST150 race. And we're going to have 10 minutes of entertainment once again as and when we get the race restarted. And as the field heads out of the final corner then, we have Blackburn on pole. And we have no one second, no one third, no one fourth. We have Sam Watkins and Dan Wyke on row 3, which now becomes row 2, but of course it's still in the third row. So there's some way back for Michael Blackburn, who's probably never had an easier run into the first corner, you would say. I say that hesitantly because I'm getting visions of him stalling or something now, but really there is no reason why Michael Blackburn shouldn't lead into the first turn, really by quite a healthy margin. But let's see what the championship leader can do as we get this race back underway. Over 10 minutes then, red lights go on, out now, and away they go. And yep, unsurprisingly, Michael Blackburn is going to lead them into the first corner. It is going to be who in second? Sam Watkins, I believe, into second place, and Dylan Davis up the inside into third. So Dylan Davis with a really good start up into third position then. Left-hander at target they go, up towards the banking, and top 3 single file, top 4 single file actually, I think. Dan Wyke was up there in 5th, I think. Yes, he was. And then Liam Browning, by the looks of it, charging around the outside as they head down towards Church Corner. He's not going to make that one stick, though. Again, a couple of cars getting sideways on slightly cold rear tyres. Matt Pimblett it was who he was battling with. Go to the back straight then, up towards Rocket for the first time of asking. Here comes Sam Watkins. Well, now that didn't take him long to catch Michael Blackburn, did it? So Michael Blackburn may have had that advantage on the line with the 3 cars behind him absent from the grid, but all of a sudden that gap is right back down again as they get to Rocket. So we've got a battle on our hands again for the lead here. And Rocket out they go towards Peel. Liam Browning then up the inside of Matt Pimblett does now make that move stick. So that was a little move made at the top part of the track. Chisnell there battling away with Sullivan. Anthony Sullivan that was, who started 17th-ish on the grid. Down the hill they come then towards the hairpin at the end of the opening lap. Michael Blackburn, Sam Watkins top 2. Third position then for Dylan Davis, who made up the inside for Pimblett. That's actually a defensive move against Mark Blunt, who he keeps behind him. Then Alec Townley in the Rapid Fit inspired livery on his number 3 car. Well, there was a damaged rim, isn't there, further back. And the final corner they come then. Leaders out across the line. Michael Blackburn leads the way. Sam Watkins second position. And the gap, 0.8 of a second then at the end of the first lap of the restart. Ooh, sideways for Watkins over the curb, a few more getting a bit leery in the background as well. Around the banking. Who's going to make the next move? Mark Blunt perhaps coming up to challenge Matt Pimblett, who again has a bit of understeer there through the banked right-hander, and so yes, it does look as though Mark Blunt's going to be on the attack as they head for the quick right-hander at Church, but not quite able to get up the inside. Liam Browning, though, has got an overlap on Dan Wyke, has he? Wyke was very wide of the apex, and that means that Liam Browning now has a bit of a run on him as they head for Rocket Corner. So through the left and the right, Rocket in, Rocket out, Dan Wyke hanging on after that little moment from attack from Liam Browning. Browning started, grid sheet a bit irrelevant now I suppose really, but he started 11th initially, up into the top 5 now. So Liam Browning, former City Car Cup driver, chatting to him at length yesterday. They had been fighting a gearbox issue. They'd put, I think, a total of 3 new gearboxes in the car so far this season. And they finally realised yesterday, or Friday, sorry, it was the clutch, not the gearbox. So they replaced the clutch, and now that car seems to be running reasonably well. Side-by-side action coming down towards us. That is the 84 car trying to go around the outside line. That's Anthony Sullivan, and he does go right round the outside of the number 12 into the hairpin, Matthew Morton. Both of these have moved up significantly from where they started. And the pair of them now descend upon the final corner with the move having been made, and they'll both continue to try and pick their way a bit further up the order. Liam Browning then turns through. Oh, he's not ahead of Dan White, excuse me, he's 6th. I thought he got past Dan White, but stuck in 6th position still. Big cloud of dust down to the final corner as someone's been grass tracking. Race leaders then out of the hairpin up towards Church Corner. Liam Browning now actually dropping away slightly from Dan White, having attacked him again though. Dan takes a very wide line through Church. That cannot be the fast line through Church Corner. I think he's just struggling with a fair bit of understeer. And not really able to hook up the apex as he would like. Well, a couple of cars going grass tracking further back, and one is Max Buxton, who was bouncing up in the air then as he came out of Church. He wasn't the only one. Another one benefiting from that was Paul Dobson. So those two from the pit lane are both still running on the lead lap. Dobson now closing in on the top 10, I think, maybe into about 12th place as he headed up the hill. And up Peel Corner they go. And that is Jamie Luthwaite, and that is a slowing Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis from 3rd place slows out of Peel Corner. I think that was a missed gear maybe, because he's straight back up to speed again as they drop down through turn 10, but suddenly lost pace, and so Jamie Luthwaite moves through into 3rd, and Dan White now moves alongside Dylan Davis for 4th position into the hairpin, and on the inside of both of them attempts to go Liam Browning. This will be a big squeeze on the apex. There is inevitable contact, but Liam Browning could gain 2 places. More of a hip check, this time from Dan White, and Dylan Davis will be thinking, hang on a minute, how did that happen? I was 3rd a couple of corners ago, and now he's down into 6th position as they head for the final turn. But Liam Browning read that situation well, got his elbows out and picked up 2 positions. So Liam Browning is now into 4th position and chasing down maybe a podium finish. Dylan Davis there almost up the inside of Matthew Pimlett into the first corner. So Dylan Davis then, after having that slow moment out of Peel that cost him 3rd place, then got roughed up at the hairpin, and now might get roughed up again at the banking, because that is Mark Blunt up the inside of him. It's all unravelling for Dylan Davis, this, isn't it? It was looking so good until half a lap ago, and now suddenly he's down in 8th place, from 3rd to 8th in half a lap. That has not gone to plan for Dylan Davis, who only now has 3 3/4 minutes left to try and recover the situation. Here he goes. This is where perhaps that recovery will begin then, as he looks to try and challenge into Rocket Corner. Launches to the inside line very late on the brakes. That was a nice move if he gets the car stopped, which he does. Runs wide, but that's okay. The next 2 corners are right-handers, and I don't think Mark Blunt is going to be able to go around the outside of him through there, which he can't. So Dylan Davis does regain 1 of the places that he's lost. Just needs to make sure he gets off Peel Corner a little bit better this time. Does seem to have done, as the best looking car on the grid. Make no apologies for saying that. Alec Townley with the number 4 car. And that car always looks pristine, doesn't it? And Alec usually in and around the top 10, which is the case again this afternoon. Michael Blackburn, by the way, had a 2.3 second lead at the beginning of this lap. Oh, Mark Blunt back at the inside of Dylan Davis at the hairpin. And is Dylan going to get another bit of rough treatment at the slowest corner on the track? No, not this time. They kept it clean. Dylan will try to retaliate now as they head for the final turn. He's got the inside line. Should be able to see off that challenge from Mark Blunt, which he does. Turn through the final left-hander, come across the line, and begin another lap. Lap number 5 then of this restarted race. 3 seconds out in front is Michael Blackburn now, and a 5th victory of the season, surely heading his way. We've seen before, okay, this is only a double header this weekend, not a triple header, but he always has won the first and second races of a weekend, but not been able to win race number 3, which is the reversed grid. Now, I'm going to guess they're still doing a reversed grid today, even though it's only a double header. I'm not actually sure how that works. If they're not, and Michael Blackburn's going to be able to start from pole position again, then that is ominous for everybody else, isn't it? Because he is very likely to convert pole position into another race win, you would imagine. Sam Watkins, of course, has won both of the reversed grid races so far. But this would be his best non-reversed grid race result, I think, of a second place. There's Liam Browning on the tail of Jamie Luthwaite now, so Liam Browning is not a million miles away from snatching a podium finish. He's driven really well in this race and has gained a bit of time on Jamie Luthwaite this time around. Over the hill, down into turn number 10. Around the left-hander come Luthwaite, Browning and White for 4th and 5th places respectively. Matt Pimblett on his own really in 6th. With Dylan Davis, Mark Blunt and Alec Townley continuing their battle behind. Greg Spate is in 10th position. But not that far behind them actually, I don't think. In the A fan, here he is, he's right with them and being overtaken by Paul Dobson. Sorry, that's Chisnell, excuse me, 83. So this is for 11th place. Paul Dobson trying to claim 11th place, gets shuffled off to the outside edge of the road. And Paul Dobson has to wait a moment or two longer before potentially making that move. Across the line we go then, final lap of the restarted race beginning. And Michael Blackburn then looking strong for a win. The real battling going on some way behind him really. Sam Watkins has had a lonely run to 2nd. It's all been about the fight for 3rd between Luthwaite, Browning and White, and then that scrap behind. Mark Blunt now ahead of Dylan Davis for 7th spot. Through Church Corner they head. Sideways there, beautiful little bit of lift-off oversteer for Liam Browning as he chucks the car into Church Corner and tries desperately now to chase after Jamie Luthwaite and grab a podium finish here on the final lap of the race. Down into Rocket. See there, Dan White closing back in again under braking, although perhaps because he'd outbraked himself slightly. Runs out wide. Luthwaite stays in front towards Peel. It just doesn't look like Liam Browning's quite going to have enough here for a 3rd place, but it's been a really good drive from Liam. He's been learning this car, said that he's helped by the fact that these are the same tyres they ran in Nankang, in City Car Cup. Oh, and he's off the road now, just some saying nice things about him. Liam Browning goes grass tracking out of turn 10, but let's hope he hangs on at least to a 4th place finish. Michael Blackburn, though, heads out of the hairpin towards the final corner and towards checkered flag number 5 of the season then. Behind him, Paul Dobson trying now to gain one more place. That's Alec Townley, which means he's ahead of Greg Spate already. So Paul Dobson from the pit lane's already in the top 10. It is Michael Blackburn, though, who wins again here in Anglesey, a 5th victory of the season. Sam Watkins comes home in 2nd position, and Jamie Luthwaite will hang on to 3rd. Liam Browning just about stays in 4th position, with Dan Wyke in 5th, Matt Pimblett 6th, 7th place for Mark Blunt, and then Dylan Davis 8th, where he'll be really disappointed after running in 3rd earlier on. That is that's Anthony Sullivan off the road. He already had a damaged right rear wheel after some sort of drama on the initial start to the race, I suspect. And he's just been off again, but I don't think that cost him a place. He came across the line in 15th spot. So I promised you drama from the Vinyl Detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge, and we delivered that in bucket loads, didn't we? With a very entertaining 10 minutes shortened race, but an exciting one nonetheless. And it is Michael Blackburn, not for the first time this year, but for the 5th time, who comes home a race winner. There is Ron Lufstad coming through. He was the last runner home. Crosses the line to claim the checkered flag. And through the end of the race, Michael Blackburn never looked like being caught, did he? Blackburn wins by 5 seconds. Sam Watkins 2nd, Jamie Luthwaite in 3rd, Liam Browning and Dan White completing the top 5. Then it was Matt Pimblett and Mark Blunt, Dylan Davis, Paul Dobson and Alec Townley completing the top 10. Greg Spate 11th, Chris Chisnell in 12th, Julian Cheetah in 13th, Max Buxton in 14th place. Anthony Sullivan is 15th, ahead of Matt Morton and Ben White, with Chris Rowlands and Ron Lufstad the last of the finishers. So we'll have another race for the Vinyl Detail ST150s a little bit later on in the day. and hopefully we'll get the full 15 minutes in, and hopefully some of the drivers who were involved in incidents earlier on will make it out for that one, although I suspect we might be missing a couple of them, unfortunately. The time available to repair those cars is probably not going to be long enough, really. But we'll see how the teams get on, and hopefully we'll have a full quota of Fiesta ST150s to put on another really good show for us later on. Cars making their way back around to the Parc Ferme area. We'll hear from Richard John Neal down there in a moment or two. In the meantime, a reminder of what the afternoon has in store for us. The Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship will kick us off again. Now we're going to restart racing a little bit later than planned because of that delay in the Fiesta race. So we're going to restart racing at 2 p.m, so 2 o'clock this afternoon, about 20 minutes later than planned, with the Brscc Mazda MX-5 Championship, then the Compact Cup, the MX5 SuperCup, the Fiesta ST150 Challenge and the MX5 Clubman Championship, and then around about 4:30ish we will have the summer celebration race, 40-minute pit stop race to round out the weekend. Right, let's head down to Parc Ferme then. Our race winner has just arrived. Let's hear from him now with Richard.
Familiar sight, Michael Blackburn leading the cars into Parc Ferme, victory lane. Call it what you will. We can call it whatever we want, can't we? Within reason. So Michael's 5th win of the season, flanked by Sam Watkins and Jamie Luthwaite, and get to talk to Sam for her first fastest off the front podium for the season. Michael takes off the gloves. Now watch this guy. He was out when we were at Snetterton doing an early morning run when I was tucking into bacon rolls, and you'll see it's hot conditions out here today, but the guy looks all pretty calm and collected. There we go. I said, Michael, that you'll have done a race and you'll look calm and collected. Congratulations, 5th win of the season, and 5-6 second gap. Not a bad way to start the racing weekend.
No, it was made it easy for me with guys falling off at the front. Just hit me markers. You can see how much time you lose when you're fighting. Yeah. So no, I was pushing. I wasn't having to do all the other stuff, fighting people around me. So no, pleasurable win that.
We're getting to see this. It's always good to see a driver exert dominance in a championship. We can call it dominance in terms of the Brscc championships. All the other ones coming into the weekend, the gaps, 1st to 2nd, 3 points, 4 points. Yours, double figures plus.
Yeah, I'm on a good run. Last year I had, the exact opposite. Yeah. It comes in waves. I'm working just as hard as I was, or no harder when we were having all the bad luck last year. So now I'll take it, and I'm sure, all it takes is these first, we're on 7 races in, for me to get what the other guys have had results-wise, and for them to get what I've had, and the points have turned around. So I'll keep pushing, and yeah, another smile on my face.
Nice one. Cracking drive. Some left for race 2?
No, I was pushing then, but I was gapping. Yeah. So, yeah, I'll have a think about it over a cup of tea and see what we can do for race 2.
That sounds like a plan, a cup of tea. Michael, well done, win number 5. We'll see you again. I've no doubt on the podium. Masters win as well, of course, let's not forget. Overall, the Masters, love that about the Brscc formula. Sam Watkins, let us see. Sam disappeared. Has he disappeared? Where is he? We're all looking round. Don't know where Sam Watkins has gone. And Jamie Luthwaite as well. The incredible disappearing drivers. Where's Sam? Let's get Sam and Jamie. We'll have a word with Jamie anyway. So, Jamie, how you doing? Well done. Let's get you in front of your car and get a bit of exposure for you. So walk this way through here, and fantastically liveried car as many of the others are. Congratulations on the podium. Was that expected?
No, it wasn't expected at all, really. I think I just thought I got lucky because there was a 3 or 4 cars ahead that dropped out, so I suppose luck was on my side today.
Well, you say luck, but you've still got to pedal the thing home, and I think Liam was maybe approaching in your mirrors, so he was getting to grips with his car, so new names getting onto the podium, which is great. We've got a little bit of time going into the lunch break, which is a bit unusual here, but tell us about your backers and sponsors. Great looking car.
Well, I'm Tyre with his SBR Motorsport. They run the car and set it all up, and they do a great job of it. And then the only sponsorship I've got on is my dad's shop, Haven Tyre Centre. That's all.
Appropriate being Father's Day.
Yeah, very appropriate.
You're going to buy him a beer later on?
I'll have to, yeah.
Good lad. And plans for race 2? Obviously, you get to start. It's not a reverse, is it? Race 2? Is it 2 straight races this time?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all.
Yeah, we weren't in the comms box. We think it might be a reverse. I'm pretty sure it's fastest off the front. But if it is P3, further progress to be made?
Yeah, hopefully. I'll just have to see what happens. Get a good start and just go from there, yeah.
Awesome. Well done. Good to see you on the podium, Jamie. Hope it's the first of many times that we get to have a chat. And so Sam Watkins we need to talk to as well. We had the pleasure of the chat, not the pleasure of having cars breaking down, but it was nice to have a chat with you on the grid. And now we get to see what Sam actually looks like properly, which is good. That's a bonus for us. Not at all. P2.
Yeah, it was all right. I would have much preferred to be a bit closer, sort of no man's land in the end, but it was a good result.
Welsh Dragon, we can see that very clearly on the roof from the comms box. And is this your home track, or are you near a Pembrey, or is it somewhere in the middle? I can't remember.
I'm next to Pembrey, so this is still a long one to get to. Yeah, it's good though.
It is good, isn't it? Fantastic welcome we always have whenever we come to South Wales or North Wales. Absolutely love it. Does it mean anything sort of special winning on home tarmac?
You want to, don't you? Definitely. So I managed it at Pembrey a few years ago. I'd love to do it here, but there's quite a lot of a gap to close, isn't there? But we'll try it best.
You can get there. And are you clear on the? Is it reverse grid for race 2, or is it fastest off the front?
I think it's where we finished. So
I thought it was. Yeah, the reverse is kind of the bonus if you get the triple header, isn't it? Much to do on the car. Have you sort of found anything while you were going around? Yeah, we might change this or that.
No, I just sort of want to follow my Blackburn, I think. He's got a good line out of the corners. I might try and nab onto him in the first few laps of the next race. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, Mike was saying, last year he was putting the same effort in, but things just weren't happening. The results weren't coming. Sometimes it's all about how, it's corny to say the stars align, but, luck and results and everything can come into line, can't it, to start getting those good results?
Yeah, definitely. I think Mike's found a few little changes to his lines from what I was trying to watch anyway when he was in front. But yeah, it seems like he's got quite a nice exit on the corners, so try and copy him the next one.
Nice one. Good luck for that. Enjoy the break.
Thank you.
Sam Watkins takes second position. So a little bit of a ski whiff podium feel to that one, interviewing first, third and then second. But hey, it doesn't matter because we're going to be going into a lunch break. Before we do that though, I'll see if Andy McEwen's got the menu and I'll make my choices when I go back upstairs. Back to Andy.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, great to hear from our podium finishers there in the final detail. Fiesta ST150 Challenge race, as I said, they'll have a second race a little bit later on this afternoon, and that's due to kick off, well, at the moment about 3:20, but it might be a little bit later than that with some of the small delays we've had earlier on. But we are into our lunch break now, extended until 2 o'clock, so we've got about 40 minutes before our next racing action gets underway. That will be the third and final race of the weekend in the Gaz-Shocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, who have had 2 race victories already this weekend for Jack Noller. So tune in then to see what happens in race number 3. But don't go anywhere, because we're going to keep you entertained over the lunch break, because Richard John Neal earlier on today went for a little wander around the pit lane and paddock area here at Anglesey and bumped into a few familiar faces on a little impromptu paddock walk earlier on today.
Welcome to our paddock show, I guess we could call it. It's an informal stroll around the paddock looking at the formula that we have here. Background, day 2 here on the Anglesey Circuit, the wonderful island. Always, when I come, seem to be greeted by wonderful weather. It's been a long, long time since I've been here and we've had inclement weather. Every time the sun seems to shine on us, and that makes the sea look blue, the mountains are gorgeous. It's a wonderful setting. If you've never been, please come along and see the racing for real. The focus this weekend, of course, was the Fun Cup. We had 2 wonderful 3-hour races with those guys yesterday. Some of them stayed to watch the racing today. And today is core British Racing and Sports Car Club action, courtesy of, I guess you could say, the lead formula, the Mazdas. We've got the 3 variety of Mazdas racing over the course of the 2 days. In addition, we've got the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150s and the BMW Compact Cup. I'm going to start in the holding area for the Fiestas, who are here now getting ready for their qualifying. They had practice yesterday. And so many drivers that I'd like to talk to. I'm not quite sure how long we're going to spend down here, but I'm going to interrupt because we've got Max Buxton having a quick chat with his dad, who's doing... Should we do it by the car? He's all right to drag you over. Great to see you both, and we'll get Danny in as well. And the one thing I spot about this championship this year is the entries have been phenomenal, and the presentation even more so. It's been a wonderful championship to come and cover. Essentially, the older Fiestas were looking at what used to be a regional championship, but now it's fully national. And Max is in his first season. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, absolutely loving it, and can't wait to go out for qualifying.
It's a rubbish question from my part because it's what we call a closed question. Open question, why come into this particular championship?
It's my first season, so I want to get as much experience as possible before whatever comes next. And it's great racing, one make, really close, and yeah, it's a really good place to start.
Talk us around the graphics on the car. Who you got supporting you?
So I've got SBR, who's running our car, Sam Beckett, who won last year, DCM Services, who's the main sponsor, and yeah, got them throughout the car, and they're being a big help this year to make it happen.
Great stuff. So a good little tour there. Thing I meant to say at the start is Happy Father's Day, everybody. It's Father's Day today, and of course we've got a very well-known dad involved as well. What's it like having a quick dad as a coach and someone mentoring you?
Yeah, it was really good to have, and it's really helping me so far, and I can't wait to do more in the future. And it's just each bit is really beneficial.
Danny, how's he doing?
Yeah, he's doing absolutely brilliantly. It's his first ever year. He's not done any karting or anything like that in previous. So when he sat on the grid for the first time at Brands Hatch in round one, it literally, never seen a red light, the lights go off before. So that's it's such a big learning curve. And the most important thing is they have fun, and that's where I think this championship's brilliant. Yeah, Brscc do a great job. The numbers on the grid are just fantastic, aren't they? And I think I put in my Father's Day card to my dad this morning, who's somewhere around here, saying, well, where else would you rather spend your time on a Sunday? Look around, it's brilliant. The 25, 30 car grid. Max is in his third ever race, and if we can get inside the top 10, top 6, he'll have done a fantastic job.
Just want to come back to that point that Dad just said about you didn't do any karting or anything, and how was that possible, given that your parents are well versed in motorsport?
It's just timing, and just didn't have the possibility to do that, but now we have, and yeah, so happy to be on the grid.
It's a nice thing actually to see youngsters that maybe haven't had that journey, and it underlines to me the fact that you can come in, you don't have to have that background. Of years and years of, a lot of youngsters will say, oh yeah, I've been doing it since I was 6, but you don't need to do that.
Exactly, and it's shown possible this year, so hopefully we can have a good qualifying for Father's Day as well, and have a good 2 races.
Yesterday it's a long weekend for you guys, isn't it, because you had a little bit of practice yesterday. How was that? Any problems?
No, it was good. Had a good 30-minute practice, got some good banker laps in and a few longer runs, so hopefully we should be looking good ahead of today.
Brilliant. Max, well done. Lovely to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed for chatting to us. I think the next time we speak will be on the podium. Danny, thank you as well. Happy Father's Day to everyone. Let's have a quick look around the other cars in the paddock. I could probably spend the full half hour here. I'm not sure Brscc would thank me for that, but it would make a nice promo, wouldn't it, for the Vinyl Detail Championship. Sam Watkins is here, one of 2 race winners. I'll probably try and get some people that maybe we might not get to talk to on the podium. I want to have a word with, let's see, can I have a word with Ron?
Hello.
Hi, I'm Richard. Good to see you. Ron, mainstay of the championship.
A long time.
Yeah. Good to see you. How are you enjoying your season, first of all?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. And I'm usually towards the back, but yeah, I still enjoy doing it. So it's only about 36 years I've been doing this championship. So,
so did you start off with the original, I think was the XR2s?
XR2s, yeah. And then XR3s, and then these.
What got you into racing originally?
We went to racing school at Alton Park for a number of years and found it was going to be a bit expensive just keeping on going to the racing school, and so we decided to buy a car, which was an XR2, original Ford Credit XR2.
I mean, that takes us right back, doesn't it, to the roots of the championship?
1988.
Yeah.
So
Likes of,
since then.
Silly question now, maybe. Do you know whose car you bought from that championship?
It was Jim Smith from Furrows at Telford.
Okay.
And I've still got his number.
Oh, okay. So was that just the thing, the car had the number on it, you just registered with it, so a thing of convenience?
Yeah.
What do you do business-wise, Ron?
I own a garage in Sandbach, Cheshire. I've done for 50 years.
So I think it's quite an old school thing, isn't it, for like garage owners to get involved in racing? Probably seeing less of new people doing it now.
The younger ones have seemed to have come with teams and everything, but the original guys, most of them had garages. Yeah.
Do you prep the car, or do you get any help with setup or things like that?
Don't get any help with setup, really. No, just do it all myself.
All from your knowledge. Yeah. Who've been your favourite drivers to compete with over the years through the XR2s, the XR3s, and these?
There's a number of guys. One of them's still here now, Chris Rowlands. Yeah. He's not been doing it very often, but he was one of the original guys. And there aren't many. Mike Blackburn did it originally, but other than that, that's about it. It's all newcomers mainly.
The change to the 150s, how has that been for you? I mean, the grid here has been superb this year from our point of view.
Yeah, it's good. It's picking up well. We've got 26 on the grid today, so yeah, should be exciting.
Ron, sorry to interrupt your conversation. Thanks ever so much for chatting to us. Good luck today, and thanks for entertaining us over the course of the season. Ron Lofstad in the 35 car. Great to catch up with Ron. Let's have a quick look round. I did spot another couple of cars that we wanted to look at a little bit earlier on, one of which might be Alec Townley. Let's see if we can have a word with Alec. Have a word with Alec? Over there, right, okay. Good to see you. I'm Richard. What a great iconic livery you've got here. What's the inspiration?
Well, the classic rapid fit Mondeo, I suppose. So when I was looking at what I wanted to do with the car, we were thinking about which old liveries we could use. My friend with Auto Tune and Pro Track wheels, those guys have clubbed together with me. It's wonderful. So yeah, with the performance blue car, it was mega to go with the rapid fit, and it always gets a mention. Everybody loves it. I think it just, and great job by Vinyl Detail as well, who did the wrap for me.
That's great, isn't it? Real synergy going on with sponsor and teams working together. This, to me, as well as being a race car, shortly a bit of a show car as well.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't look too closely at it. But no, for me, it's important that, everything's neat. It doesn't have to be sparkling, but it has to neat. Everything's checked. It needs to be reliable. That goes with it being tidy. So, yeah, try and keep it looking nice enough.
Do you get people coming up in the paddock saying, I remember that livery?
Yeah, lots of people comment on it. Even on the trailer going home, people waving at you and stuff.
Yeah, I know I've never been in the fortunate position of owning my own race car to be able to put it out in the livery, but I can think of several liveries that I would like. Was that an ambition of yours to do it?
Yeah, I certainly wanted to go with that one, and I'm of that generation as well, where the Super Tourers were, I had drawings that I'd made of, Volvo 850s and that type of thing, on my bedroom wall where I'd stenciled over a photo and things like that. So yeah, it's super cool to have my own imitation, pale imitation, but yeah, nonetheless.
It's not a pale imitation. It's great. It attracts a lot of attention. What's your background? How did you get here?
In motorsport. Bought a track day car in 2011. Eventually decided to take the plunge and did some arrive and drive in Scotland. And then, yeah, just been sort of running my own car on and off and doing things with others in between. Done a little bit out at the Nürburgring, at the VLN and RCN and stuff, and a bit in the UK. And this is just the best series that you could hope for. I'm outside the top 10 at the moment based on the practice times, and sort of 4/10. That'll get me in the top 10, and then you've got tenths and hundredths at the sharp end of the top 10. So it's super competitive.
For you, a natural progression coming through from track days into racing, and was this your first Formula?
No, I'm Scottish XR2s in 2016. Some other bits and pieces in.
Was I commentating on it then?
I don't remember. Perhaps no. So yeah, I did a great time up with PCR Motorsport up in Scotland at Knockhill. I used to live up there, and then when I moved down south, I met Dave Fairclough at Auto Mech. His garage is near me, and I saw the race cars. So I said, "Oh, Dave, what are all these race cars about?" And he explained to me that he ran the championship here. So I got some bushes off him, because when these cars were just being brought in, Polybush gave 5 sets of bushes, and they said 3 bushes for the first 5 cars. So I said, give us a set of bushes, then I've got to build a car. So then I built the car and came racing. So here we are, yeah.
That's a good story. The Scottish Championship, it was a great pleasure to work on that, I think for about 10 years. And, essentially based at Knockhill. They're spreading their wings a little bit now. But this is effectively a national championship, isn't it? You're getting the chance to go all over the country. And I think the way the formula's developed, traditionally, this was a Northwestern Championship, but now very much national, and well supported wherever it goes.
Yeah, we've got drivers from all over now. Yeah, so we've got a lot of guys coming up from down south, and equally some people coming south from up north. So Anglesey's a long way for everyone, I think, unless you live near here. But yeah, no, it's very well supported. Yeah, it's very well, and it's great to see. 26 cars, mega, absolutely mega.
Final question before we go, put you on the spot, but who's the favourite driver to race against in this paddock?
Well, my favourite driver to race against. Well, I've been trying to go toe to toe with Chris Chisholm, I think, this weekend. If I can keep up with Mark Blunt and Aidan Vickers, I'll be happy. They're both putting solid performances, so I'll be trying my best to tail onto those guys. So yeah, that's where I'm aiming for this weekend.
Nice one, Alec. Whatever happens, enjoy your racing, and thanks very much for having a chat with us.
Thanks so much, guys. Thanks. Cheers.
Alec Townley there, as we said, iconic livery, and I'm sure we got a great look at it. Let's have a quick wander around, and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull over here to the outside and do a little bit of spotting, and see who else we can chat to. Oh, I know Scott from the Brscc suggested that we have a natter with Steph Saw, who's actually in car towards the back, and this leads us to the next port of call, which will be the BMW. So we'll do that in a moment. Let's go. Steph, you okay to getting thumbs up? Now, we saw Steph on the podium at Brands Hatch, so not our first catch up, but Steph, how are things going with the car this weekend?
Not too bad. We had a few engine issues during testing, which meant we had to stay all night last night, the team, and some other help from some of the lads in the paddock, which got the engine swapped, and here I am this morning, just warming it up, ready, and see how it goes.
So are you hands-on with the sorting out, or are you arrive and drive?
I am hands-on, yeah, to a point, but obviously boyfriend said to me, you need to go get some sleep to then be on form for today. So at about midnight I left them to it and came back this morning, helped finish off, and here we are. So yeah, massive thank you to Roy, Steve, Trev and Liam, like great lads, and then obviously there were some others in the paddock. Again, thank you to them to help get me back out there.
Great you're back out. I guess if you do have a mechanical problem, it's better to sort it out in testing, but it does take away a little bit of familiarisation with the weekend and getting your head in gear, doesn't it, from that day? So maybe not as much positive experience of the weekend so far as you might like.
No, but I really enjoyed the track. It's a great track to come to, obviously a long way to come, but yeah, got to enjoy the experience while I'm here.
Got to ask, you got Bayliss and Harding on the car. We're seeing that name right the way up the top in levels of motorsport coming through. What's the connection?
I ran Freddie Slater last year. I was his #1 mechanic when he won the championship in Ginetta Juniors, and I'm running Alfie Slater this year. So I've got a really good connection with Adrian and the whole of Bayliss and Harding and his family. So
racing runs through their blood, doesn't it?
Yes, it definitely does. They love it. Even the little ones coming up at 5-6 year old, they're going to be ones to watch again later on in the future.
Freddie's done so well. He's kind of bypassed a lot of the stuff that I work on. We saw him in F4 a little bit, but Alfie, I think, is here in a couple of weeks, so you'll be giving him some tips on the circuit for the G-Fest in 2 weeks.
I'm not sure about tips, but I'll make sure his car doesn't break down, so yeah, we'll go with that.
So you're working with R Racing?
Yes, R Racing, great team. Been with them now for 4 or 5 years. So yeah, really good team, great atmosphere, and everyone helps everyone to get the job done.
Chase Fernandez has just made the move there, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. Yeah, he's, well, good driver, and we've sorted out the car to our spec. And yeah, he's really good. He's sort of making the others look a bit silly, really. Yeah. But no, again, once you get a good driver with a good package, then happy days.
And yeah, sorry to whitter on about Ginetta, obviously trying to get a bit of your background. Ginetta is a Brscc formula as well, so we're okay with that. And we're running the meeting in a couple of weeks here, which we'll see. Coming back to Fiestas, what's the aim? Obviously, we saw you on the podium at Brands Hatch, which was mega, and it's probably a silly question. You probably want to be back on the podium.
Absolutely, everyone wants to be on the podium, but obviously only 3 people can in each race. The main thing is to start and finish every race, so then, you know, hopefully be consistent enough to get somewhere in the championship. First year in it, so top 10s would be great.
Not enough females in this particular championship?
No, there isn't, but there is another one, which is obviously good. A lot of championships have no females, so it is nice to have another female out there. Jade, she's from karting and stuff, know her quite well. Yeah, lovely girl, and can't really ask for anything better to have another female out there.
Do you get fed up with that attention? Because, I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because we like to be, media-wise, we're told, you know, be gender neutral, but it's a big story, and we want to open it up to, you know, to more girls coming into the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many now female, like, only scholarships or like you know, paths into it. You've got obviously the F1 Academy, you had Women's Series, Formula Women, you've got all of these different like aspects that are now opened up, which there is a lot more females in it than when I very first started in 2017. There was near to no females out there, and even the mechanical side, there's a lot more courses you can do that are so gender neutral. Like there's, yeah, a lot more diversity coming into it.
I'm going to let you get your head round qualifying because you're going to be going out in about 5 minutes. I've spent far too long down here with the STs, but it's a great paddock. Steph, good luck. Hope to see you on the podium.
Thank you very much. See you later.
Steph. Steph saw, and the engines are sort of beginning to rev up a bit. We're going to do a little bit of a height now. Thanks again, Steph. Do you want me to shut the door? Let's get that done. Normally I completely mess up there. So great grid, so many more people that we could talk to. I'm not sure how far we are into our walk, but we're going to have a walk through the paddock, maybe get a little bit of BMW chat, because we didn't get to talk to too many drivers yesterday in the BMW Compact Cup. Again, a big success story for the Brscc over the years, and great that you come to these meetings. Whenever you come to a British Racing and Sports Car Club meeting, you're looking at the greatest variety in racing that you can possibly see. Great value for money for the drivers, great value for money for spectators as well, and all levels of racing catered for. If you're at a TCR meeting, obviously you've got that very top level of getting involved in touring car championship racing, and then it can go right down. I don't really like using the word down, but you can come to entry-level motorsport like the C1s, which we'll see from time to time in the Brscc Championship meetings as well. My son is actually looking at maybe doing a couple of those races in a few weeks' time. Just walking past the Mazda paddock now, seeing if we can get any drivers here. We can't at the moment. And we have a flick when you drive up to, or down indeed, to Anglesey. You'll see a lot of that kind of stuff going on, the wind generator. That was actually the first one I ever saw, believe it or not, anywhere. Richard Peacock, who owns the circuit, was very keen on being green, and eco-credentials when they built the track were very much in evidence. So, okay, still in Mazda territory. Bit of work going on there on the 848 car. That's Matthew Crozier's car there. Lots of prep. The Mazdas had one race yesterday. The Fiestas didn't, which is why I wanted to spend a little bit of time with them. Now the BMWs are kind of over that way, so you'll excuse the walk through. The other thing you'll see is when we've got great weather, it's a fantastic... Morning guys, you all right? It's a great paddock, good friendly paddock. Waves everywhere. Nick Grindrod, he's now I would normally go and interview Nick, but he's just sold the car, so that's going to be, I think, in the hands of Martin Tolley next time we see it. Nick, I think, leading the Masters Championship at the moment. Right, some BMWs up here. The Nankang Tyres Championship were out yesterday, and one of the drivers we need to catch up with actually is Mike Doble, who got the Masters win. But we didn't get the interview, so it'll be righting a wrong if we didn't chat to, or if we did get to chat to Mike Doble. Very busy family. They've got the similar journey. They come from Surrey, Coulston. Their business is based down in Surrey, which is geographically, if you know Gatwick Airport, that's a good landing point for geography references. And around about sort of 10 miles north of that is Coulston, which is where the Doble Motorcycles concern is. And they're a very busy family. Mikey obviously racing in the British Touring Car Championship this year, former champion in the BMWs. It looks like the car's on the move. Ah, okay, they're just parking it. And this is another one that Scott Woodwiss asked me to have a look at. So Mikey's busy, so they've got the journey, what I was getting around to saying was they've got the long journey up from Coulston next weekend to Alton Park. I thought when I was coming up on Friday that once you get to Alton Park, it's about another half hour to get to Anglesey Circuit. I'd forgotten it's actually another 100 miles or so, but hey, there we go. Right, let's see. Is Mike about? Because we didn't do the podium interview yesterday, so we'll get a bit of background. So this is the team, and they've conveniently parked as far away from everybody else as we can to make me walk. Mike's actually in car. We'll talk to Mikey first, actually. Mikey, here we go. Former champion, so you've got bring a lot of knowledge and technical knowledge, racing knowledge of the circuits we race on in the championship. How much of that do you have to impart, or do you just let the guys get on with it?
I think, like, this being our 7th year in the championship now, the guys like my dad and Joe have obviously been around the championship whilst I was racing and me and my dad were racing, so you pick a lot of it up as you go along, and yeah, we're getting really dialed in now with the setup on the cars as well. So I think pretty much where we're at is as good as one of these cars is going to go for now, but we said that 3 years ago and things still evolve. So yeah, I mean, I think they're in a good place at the moment.
That's good. Obviously, on the way up here, I was talking about the amount of travelling you do, because you guys are sort of back up north from your Coulston base again next week with Alton Park with yourself. And business-wise, it's a huge time out, isn't it? Because you were telling me this morning, you know, you come up here on a Thursday, touring cars, you're away Thursday, Friday. It's a big commitment, not only in touring cars but in club racing as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you want to do it properly, it's Thursday to Sunday really. You know, you're leaving Thursday morning, Thursday lunchtime, depending on how far away the track is, and you're up there setting up. Obviously, this doesn't set up itself, so you've got to get your weekend sort of planned, and then for these guys, it's testing on a Friday and qualifying racing Saturday, Sunday. Obviously, for the touring cars, I don't have to go and set the awning up myself, but there's still a lot of data to go through and plans to talk about for the upcoming weekend. So, yes. In the thick of this season, I think we've got 15 weekends away racing between us all as a family. So it's a lot of racing, a lot of travel.
Are there any clashes?
There's 2 clashes. So obviously this is a 7-round championship. Touring cars is 10, but we've got 2 clashes where the touring cars are up at Knockhill and Silverstone towards the end of the year, and these guys have got a couple of rounds. So I think Joe, being the main championship protagonist, is going to have to. He's going to have to obviously come and commit to the BMWs, and my dad will just have to see how close he is at the time, see what he fancies. So.
Well, be the right decision, whatever you do. Mikey, thanks for that. Let's go and chat with Mike first of all, because Mike, we didn't get to do the Masters Podium interview yesterday. Congratulations on taking that win, but it wasn't uneventful, was it?
No, I finished 4th, obviously, and should have been 3rd, but I had a bit of a problem with my master switch, and I had it at Croft where I was leading the race and accidentally switched it off when I changed gear, and because we've been so busy over the last few weeks, I just haven't had a chance to work on the car between the races, and exactly the same thing happened here. So I was a bit gutted really, because I should have moved the switch when we've moved it now, so it won't happen again this morning or this afternoon. So
back on the podium this afternoon.
Well, that's the plan, yeah. Try and keep Joseph in my sights and follow him home for a 1-2. That'd be nice.
The boys aren't listening at the moment. How are they? How, in your opinion, are they doing?
This year, Joseph, we've got the cars right. We've got we're shaving our tyres now, which is legal within the championship. And Marcus at Midland Tyre Shave is looking after us with those. So, and that's working really, really well. We've got the car handling a treat, and to be honest, at the moment, Joseph seems to be sort of uncatchable, even for likes of Stephen Daly. You know, he's half a second up the road on Stephen, which is a real achievement, really. And
that was a big scalp yesterday, wasn't it?
It was, and to sort of get by him, having gone back to second, overtake him and pull away, you know, that really is a big feat for him.
And the guys look comfortable with each other. I've got to say, Stephen and Jay, looks like an honest racing relationship, and I think Stephen was pleased with Joe, what he did.
Yeah. I mean, Stephen's a great driver. He's been in it for years, and you know, if you're dicing with him, you know he's not going to smash you in the door or take you off the track. You know, he's a really good driver. So I'm sure they're going to have some battles today, and hopefully we come out on top again. Yeah.
Just chatting to Mikey about the clashes that we've got with the BMWs and the touring car dates. Put it on the spot now. Which one will you do?
We haven't really made our mind up. Unfortunately, there's 2 meetings that clash. Yeah. We're going to sort of see what happens after Snetterton with the compacts. You know, obviously if Joseph's leading the championship or right there, then he's going to have to go. But I'm not sure about myself yet. You know, to not go to the touring car and Knockhill when Mike is racing, I don't know if I can bring myself to do that. But at the same time, I'd want to be at Cadwell. But they're a bit too far apart to do the commute like we did with Mikey with the Ginetta and the compact a couple of years ago. So, don't know. I'll let you know next time.
One thing that strikes me about you guys, you love competing, but you're enthusiasts. I mean, we saw you at the Formula Ford Festival, and you go every year. You were telling me you go every year and watch it. And I love the fact that you are enthusiasts as well as competitors.
We do everything motorsport. You know, we run the motorbike shop, so everyone thinks that's a bit weird that we sell bikes and race cars, but that's what we've always done. All from my dad, my granddad raced. But the festival, you know, especially, probably in the last 40 years or 45 years, probably missed 4 or 5 when it's clashed with other race meetings. Other than that, we're always there in the rain, you know, Paddock bandstand, you would never miss it. It's a great meeting, but you know, that's the same as lots of other race meetings. We're not doing anything. We'll always be down at Brands because it's just down the road for us. So.
I've got to be honest, I'm the same. If I'm not working, I'm looking at what's on, what can you go and watch?
Yeah, the same as us. And we've got my little and Isaac, I've sort of set him up for the Fiesta Junior Scholarship. So I think you're there doing the interviews and that at the end of the year.
Yeah, really excited. I'll tell you what, we'll test him out. We'll go and do an interview in a minute, Isaac, which should be good. So
I think you appreciate that. But yeah, give him a go. You never know.
I'm going to have a quick word, Joe. Mike, thanks very much indeed for that. Joseph, obviously we spoke to you on the podium yesterday. Any further reflections on yesterday's win?
No, I'm just over the moon, to be honest, to get the win. Like I said, after Croft being a difficult one, it just proves that Alton Park wasn't a fluke, you know, to be able to get back on top, and I'm over the moon with it.
Nice one. I'm going to grab Isaac now. He's walking away. So here we go. So thank you for that and good luck for today. Right, so I understand we're going to be meeting here. This is actually good for you because when we do the Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship, one of the things I encourage a lot of youngsters to do is come and talk to us before. And the reason for that is that anytime you do a conversation with anybody, if you go into the psychology of it, the first time you meet someone, it's the kind of hello, how are you? And there are barriers there. So by talking to Isaac now, the barriers when we get to the Fiesta Scholarship will have gone. Nervous?
A little bit. I mean, most of it's about the car driving. If I can get that right, then it should be going quite well.
What's the experience up to date, Isaac?
I mean, I haven't drove a car quickly at all yet, but I've got a sim in my house, which will give me quite a good bit of practice for it, hopefully.
Doing any karting or anything like that?
I've done a little bit, 2 years of cadet, which went quite well for me.
Okay. One of the questions we tend to ask is any funny stories about the family you can come out with, or funny stories about yourself?
Don't know, maybe me and my brother both at the same meeting, race after race. My dad left the fuel cap off both times. It's quite funny.
That's what you want. So
went well.
What would be your prep for the scholarship? So I mean, it's always November the scholarship. I can't remember when exactly. It was October half term, isn't it? October half term. We've nicked the slot off of Janetta, I think. Any prep that you do for that?
Well, I'll practice like talking to other people through my sim league, Next Gen Racing. I'll do the interviews at the end of the night to get good for that, and then try and get the Fiesta on my sim, do some laps on that and around the track, and see if I can get anywhere near good.
Top stuff. Well done. Thank you for that. Cheers. He's set up now for the Fiesta. Thank you, guys. Enjoy your day. Doble family, Doble team. Good to speak to you. I'm going to whiz down and grab a couple of other BMW interviews as well. And we'll talk a bit more about the scholarship as we go down. I've only got a couple of minutes left on this stream, so apologies for the very focused interviews we've done today, but I hope you've enjoyed the background that we've done. Brscc Fiesta Junior Scholarship, nice crossover there with the BMWs. You can see part of the Brscc family, the Doble team, and great that they've recognised that the scholarship is a super thing to get involved with. If you've got a youngster who's interested in doing it, it's not a huge outlay. Even if you maybe don't want to come and race or can't commit to come and race, just come and take part, have fun. Last year we had the best driving coaches. We met Danny Buxton earlier on in the show. Danny's one of the instructors with us. The likes of Paul O'Neill, we had Matt Neal with us. Just an absolutely mega group of people, and the Brscc put so much effort into making people feel welcome and giving them value for money on the Fiesta Scholarship weekend. So that will be the half term, October half term. Look at the brscc.co.uk to find out more information. If you don't want to do it yourself, maybe ping it on to someone who you think might be good enough to come and race with the Fiesta Juniors, and follow in the wheel tracks of Daniela Sutton, who won this year's scholarship and is out there, got her first top 10 last time out. So yeah, have a look at that. Racing time now, sun's out, blue skies, absolutely perfect, lighter breeze than we had yesterday. I don't think we're going to get time to do any Mazda racing, so we filled up. Again, apologies for the focus on the Fiestas and the BMWs, but I hope you found the content interesting. Enjoy the rest of the racing. Let's get onto the grid.
Welcome back to Anglesey, everybody, and a big thank you to Richard, as always, for taking us through the lunch break then with his little paddock walk that he did earlier on today. It is always a great thing to come and have a little wander around the paddock at a racetrack, particularly at an event such as this one where it's all so open, so welcoming. Anyone here, trackside, who is listening along and wants to come and have a little wander around the paddock. There are still quite a lot of teams around because, of course, all of our championships still have a second race to come this afternoon. But at any point, any event here at Anglesey, the paddock is completely open. You can come and have a little walk around, chat to some of the drivers, speak to some of the teams if you're interested in getting yourself racing again. And it is a really welcoming environment, particularly here at the Brscc, I must say. Right then, we are about to go racing for our afternoon's programme. There will be 6 more races to go today, 1 apiece for all of the championships that we've seen already today, plus the summer celebration race to come at the very end of the day. But this will be the 3rd race of the weekend then for the Mazda MX-5s. Coming up next, it is the Gasshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship, their 3rd race of the weekend, coming up in a few moments. So, cars on the grid then, and should be an interesting race this. Yesterday's race was dominated by Jack Noller. This morning's race was won by Jack Noller, but certainly not in dominant fashion. He had a lot of work to do to keep Adam Sparrow from winning it. Sparrow led until the very last lap, halfway round the last lap really, when Jack Noller was able to blast past him on the back straight and claim a race lead that he held until the flag, but spoke briefly to Adam Sparrow in the lunch break. He's up for the fight. He says that he feels he's got good early race pace and wants to try and make the most of that. Let's take a look there, shall we, excuse me, at how they're going to be lining up on the grid for this one. It's Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow on row 1. Tom Langford will have Luke Pullen for company on row number 2, with Ewan Thomas and Martin Tolley sharing row number 3. Row 4 for Ollie Graham and Tim Daw. Neil Chisnell and Richard Wootton are next then on the next row of the grid, with Levi Aisbit and Chris Thelwell on row number 6. 7th row then is where you find Thomas Walker and Graham Rumsey. Row 8, Clive Chisnell and Tim Storer, with Thomas Brown and Richard Bartlett on row number 9. 10th row, Simon Privet and Jonathan Fieldsend. Jason Aisbert and Will Chadwick are next. Will Chadwick one to watch in the number 88 car. They've hastily fixed that car, they hope, after whatever mechanical drama it was that took him out in race number 2. And then Harry Storer at the back of the grid. So, cars released onto their green flag lap then. 20-minute race ahead of us. This is an important race really in championship perspective, because Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow have been trading blows all season long. They were battling away for the race victory earlier on this afternoon, this morning really, and with 2 wins this weekend so far going the way of Jack Noller. It means that he has overturned a little bit of the deficit that he was in as far as the championship was concerned going into the weekend. At the start of the weekend, he was 3rd. He was on 487 points. That was 14 points off the championship leader Tom Langford, who was 9 ahead of Luke Pullen. Well, Langford has had a solid, if unspectacular, weekend. He was 3rd in the race earlier, in fact both races so far, so 2 third places for him, 2 second places for Adam Sparrow, 2 wins for Jack Noller. But Noller, who was a little bit further back in the points, had a little bit more work to do, so these wins have closed things up nicely in the championship chase as far as Noller is concerned. Excuse me. So Jack Noller then, if he can pull off the hat-trick, that would be particularly impressive. I don't think, Tom Langford managed that at Silverstone, and he won all 3 races. He then won 2 of the 3 races at Snetterton, the first of those won by Jack Noller, and then Luke Pullen won both of the races at Alton Park last time out. So there has been this trend of drivers who really click with a track, managing to take all of the race victories, and it's interesting to see whether or not Luke Pullen, Jack Noller is going to be able to do that, as Luke Pullen did at Alton Park, as Tom Langford did at Silverstone, and nearly did at Snetterton. He had a 3rd and 2 wins at Snetterton, and those 3 at the top of the championship points. Adam Sparrow, I said to Adam when I chatted to him earlier on, I said, no, Jack might be winning races now, and Luke might have been winning races last time, but you're being consistent. And he said, yeah, I've had a bit of a disappointing start to the season, really. Well, if you look at his results, at Silverstone he had 2 seconds and a third place finish, did Adam Sparrow. At Snetterton he had a third, a fourth and a fifth, not bad. And then at Alton last time he had a fifth and a fourth. So he's been inside the top 5 basically every race this season so far, and is right up there in the championship standing. So I don't think Adam needs to be too disheartened, really, with the results that he's had so far. And he does have a shot here, genuinely, I think, at a race victory if he can get the best of Jack Noller in the early stages and make good on that early race pace that he thinks he's got based upon the race earlier on today. So cars then lining up on the grid, waiting for the last couple of rows to be in position, and Jack Noller and Adam Sparrow on that front row of the grid. Jack Noller slightly further forward in his grid slot than Adam Sparrow is, but Adam has that slightly grippier outside line, which has been an advantage in a lot of races this weekend, and has allowed the second place man to get the lead into turn number 1. Let's see whether or not that's the case for Adam Sparrow then, as the green flag is waved at the back of the grid, and we are off and racing again in the Mazda MX-5s, and Adam Sparrow with another good start. Tim Dorr with a typical Tim Dorr start from further back, comes charging around the outside of everybody, and he is going to gain 2 spots, I think, through the first corner, past Ollie Graham and past Martin Tolley, and Tim Dorr's inside the top 6 now as they head towards the banking for the first time, where it is Adam Sparrow leading doors up the inside of his teammate now, Ewan Thomas, with whom he collided in the earlier race up at Rocket. They're already rubbing body panels as they head out of the banking and towards Church Corner for the first time, but it is Sparrow the leader, Noller second, pulling up to third, so both the drivers that started on the outside of those front 2 rows have gained a position in the first few corners. Langford 4th, then Thomas 5th, Ollie Graham 6th, and Tim Dorr now going backwards a little bit as they head to the top of the hill, where Luke Pullen perhaps thinks about a challenge on Jack Noller, who does think about a challenge on Adam Sparrow. Noller to the inside for the lead, and Sparrow goes way, way, way wide. Will try to rejoin, but Pullen is second. Luke Pullen into second position, read that situation perfectly, and it is now going to be a very different look to the race than we've had in the previous 2, with Noller leading, Pullen second, Langford third, and Adam Sparrow down to 4th. It is then Thomas, I think, in 5th position as they make their way around Peel Corner for the first time, but that was all triggered really by Sparrow massively outbraking himself. Langford was quite late on the brakes too, and Luke Pullen shimmied through the middle of it all to claim second position. So down towards the hairpin we go for the first time then. Move on for third, that's Sparrow up the inside of Langford. He's going to make that one stick, I think, at the hairpin. So Sparrow into third, Langford back down to 4th position, and Sparrow really can't afford to hang around here. Needs to get after those leading 2 before they get too far away. But Jack Noller, of course, doing his best now to make good his escape. He's got a little lead over Luke Pullen as they make their way through the final corner. Pullen a bit wide of the apex at that final turn. Not quite as wide as Sparrow was, though, who's opened the door again now for Langford. Langford back up the inside line, and Tom Langford is going to try and reclaim third position. Can he do it? Oh, not quite. Adam Sparrow hangs on around the outside. Ewan Thomas now joining in the fun as well as they make their way towards the banking once again. So Noller leads by 1.4 seconds. Pullen second, Sparrow third, Tom Langford in 4th position, and Ewan Thomas 5th after a very lively opening lap of racing. That has jumbled the order up nicely amongst the leading contenders. Hasn't affected Jack Noller. I mean, he's cleared off. I really don't think we'll see Jack Noller again. It's all now about the fight for second, where Sparrow is on the move. He's not content to work with Luke Pullen. He wants to go through and chase off after the leader, and Luke, I think, will be happy to let him go because he can probably now latch on to Adam Sparrow and bring that whole pack, he hopes, onto terms with Jack Noller. But Sparrow's done it again. He's even further wide, this time completely off the track, and Adam Sparrow's going to be out of the top 5. So through they all go. Through goes Pullen, through goes Langford, through goes Thomas, through goes Graham. Tim Dorr is alongside Adam Sparrow now as they head towards Peel Corner, and that's 2 laps in a row that Adam Sparrow has got his braking completely wrong into the Rocket complex, and that surely now has cost him any chance of a race victory. He'll do well to get back on the podium from there because they were not easy drivers to overtake, the ones that have just gone past him, and it will take him a long time, I think, to get back on terms with the podium runners. So, Jack Noller the leader. Here comes Sparrow back up the inside of Ollie Graham. Tim Dorr looking to try and take advantage of this where he can, but not able to get an overlap on Graham this time around. Heading downhill then towards the final corner at the bus stop. Jack Noller has a very significant lead. It's not often in this championship that you see a driver capable of pulling this sort of a gap on the rest of the field. Yes, they've been battling behind, but not that much really. 2.5 seconds after 2 laps is the lead for Jack Noller. That is astonishing. He is absolutely flying. Luke Pullen doing his best to go with him, but really focused more now on what's happening behind. He's got his teammate Tom Langford behind him though, and indeed another one there. 3 AB Motorsport cars. It is the AB Motorsport train for second place, with Pullen followed by Langford and Thomas. Will they work together here to try and chase after Jack Noller? Well, we'll find out now, because if Langford wants to get past Pullen, he will do it now. He's well within striking range going onto that back straight. Does he pull alongside? Does he give the bumper to Luke? He gives the bumper to him, I think, so they are going to try and work together for now. If nothing else, just to try and detach themselves from the cars behind. Although, as I say that, Langford throws it up the inside into Rocket Corner, so forget that. Luke Pullen has to open the door. He will have the inside line for the right-hand element of Rocket, though, and I think that Luke will probably stay ahead. Langford keeps on coming round the outside, though. Is Pullen going to leave him space? Yes, he does, and he will still have the inside line into the next corner. So forget what I said about the AB Motorsport drivers working together, because of course these two are both championship contenders, Langford and Pullen. Pullen gets the better of that particular battle, and now Ewan Thomas moves up to challenge as well. But if they keep on battling, they're not only going to lose complete touch with Jack Noller, but more concerningly, they're inviting Adam Sparrow back into the battle now. They come out onto the Tom Price straight, then down towards the hairpin. Pullen still second. Here comes Ewan Thomas now on Tom Langford. Ewan Thomas up the inside for third position, and I think, well, he might not make it stick, but it's certainly going to delay Langford here. Oh, and then they make contact on the exit of the corner. That was Langford and Thomas banging doors, and that's opened the door well and truly now for Adam Sparrow, who gets past Tom Langford and into fourth position. So Ewan Thomas, relatively new to the championship, relatively new to the team, perhaps not making friends with Tom Langford on that occasion. So across the line they go then. Noller leads by 4.3 seconds now, although I will put some of that down to the intensity of the battling going on behind him. Pullen second, Thomas third. Ewan Thomas hasn't had a podium yet, I don't think. Looking towards Scott Woodward for confirmation. He's not done a full season, has he, Ewan? He's come across from SuperCup, of course he has, yes, that's where I've seen the name. So no, he hasn't had a podium yet in the championship. So he's fired up, and he's already proven that he doesn't mind roughing up his teammates to do it, but he's got another teammate in front of him now. But the danger is that they open the door for Adam Sparrow. Sparrow has just got past Langford, one of his championship rivals, and if Ewan Thomas has another go at Luke Pullen now, that will open the door again for Sparrow, who is alongside Thomas anyway, as they head for Rocket. Pullen defends the inside line, Sparrow to the outside. This hasn't worked well for Adam before, but this time he judges it well, and I think he will get the inside line on Thomas for the right-hander. Yes, he does. And so Adam Sparrow, I think, back through into third. Yes, he is. Sparrow back to third place then. So Noller leads, Pullen still second. Tom Langford arrives with a head of speed into Peel Corner, outbrakes himself slightly. Tim Dawes on the outside of Neil Chisnell. It's all kicking off in this third race. These Mark 1 MX5 races have got progressively more exciting as the weekend has gone on. Yesterday's race was a little bit tame by their standards. Race 2 earlier on today was better. This is an all-out brawl, admittedly not for the win, but for second position, and Luke Pullen is defending that second position now as they head towards the hairpin. Sparrow to the outside, Ewan Thomas hunting around on the inside of car number 19, and that just takes some of the pressure off his teammate as they come through the corner. But Pullen is going to have to drive the defensive race of his life here if he's going to hang on to second position. Sparrow to the outside now. Of course, championship ramifications in this battle as well, because they're both up there in the points midway through the season. Jack Noller a 1:47.7, new fastest lap of the race, just to prove that he would have a big lead anyway, even if they weren't fighting behind. They head out of target corner then up towards the banking. Pullen again will likely have to defend, but he needs to be clever about this and not over-defend. Not be defending too heavily into corners where he doesn't really need to. I don't think Sparrow was ever likely to challenge him into the banking, but at the back straight this time, that could well be, and I think will be, a different story. There is less than an MX5 length between them as they turn through Church Corner and head up the hill. Which way does Pullen go to cover? Sparrow again was telling me in that chat we had earlier on, it's so difficult to know which way to go to defend up the hill here. Pullen goes to the inside, Sparrow takes the shorter route through the two kinks, but that becomes the outside line into the hairpin. Luke Pullen is usually pretty confident under braking, so is Adam Sparrow though, and Sparrow for the second lap in a row goes around the outside of an AB Motorsport car and gains a place at Rocket Corner. Langford and Thomas were going door handle to door handle again just behind, but Adam Sparrow into second position now then. Can he break away from the AB boys behind, or are they going to try and gang up on him and come back at the Brian Chandler prepared car? up towards, or down towards, turn number 10 they go. So Sparrow in second, Pullen third. That was Martin Tolley, I think, on the grass, heading out of turn number 10. Pullen struggling a little bit, isn't he? Ewan Thomas pulling to the outside. Pullen is late on the brakes. I thought for a moment was going to get up the inside of Sparrow, but that was just a trick of the camera, I think. Comes out of the corner, still in third position. Normally, having two teammates behind you would relieve a little bit of pressure, but I don't think Luke would agree with that statement right now, because Ewan Thomas has already shown that he is not afraid to throw a move, regardless of who it is in front of him. But they do still have the potential, these three, I think, to gang up on Sparrow if they want to do. Sparrow, though, good friends with all three of the drivers behind him as well. And that is the great thing about this championship, because yes, they're all run by different teams, and yes, they're all in it for themselves, of course they are, but the camaraderie in the MX5 paddock is second to none. And yesterday evening, they were all sort of hanging out with each other in each other's awnings, and they do become genuine friends, which means that on track it can be a bit tricky sometimes, because you're fighting for a championship with these people, but actually you all get on pretty well. Hopefully they'll all still be getting on well again at the end of this race, as Luke Pullen now tries to size up Adam Sparrow in the same way that Sparrow did him a lap ago. He's closing, but I'm not convinced he's close enough to have a go here into Rocket Corner, and Luke might be better served just waiting for a better opportunity, which he does. There's a bit of a helping hand from Ewan Thomas through the left-hander. They will stay single file for the first time in a little while in this race. We're halfway through this race now, 10 minutes down, 10 minutes to go. And Jack Noller enjoys an 8-second lead. When was the last time someone won one of these races by 8 seconds? My vote would probably go to a Steve Foden win at some point last year, but I couldn't off the top of my head remember when. It's not often that we see a driver disappear into the distance like this in what is famously a very evenly matched championship, but Jack Noller has just clicked with the Anglesey International Circuit this weekend. His car is clearly working well, it's set up right, he's driving well, and the rest of them simply can't keep up. Right, down to the hairpin comes this second place battle. Sparrow retaining this second position. Pullen not looking safe in third exactly, but not under quite the same level of threat from his teammates that time into the hairpin. But has he got an answer for Sparrow? Luke hasn't really had the ultimate pace of his other championship rivals this weekend. Oh, this is a good opportunity to put that right. That was Will Chadwick. That was Will Chadwick from the back of the grid. Will Chadwick just got past Martin Tolley to go into 7th place. I said that Chadwick was one to watch for. I think that was Thomas Walker we just saw having a spin up at the hairpin. But what a brilliant drive this has been from car number 88, Will Chadwick. He started this race from the very back of the grid, or second to last on the grid, and he's into 7th spot and could yet become a part of that podium battle, because he was battling with them before his retirement in race number 2. And he's not that far down the road from them, really. There he is, look, just ahead of Martin Tolley, the first of the 2 white cars. And Ollie Graham, his next rival, his next target. And I don't think it'll be long before he's within striking range, really. The hill they go then towards the Rocket Complex. There is the 3rd place battle. Luke Pullen snatches a break, goes a bit deep, but you can get away with that there because you get the inside line naturally for the right-hand element of Rocket. Did nearly go off the road then. So late on the brakes was the 27 car. Through Peel then. Langford now closing back in on Ewan Thomas, who for now at least seems content to sit behind Pullen. Hopefully work with him, but here is Will Chadwick. He's not content to sit behind anyone, is he? He's already up and past Ollie Graham. This is phenomenal from Will Chadwick. By far the best we've seen from him, I'd say, in this championship. And Will Chadwick, I would not bet against him getting on the podium in this race. I really wouldn't. He is absolutely flying. He's in clean air now. He's, what, a second or so maybe behind that group of cars we've been focusing on. The battle for second place. Given a lap in clean air, he could well be with them. Still a third of the race to go. 7.5 minutes remaining. Down to the final corner they head. In the distance, you can see that second place battle, not really quite as raging as intensely as it was earlier on, is it? Sparrow looks a bit more comfortable now in second. Pullen going with him as best he can, and at least keeping Ewan Thomas and Tom Langford at bay. Then comes the Chadwick, Graham, Tolley trio. Not really a trio anymore because Will Chadwick is pulling away. So Chadwick is 1.4 seconds behind Tom Langford. On the previous lap was 0.6 quicker, and he overtook 2 cars on that lap. Well, 1 car, I suppose he was finishing his move against Tolley at the beginning of the lap. Dips a wheel on the grass, turning into church, does Chadwick. That's a brave or foolish thing to do, depending on your train of thought. Up the hill comes the second place squabble then, and this is Langford now making a move, or attempting to anyway, on Ewan Thomas. He's to the outside, he's squeezing Ewan, who now goes up the inside of Luke Pullen. He was so late on the brakes, he's going to overshoot the corner, but I think that will give him second place. He's over the grass, and Langford gets them both. Tom Langford gets past both of them from 4th to 2nd, and that was a bit of a mistake, I think, from Ewan Thomas. He was that distracted by Langford in his mirrors that he outbraked himself and nearly wiped out Luke Pullen, and that has cost Luke 3rd position. So now what have you got, Luke? Can you get back on the podium? Langford won't let him through, of course, easily, because, again, Langford is up there in the championship. So those three have not worked particularly effectively well together in this race, have they? And they're letting Adam Sparrow off the hook now a little bit. Yes, AB Motorsport. Ali Bray is watching on the pit wall and perhaps won't be enjoying what he's seeing in this one. But then, hey, what goes around comes around. He's had a lot of wins to celebrate so far this season. The first, 8 races of the year were won by AB Motorsport drivers. It was time someone else had the rub of the green, and it has been very much go for it racing this weekend with Jack Noller. But Adam Sparrow also now looking good for a 2nd position. Off the final corner they come then. Sparrow is now a full 1.2 seconds clear of Langford. Has Luke Pullen breathing down his neck, then Ewan Thomas, and then Will Chadwick only half a second off this lot. Now there he is, Will Chadwick, basically a part of that fight too. And can he make any progress through that group? And if so, what effect does that have on the championship contenders? Although Chadwick wasn't a million miles back in the points either. I think he was about 5th or 6th in the points coming into this weekend. Obviously the non-finish earlier on today will count as a dropped score. But that will not have helped his championship aspirations. But if he can keep this sort of pace going through the second half of the season, he could yet become a factor by Brands Hatch, which is where the final round of the Gazshocks Mazda MX-5 Championship will be held alongside the Formula Ford Festival. Leaders into Rocket, and Will Chadwick this time serves Ewan Thomas going into the corner, tries to knock him out wide. Didn't try to, I'm sure, but almost had that effect. He's at the inside though, I think, into Peel Corner now. Will Chadwick seems to be able to place that car more or less wherever he needs to. It's got grip, it's got good traction, it's performing well in a straight line, and now he's trying to recruit the man he just bumped into Rocket to try and work with him as he gesticulates at Ewan Thomas that perhaps they should work together and catch. The car's ahead, but then Chadwick goes straight off the road coming out of turn number 10, and that should now allow Ewan Thomas back through. So talk about working together. Ewan didn't really have much of an option there, did he? Because the mistake for Chadwick opened the door. Ewan tries to go around the outside at the hairpin, but no, can't quite do it. So Chadwick hangs on, but that has, of course, dropped them away now from Luke Pullen and Tom Langford ahead. Jack Noller, by the way, has already gone through to begin another lap with 3 3/4 minutes to go. Is Langford catching Sparrow? Let's see. Yes, he is, isn't he? Langford's definitely catching Sparrow. So, again, championship significance to this battle. Can Tom Langford get back into 2nd position? Remember, in the closing stages of race 2, Langford looked like he had the pace on Sparrow and caught up to the leading duo as they were battling. And Adam did seem to think that maybe in the second half of the race, the likes of Jack and Tom might be a bit quicker. Seems to be the case again now, doesn't it? As Tom Langford reels in the 2nd place man. And they are absolutely nose to tail as they come out of church. So we are going to see a challenge for 2nd place then. Langford versus Sparrow. Up the hill they go. Does Jack go to the inside or the outside? He goes to the left-hand side of the road this time. Not what he did on the final lap of race number 2. Langford to the outside. Is this going to work? Sparrow has that braking zone sorted now, doesn't he, really? Defends successfully. Keeps hold of 2nd position. They head down towards Peel Corner, with Adam Sparrow just about in front of one of his big championship rivals. What can Langford do? He's going to have 2 more attempts, I think, at that run up the back straight, isn't he? Because Noller's so far ahead, I think he's going to finish this lap with time for another one after it. So I think we'll have 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Langford now on the attack again, forcing a defensive move out of Sparrow as they head to the hairpin. The right-hander he goes. Already Noller is at the final corner, incidentally. So Jack Noller comes across the line now with just under 2 minutes to go. So yes, 2 more laps remain then. There goes Noller. Where is Sparrow? Where is Langford? They're so far back. I mean, this is astonishing, isn't it? Look at this. I can't actually remember the last time I saw a Mark 1 MX-5 race won by this distance. That is incredible. Across the line goes Sparrow. And he is narrowly ahead of Tom Langford. That gap is 15 seconds, give or take a tenth or two, to the banking. And Langford trying to go right round the outside. Now this is interesting. And he might have the switchback here, I think. Has he got an overlap on the inside line towards Church? No, Sparrow has the door closed. But the more they defend, the closer Luke Pullen and Will Chadwick will get. Will Chadwick is very much still on course for a podium. I think Pullen's gone wide on the grass coming out of Church Corner. And here now comes Langford for second place. Langford up the inside of Adam Sparrow this time. This is exactly how Jack Noller stole the victory from Sparrow in race number 2. Behind him, Pullen is busy defending from Chadwick. Langford is going to get second. I think Chadwick will get 4th place here because he's on the outside for the left at the Rocket. He's got the inside for the right. And Luke Pullen, I fear, is going to get squeezed out to the edge of the road here. So has Will Chadwick... Oh, Sparrow's back up the inside of Langford out of nowhere. Adam Sparrow back up the inside of Langford, ushers him out wide through Peel Corner, and keep an eye on Chadwick. Chadwick has another lap to go at the end of this one to go from the back of the grid to the podium, which would be one of the drives of the season. Through the left-hander at turn 10 they go. Langford then back ahead of Adam Sparrow. It looked for a moment like that was going to swap once more, but they are absolutely bumper to bumper, the 4 of them, as they head down towards the hairpin for the penultimate time. Langford defends, Sparrow to the outside. That leaves the door open for Chadwick. Chadwick up the inside of Sparrow for 3rd position through the hairpin, leans on him on corner exit, puts him up the curb, and that will give Will Chadwick more momentum down the straight. And of course Langford, well, he's trying to share the slipstream between the 2 of them to keep them side by side, and it's worked a treat because Sparrow's back up the inside into the final corner and keeps hold of 3rd position. Jack Noller has long since begun his final lap of the race, but for second it is any one of 4 drivers. Tom Langford has a narrow advantage over Adam Sparrow in 3rd, Will Chadwick 4th from the back of the grid, and Luke Pullen, I suspect, a rather disappointed 5th place at the moment. Then Ewan Thomas, who is a bit further back in 6th. Tolly 7th leads the Masters category. Ollie Graham is 8th, Neil Chisnell 9th, and Tim Dorr in 10th position. But the battle to watch is the one out in front as Tom Langford uses all the track limits out of the banking that time, right up and over the exit curb as they head for Church for the last time. I think he might be out of danger here, really, although Sparrow's had a good run through Church. But he is definitely a few car lengths back than he was, and actually it's Chadwick who's more likely to put the pressure on him, I think. They head for the braking zone up at Rocket. Langford, I think, safe in second for now. Sparrow closes back in, but is he going to be able to make the move somewhere else around the lap? It will all come down, I think, to the hairpin, won't it, really, at the end of the Tom Price straight. That's realistically where a move could be made now. All bunched back together then. Langford second, Sparrow 3rd. There is Jack Noller. I apologise, Jack, we haven't seen you once in this race. It's been a dominant, flawless performance, this. But unfortunately, you've missed all the fun because all of the action has been further behind you, and some way further behind you, 17 seconds further behind at the beginning of the final lap. Here they come then, down towards that hairpin for the last time. I don't think anyone's actually close enough to make a move. I think that Tom Langford might just be safe now in second position, with Adam Sparrow having to settle for 3rd place. But for Jack Noller, it is 3 race wins from 3 here at Anglesey. Jack Noller victorious in the 3rd race of the weekend. And now we wait. And we wait, and we wait, and eventually somebody will appear in second place. It is Tom Langford who appears in second place, I believe. Here he comes, yes, Langford second. Can Will Chadwick win in a drag race to the line against Adam Sparrow? The answer is no. So it is Langford second, it is Sparrow 3rd, it is Chadwick 4th, and it's Luke Pullen in 5th position. And 6th position then for Ewan Thomas. Screech of tyres you heard was Luke Pullen celebrating 5th place like he just won a race, but I think maybe more out of frustration was that drift through the first corner. The driver who was dominant at Alton last time just not having the pace at what he has always said is not his favourite racetrack. Ewan Thomas was 6th, Martin Tolley 7th, Ollie Graham 8th, Neil Chisnell 9th, and Tim Dorr in 10th position. They've all crossed the line. A few of the other battles further back that were raging on that we didn't really get a chance to see. Graham Rumsey versus Thomas Brown was quite close. Thomas Brown getting the better of that battle for 14th spot. Also Tim Storer just finishing ahead of the recovering Thomas Walker after his spin up at the hairpin mid-race. So that was much more like it. It was a shame it was only for second place, that battle, really. Jack Noller was so far in front, 16.8 seconds, and he will probably say that he built that gap up because they were battling so hard behind him, but he was pulling the gap anyway, even before they started to squabble amongst themselves quite so viciously. And once he'd broken the toe, really, which was within a couple of corners, there was no way they were going to catch him once he got the lead anyway. Obviously, he didn't lead the the first few corners because Adam Sparrow, not for the first time this weekend, beat him into turn 1, but after things settled down, it was all Jack Nolan, and he has been the dominant man, as Langford was at Silverstone, as Pullen was at Alton Park, and Anglesey, it is Jack Noller's playground. He claims 3 victories from 3 and leaves himself firmly now into championship contention. Langford second, Sparrow third, Will Chadwick from the back of the grid. Shame really that he missed out on a podium, because that was a sterling drive from the back to come home in 4th. Luke Pullen was 5th, Ewan Thomas 6th, Martin Tolley 7th, Ollie Graham 8th, Neil Chisnell and Tim Dorr completing the top 10. And Harry Storer were next ahead of Levi Aisbett and Thomas Brown in 14th place. 15th Graham Rumsey, 16th Chris Belwell, 17th Tim Storer, Thomas Walker, Clive Chisnell and Richard Barton completing the top 20. Jonathan Fieldsend and Simon Privet, the last 2 runners on the lead lap, with Jason Aisbett in 23rd, 1 lap down. So, the Mazda MX-5 drivers are down in Parc Ferme, and Richard John Neal is ready and waiting to have a chat with our top 3 finishers. Let's head down to hear from him now.
Well, Jack Noller's racing weekend is complete. Car's got some scrapes. It's been a busy weekend. We didn't see much of Jack in that one because he was too far ahead. Andy McEwen was complaining that you were too far ahead in that one. We didn't see very much of you. Let's get the crash helmet off. That's not a bad complaint to have, is it? If you're in the lead, that's there are more difficult problems in motorsport to deal with than that. How does it feel to have had a dominant weekend in the Gas-Shocks Mazdas?
Well, it's not often that happens, and to get the car in a really good window was something that's really worked out this weekend. So really happy with it overall, and yeah, just made the position early on. They started falling over each other, like I broke the toe, and there we go. Not often that happens, so really happy that it worked out, and thanks to everyone to get in the car so spot on Friday. Worked with me, worked with the guys and everything, and to my dad being here. My fiance predicted 3 out of 3 at the start of the weekend, so thanks very much to her, and it came true somehow.
We need to get her down for the interview, don't we? What would be her prediction of what's going to happen next time out? Croft, I think.
Well, that was where I got my first podium ever last year, so hopefully she should be predicting more success there, because the car's the best it's ever felt now. Got it into a really good place, and away we go.
Nice one, Jack. Well done. Great weekend. Many congratulations. Jack Noller. Second position goes to Tom Langford. There's nearly a cheer there. Good to see you. We finally catch up with you.
Finally.
And it was Billy bonkers, wasn't it? That the podium battling going on.
Yeah, after the first couple of laps, it was bananas, really. I don't know how many cars were in it, but Jack had gone by that point, so it was a fight for second, really. Adam was putting up a stern fight to keep that position. I just managed to pip him and pull away from the others. I just want to say thank you to AB Motorsport and Midland Tyre Shaving. We've had a real struggle this weekend, and they've managed to pull us up from where we thought we would be. I also want to thank Next Wave Safety, Mofolio from Germany, and C's Auto Electrical. Got them all in, Richard.
I love it. I love it when a driver comes to the podium with a message, which is exactly what we as interviewers like. But you were saying a difficult weekend, but 2 third places and a second. A lot of drivers would be pleased with that in a championship performance. Obviously, we've got Jack and Adam all battling hard, but realistically, points not bad.
It's a damage limitation weekend. Obviously, I would have loved to win and carry on that, but it's a good points haul. And we hold ourselves to higher standards at AB Motorsport, so we try and get as much as we can, and I think we have done this weekend.
Tom, congratulations. Look forward to seeing you at Croft. I don't know if we can grab a quick word with Adam in third position. Adam's already. Thank you for waiting, Adam. We've got cars on the grid, so I'll make it a quick one. 3 podiums out of 3, 2 second places and a third. Not a bad weekend's work.
Not a bad weekend. Would have been nice for a victory, but still some solid points.
Looking forward to Croft?
Yeah, got a win there last year with the widest Mazda MX-5 possible, because I was struggling with a few issues early on last year. But yeah, looking forward to it. The last sector, I don't know, just clicked with the last sector. So yeah, we'll see what happens there.
Crazy Mazda racing, but vastly entertaining. Thank you and all the other drivers in the Gas-Shocks Championship for giving us such a great weekend. Look forward to seeing you next time out at Croft.
Thank you very much. As always, a massive thank you to the Mazda MX-5 shop and Midland Tyre Shaving for their sponsorship, and also BC Cars Motorsport.
Top job, Adam. Thanks very much. Adam Sparrow completes our podium. Cars on the grid, as you can hear. Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup over to Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, cars are out on their green flag lap then ahead of the third and final race of the weekend for the BMW Compact Cup, and this is the race with the jumbled up grid, which always provides lots of drama. Remember the exciting race we had at Croft a few weeks ago? Well, this could well be a repeat. It is Richard Sutherland who has been drawn on the pole position. Alongside him will be Gareth Claydon. Now, we can see what Gareth can do with a bit of track position in this one. Matt Flowers and Conor Grady are together on row 2, with Peter Smith and Gordon McMillan, the full speeder coming into the weekend, starting on row 3. Fourth row then for Max Noble and Mike Doble, with Joe Doble next and Stephen Daly, who those two have been battling for the victories so far this weekend. They're sharing row 5. Then those that weren't involved in the shuffled grid, excuse me, it is now Mountford with Barney Lauer on row 6, row 7 Gregor Pryor and Alistair Smith, row 8 for Rod Langham and Aidan Wright. Then it will be on row 9 Tim Seaford and Martin Corkwell. So, jumbled up grid, as I said. The race result earlier on saw Stephen Daly and Joe Doble finish first and second, with Mike Doble and Conor Grady third and fourth respectively. Richard Sutherland, who finished ninth, drawn on pole position for this one. So this is going to be an intriguing battle, I think, between those two as they try and move their way through the field, whilst also keeping one eye on each other, knowing full well that if they can get to the front, then either one of them might then be able to control the race. So it's a race to the front, quite literally, for those two. They're both having to do it from the 5th row of the grid. Cars lining up on the grid, 15-minute race, and this could be one of the real highlights of the weekend. It certainly was, as I said, at Croft last time out, where Peter Smith won this equivalent race on the road, only to be disqualified or penalised in some way for overtaking under yellow flags. And hopefully no such dramas in this one. Peter Smith will be taking the start of race 3 from 5th this time around. Sutherland and Gareth Claydon row 1, Flowers and Grady, Conor Grady, the first of the championship big hitters really, starting from 3rd. Although Gareth Claydon's not out of the championship fight, is he? Let's be honest. Starting as he is from the outside of row 1 for this one. Right, green flag waved at the back of the grid. 15 minutes on the clock. Red lights will go on now. And in a moment or two, we'll be away and racing. That happens now. Good start made by Matt Flowers from the inside of row number 2. Can he challenge for the lead? I'm not sure he can. They're 4 abreast, actually, into turn number 1. Gordon McMillan trying to bully his way through the middle, and that almost ended in tears, but I think they've all just about come out the other side. There's Stephen Daly up the curb. Joe Doble battling with his dad, Mike, as they head towards the banking. And it is Mike ahead of Joe still. In fact, now they're both being overtaken, aren't they, by the 112 of Dan Mountford as they went through the second corner on the opening lap. Side by side though for second place down at Church Corner, and that is Conor Grady. Conor Grady through into second place at the expense of Gareth Claydon, who then gets really bottled up on the apex, and that allows Gordon McMillan through, the triple winner from Croft last time out, bursting through into 3rd position. There's a 10-second penalty for Gregor Pryor for being out of position at the start, just to add to what's already been a miserable weekend for him, as Peter Smith comes up the inside of Gareth Claydon for 4th position, that will be. So Gareth Claydon losing another spot, so I said it would be interesting to see what he could do with some track position. He's lost all of that track position already. We're only halfway around the opening lap. Down to Peel then. That is Mike Doble still ahead of Joe Doble, and still with Dan Mountford scrapping away with them, and in fact forcing Joe Doble to take the very long route around Peel Corner. We've also got in that group, I notice, the 27 machine of Adam Wright, who had 2 spins in the earlier race, hoping for a cleaner time of it this time. Right, almost side by side for the race lead as we head for the hairpin this time, and that's Gareth Claydon up the inside of Peter Smith with a big lock-up of the brakes and nearly colliding with him. In fact, they do, I think, trade a little bit of paint, and that opens the door for Stephen Daly. Stephen Daly makes it 3 wide as they bang door handles down the back straight and head for the final corner. So 2 places gained by Stephen Daly as they arrive down into the final corner, where Richard Sutherland leads the way. So Sutherland from Grady, but Grady has a much better exit off the final corner, gets to the inside line, into turn number 1. Richard Sutherland won't want to back down without a fight, but in the end there was nothing he could do to defend from that. He made the mistake at the previous corner, and Conor Grady needed no second invitation. Gordon McMillan now moves up to challenge for second, and that's the outside line into the banking that he chooses to take, looking to get a good exit from the corner, which he doesn't really do because he and Richard Sutherland both go up over the curb and lose some traction. So down into Church Corner then, Ooh, Sutherland very sideways, as was McMillan, but Conor Grady in the lead. That could be a danger for everybody else. He's the first of the sort of expected front runners, podium finishers if you like, to hit the front, but Stephen Daly is up into fourth. So Stephen Daly having a really good race. Corkwell's had a spin, a spectacular spin coming out of Church Corner. He's digging his way back off the grass on the inside of the circuit. It's there Peter Smith and Max Noble do battle over 6th position. So they head into the right-hander at Peel, where Stephen Daly is up the inside and ahead of already Gordon McMillan. So that's a podium place now for Daly. Joe Doble coming up behind Max Noble. So Joe's picked up a place or two on this lap. I think he might be 8th now, ahead of Matt Flowers. Down towards the hairpin. This is now for 2nd place. Stephen Daly versus Richard Sutherland. So Daly carving his way through the field pretty efficiently, isn't he? And if he gets into 2nd place before much longer, he will have every chance, I think, of chasing after Conor Grady, the pace that Daly's had. And he'll be very happy to see that Joe Doble just hasn't made the progress through the pack, but Stephen has. Down to the final turn they head. Ooh, a bit more rubbing there. That was one of the Dobles on the receiving end. Joe or Mike? Joe, I think, wasn't it, versus Max Noble. So Joe Doble in only 8th position. He'll be disappointed with how this race is going so far. Leading group heads up through the banking. Richard Sutherland in the distance, look, defending for 2nd place, as Stephen Daly looks to try now and really ramp up the pressure. Conor Grady 1.3 seconds up the road. Daly doesn't want that gap to get any bigger if he can help it, so the sooner he makes his move on Richard Sutherland, he thinks, the sooner he can go after Grady and challenge for a race victory. Out of Church we go, up the back straight. Daly pulling to the right, but there's no room there. Then pulls to the left, but Sutherland, I'm sure, will try and cover, but can't get there in time. So Stephen Daly, I think, will get 2nd. Sutherland's late on the brakes, though, but Stephen Daly later. They both just about leave room for each other. Sutherland will have the inside grassy route into the right-hander. There's a bit of paint traded again on the apex. Daly is sideways, but doesn't really back out of it and keeps on coming round the outside line. That means they're still door-to-door now as they turn into the right-hander at Peel. And Richard Sutherland is not going to make this easy for Stephen Daly. Daly's got the inside line, though, into the final corner, and he is going to, yes, go through. So Stephen Daly into 2nd place, and we'll see very shortly then what the gap is to the race leader, Conor Grady. Gordon McMillan now up alongside Sutherland as well. You can see the wing mirror get folded in on the right-hand side of Gordon McMillan's car. It is the driver's side, that at least, so he could, if he wanted, reach out and correct that. But at the moment, he's busy correcting a bit of a moment, as both he and Sutherland were sideways off the hairpin that time. Fastest lap, unsurprisingly, perhaps belongs to Stephen Daly. 1 minute 50.618 for Stephen. Out of the final corner then, what is this gap? Grady is 2.6, let's call that 2.7 seconds really, clear of Stephen Daly. It was the fastest lap that time for Grady, a 1:50.1, so that was 1.2 quicker than Daly, but of course Daly picked up a position on Sutherland on that lap, which would have cost him some time. And the right-hander at the banking, Richard Sutherland, now just in danger of starting to slip down the order, isn't he? Here comes McMillan through. This is the best we've seen from Gordon this weekend. OK, he's benefited from the grid draw, but he's executed well. Was certainly punchy in the early laps, wasn't he? That first lap particularly, to come cruising up through the order. Up the hill they go then, clipping the curb through the kink on the school straight. Gareth Claydon now moving in to challenge Richard Sutherland. It's further back, Pete Smith and Joe Doble are side by side, so this is an important move for Joe. This would be to break into the top 6 in this race, which he does. So Joe Doble passed Smith at the top end of the track then, and chases off after Gareth Claydon. So there's a chance still, I think, for Joe to make the podium here, depending on Gordon McMillan's pace now that he's gone past Sutherland, but I think Joe Doble should be able to have a crack at Gareth Claydon. He's been quite a bit quicker than Gareth so far this weekend, and I suspect that he will then also find a way past Richard Sutherland. Whether or not he's then got time to catch and pass Gordon McMillan, that will be the real challenge. There's his father, Mike Doble, in behind Max Noble. In the battle for 8th place, heading back down towards the sea, towards the final turn. And it looks as though Mike Doble's going to go up the inside now. Wasn't quite close enough to do that. Right, Stephen Daly, fastest lap of the race, 1:49.795. That was 0.4, give or take, quicker than Conor Grady. So the gap is down to 2.3 seconds now, with just under half the race to go. So I think he should have time here to catch Conor at that rate. Yeah, just about, but it will be nip and tuck, won't it? He needs a bit more than that, really, to give himself a couple of laps to actually do the overtake. Catching, as someone once said, is one thing, passing very much another. And you know that Conor Grady is going to get his elbows out when Stephen gets there. Oh, Joe Doble chopping around on the rear bumper of Gareth Claydon, trying to get the inside run into Rocket. Has he managed it? No, Gareth Claydon moves across to the middle of the road and keeps Joe Doble behind him. Sutherland very wide. I think I can count on the fingers of one hand the amount of times I've seen Richard Sutherland go through a corner not sideways. He is always on and perhaps slightly beyond the limit, but it makes him one of the most exciting drivers on the grid to watch. There goes Joe Doble up the inside of Gareth Claydon now. And that sort of works, but the next corner's a left-hander. That will probably favour Claydon a little bit more. Yes, it does. And Gareth Claydon's going to get that place straight back again. There he goes. Behind them, that is Mike Doble and Max Noble, isn't it, going wheel to wheel. As Joe Doble desperately tries to find a route past car number one, but it's car number one for a reason. Gareth Claydon's not going to be an easy man to overtake. I think Joe probably has the pace to do it, but he's just got to try and find the right opportunity. He has a big slide coming off the hairpin. And might open the door for Pete Smith, actually. I think Pete Smith has got a bit of a run. Yes, he has, and Pete is up the inside of Joe Doble, so Doble losing a place. That wasn't in the script. And Peter Smith, the star of the show, sort of, from Croft in the third race last time, now making a bit of a nuisance of himself to Joe Doble, but fair play, he's perfectly entitled to do that. There's Mike Doble battling with Noble behind, so that was a change, that wasn't it? I think Mike Doble getting himself ahead. Stephen Daly, by the way, 1:49.8, so that time half a second quicker than the leader, the gap down to 1.8 seconds. But it's what, nearly 2 minutes a lap, isn't it, in a compact cup car, so they're not going to have many laps left. And the slipstream effect isn't really that powerful in these cars compared to something like an MX-5, for example, so in an MX-5 race, I'd say if you get within a second of the leader, you will catch them at the end of the next straight, but not really the same in compact cup. Oh dear, that all got very congested, didn't it? Peter Smith putting the moves on Gareth Claydon, then round the outside goes Joe Doble. That was a brilliant move by Joe Doble. I'm not really sure how he did that, but just carried real good momentum on the outside line into Rocket in, and that gave him that inside line, the important inside line to Rocket out. Rocket out really is the more important element of that complex. Even though you think the overtaking would be done on the way into it, really it's who has the inside line for the right-hander that counts. 9 times out of 10, they come out on top. For any side-by-side battle, Richard Sutherland sideways. What else is new? He is gapping, though, Claydon, I think, slightly on this lap. So Gareth Claydon perhaps turning his attention more to defence again now, with Joe Doble harrying him, looking to the outside into the hairpin. Can he stay there? If he can, he'll have the inside run to the last corner. That might not work. I thought it was going to work, but got the wheel in the dirt, lost some traction, lost some momentum ultimately. And that means that the positions will be unchanged. Stephen Daly, another fastest lap, a 49.7 this time. That was 0.6 quicker than the race leader. So the closer he gets, the faster he gets, does Stephen Daly. At that rate, he'll be almost on the tail of Conor Grady by the end of the next lap. The trouble is, that's only realistically going to leave him a lap, I think, to actually put the move on. Maybe 2. It will be touch and go as to whether they get a last lap ball at the end of this one. Up the hill they go, though. I'd say Daly's had a good first half of this lap, so he's closing in ever further. Joe Doble now really starting to get frustrated, you feel, behind Gareth Claydon. He's had a good run, though, pulls to the left-hand side of the road. This time I think there might be a small overlap, just enough maybe that Gareth Claydon can't close the door, but he does close the door. And Joe Doble does not pull a Riley Phillips, backs out of the move, and settles back in line behind the number 1 car. All sort of cluster back together again into Rocket. Peter Smith trying that wide line, and that gives him the inside line into Rocket out, but Joe Doble, I think, should just have the momentum that time to keep Smith behind him. Peel down the hill. What is that lead gap doing, I wonder? I would say Stephen Daly's almost there now, isn't it? Oh, Sutherland, very wide again. He uses his own unique racing lines, Richard Sutherland, but they seem to weirdly work for him because he's not dropping back into the clutches of Claydon yet, despite a couple of little moments that I've seen. Joe Doble back to the outside of Claydon. Tries to find a way by, heading around the hairpin. For the second lap in a row, he tries that outside line, and for the second lap in a row, it's unsuccessful. And for the second lap in a row, Pete Smith now looks to try and take advantage. Right, there will be time just about for 2 more laps. So 2 more laps to go, and Conor Grady has basically been caught now by Stephen Daly. So Stephen Daly, having done, in a way, the easy work, catching Conor, now needs to try and figure out a way of getting past him. Further back, by the way, just out of the window, Joe Doble is side by side with Peter Smith through turn 1. And I think they're still side by side heading towards the banking. We'll pick up on those in a minute. Here they come. Gordon McMillan will be 3rd. Richard Sutherland will be 4th. Claydon 5th. But who is 6th? That's the question. It is, wait. There we go. Still side by side. Pete Smith has the inside line for Church Corner. Is Joe Doble going to tough this out around the outside? He's thinking about it. He's really trying it. And he's going to do it, actually. Goes right round the outside of Pete Smith. And they are still side by side. They've been side by side for almost half a lap now. This has been a brilliant battle. Mike Doble now coming up to play as well. Might he try and give a bit of assistance maybe to his son Joe as they head into the braking zone at Rocket? He's not close enough to do so. Can Pete Smith go round the outside? Joe Doble will desperately want to close the door, which he does do, in fairness, and keeps hold of the place. But Joe Doble, not the race he was hoping to have, with Stephen Daly up there fighting for a win and Conor Grady. Gordon McMillan on the podium too. Joe Doble could little afford really to be handing these sort of points away to those drivers. On the hill comes Adam Wright and Max Noble. Those two were doing battle in race 1, weren't they? And then obviously it all went wrong for Adam Wright in the race earlier on today, but they found each other again now at the tail end of the top 10. This battle through the middle part of the top 10 makes its way around the hairpin again. The leaders are at the final corner, and Conor Grady's got the final corner all wrong. Stephen Daly is right on him now. That was a much bigger gap just before we cut to that camera, but Conor Grady made a big mistake through the final corner, and so Stephen Daly now only a quarter of a second back as they begin the final lap of the race. So Stephen Daly going to throw everything at this now to try and get the race victory. Remember that Stephen started on the 5th row of the grid. He's sideways through the banking, and Conor Grady is going to have to push pretty hard here. He's going to have to defend pretty hard in order to retain the advantage. Through Church then. Is Daly close enough though? I'm not convinced he is. Try and pick up a bit of a slipstream, try and get close enough into Rocket, but I think if the move's going to come, it will be later in the lap. That moment at the banking just cost him so much momentum because you really don't then scrub off any speed until Rocket, and Conor Grady struggling to scrub off any speed into Rocket. Outbrakes himself, goes straight on, and Stephen Daly now right on his tail again. So that mistake from Conor Grady, has that just opened the door again for Stephen Daly to try and get back into this. Through the right-hander at Peel Corner then, dropping downhill, back towards the left-hander at turn 10. Gareth Claydon still battling with Joe Doble in the background. Doble still ahead of Peter Smith, and there's been a drama, I think, for Adam Wright there at Rocket. We'll get to that in a moment, though. Let's focus on the leaders as they head towards the hairpin for the final time. And Conor Grady just needs to make 2 more perfect corners, no mistakes, and he will be the race winner. Stephen Daly closing right in through the hairpin, but doesn't try and get to the inside line. Interestingly, Grady a bit sideways on corner exit. That was a nice little power slide, no traction or momentum lost on the exit of the turn, and I think that Conor Grady might just be able to do this. 1 more corner to go. Is Stephen Daly going to throw everything at it? No, he's not. Conor Grady, unless he makes another mistake, is going to come home a winner here in the BMW Compact Cup. He crosses the line and just about hangs on. Conor Grady victorious here at Anglesey. 2nd goes the way of Stephen Daly. 3rd will be McMillan, 4th will be Sutherland. Who will be 5th though? That I think is going to be Gareth Claydon, just about getting the better of Joe Doble. Richard Sutherland, of course, is sideways across the line. Then it's Claydon 5th, Joe Doble 6th, Peter Smith 7th, Mike Doble 8th, Adam Wright is 9th. It was Max Noble actually we saw going slowly, not Adam Wright, my apologies, part way around that final lap. And another good battle here, Gregor Pryor and Rod Sutherland. Now, those two have had their history this weekend, and they end up the weekend battling for position again. with Rod Langham getting the better of not only Gregor Pryor but also Alistair Smith for 14th place. A couple of others coming across the line. Tim Seaford, Martin Corkwell will be the last of them, but what a brilliant race that was. Conor Grady, deserved race winner, only just held on. But hold on he managed to, and he will be extremely pleased with that drive. Yes, he started a bit further up the order than Stephen Daly that time, but Stephen still had a couple of laps to try and get past him, and very, very nearly managed to do so. So, yeah, very impressive stuff that from Conor to defend the lead and to bring home another race victory. So, Conor Grady, and actually I say another race victory, he's not won a race yet this year, has Conor. So, has he won a race before in the Compact Cup? He'll tell Richard, I suppose, in a moment, because he will be doing the winner's interview in a few minutes' time. Conor Grady as the race winner. He'll be very keen to celebrate. Either way, Stephen Daly second, and Gordon McMillan on the podium for the first time this weekend in third. Richard Sutherland is fourth. They were the top two Masters drivers too, with Gareth Claydon fifth, Joe Doble sixth, Peter Smith seventh, Mike Doble eighth, Adam Wright ninth, and Matt Flowers in 10th. Then it was Max Noble, Dan Mountford, Barney Lauer and Rod Langham in 14th position. 15th for Alistair Smith ahead of Gregor Pryor, Tim Seaford and Martin Corkwell at the back of the field. So the Nankang Tyre BMW Compact Cup will be next out at Snetterton. I think that is going to be part of the next Fun Cup live streamed event as well. Then they head to Cadwell Park, Donington Park, and it all finishes on the Silverstone International Circuit in October. Right, let's head down to Parc Fermé and hear from our podium finishers, and I'm sure a delighted race winner, Conor Grady.
A little bit of history. We've had a lot of historic moments in racing the last couple of weekends, and Conor Grady gets his first win in the BMW Compact Cup. And first to congratulate him, Stephen Daly, himself a fine drive in the reverse grid race. And Conor told me earlier on his dad not here this weekend, so what a present for Father's Day for Conor to show his dad Mark not here, that he's won. We need Mark here with Conor winning as well. Conor, come over, well done. Congratulations, a fine win. Brilliant to get your first win in the championship. Father, you said Dad's not here.
Yeah, my Dad's a mechanic in this weekend, so we've done all right. We've struggled with pace there. A lot of the tyres up in the second race, and had to change tyres to old tyres, so I was struggling a little bit then, but I knew Stephen was coming, so I started making a few mistakes towards the end. I knew Stephen wouldn't do anything silly, because we're both teammates, so yeah, it was a really good race.
But you're still learning these cars. A lot of the drivers have been in it for a long time, Stephen included. Not making excuses for him, he still pulls it out of the bag. But is there still stuff to learn?
Yeah, there's always. My main problem is braking. I keep locking up all the time. So I used to drive the Ginetta. I used to really hit it, but now I have to be more careful on the brakes, which is taking a long time to get used to. But that's the most thing. So everything else, I'm getting slowly there every race.
It's a good win, reverse grid, but you had to work hard to get there.
Yeah, it was definitely hard work to racing, not to get any damage, and all for the championship. Really, keep my nose clean. So.
That's one. Congratulations. I'll remember that, Conor. Congratulations, Stephen Daly and Gordon McMillan here as well. Stephen, what a drive! You know, tons to do. Couldn't make these quick, unfortunately, because the Mazdas are going out. But ever present on the podium this weekend.
Yeah, that's a very consistent weekend. Happy with that. Car, fantastic. Up to the front. Casey Motorsport team have done a fantastic job this weekend. And I think hello to my family, Emily, Nicola, hello, and that's a wrap.
Well done, Steve. Congratulations. Ever present. Very quick with Gordon McMillan, because we haven't had a chat, but Masters win. Great to see you.
GMAC is back. I got a couple of trophies. Very happy with that. Really pleased.
Fantastic. Top step next time, Gordon. We've got to cut it short, but
top step next time. I'll do that.
I'll do. Gordon McMillan. Well done. Brilliant. Thanks. Hat trick last time. We didn't credit him with that on camera. Well done. That was last time out. This time out, though. Griff. I don't know what it's going to do.
Well, thanks, Richard. Apologies for the little technical issue there. We'll get to the bottom of that. Hopefully hear a bit more clearly from Richard in the race a little bit later on. Anyway, we like jumbled up grids, so let's have another one, shall we? This is the Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup, to give it its full title. And again, we've got a grid that doesn't exactly resemble the order in which they finished the previous race, which is good news for us because it means that we're guaranteed some excitement and action and overtaking and potentially a new winner, because this weekend Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills have done the winning. They've shared a win apiece, but we've got different drivers on the front row this time, and that could well yield a different race result. It's Ollie Allwood for AB Motorsport who lines up on pole position, with Jack Sycamore for company alongside him. Nick Reinrod and Joe Wiggin together on row number 2. Patrick Fletcher and Aidan Hills, those 2 race winners so far this weekend, lining up together on row 3. Jack Brewer and Wilbur Tiley are together on row number 4, then row 5 for Ollie Hall and Alistair Dendy, 6th row for Mal Halsey and Clive Powells. Row 7 for Abe Watts, Bruce Robinson, then it is Alex Jones and Christopher McGinn, with Tom Griffiths hopefully from the back. Yes, Tom Griffiths is there. We know there's no Lee Britton, but Tom Griffiths is at the back of the field, which is good news after that mechanical issue that took him out of the earlier race. So the sun continues to shine here at Anglesey then. 20 minutes of MX5 SuperCup racing action to keep us entertained. And first 2 races have been interesting, haven't they? Race 1 yesterday, Patrick Fletcher led the entirety of it really. Aidan Hills tried to find a way through, just couldn't quite manage to do it. Race 2 earlier on today though, Aidan Hills and Patrick Fletcher had a bit more of a ding-dong battle, and of course that was sort of triggered by the fact that Tom Griffiths got out in front early on, and Tom didn't have the pace to pull away, but then nor was he an easy man to overtake, and so that created a really good battle. Griffiths, when he was leading, heartbreakingly, had to pull to the side of the road with a problem up at turn number 10, and that was, in the end, all it took for the race win to slip from his clutches, and it was a fascinating race, but a real upsetting finish, that one really, for Tom Griffiths. But there is Tom. We need to keep an eye on that car then. Car number 16 from the back of the grid. And what progress can he make? Podium might be a stretch, but if he can get onto the podium, that will be a heck of a performance from Tom. It was a gearbox issue, Richard tells me. Excellent, thank you so much, Richard. Brilliant information. That's it. It was a gearbox that went. They've got an old gearbox out of the van. Not out of the van, you know what I mean. It was being stored in the van, and they fitted on the car for this race. So that is hopefully going to work all right, and they can watch that car make some good progress through the order. But Tom Griffiths from the back is going to be a sight to behold. Right then, red lights are on. Out they go now, and we're away and racing for the last time in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship, and it's Ollie Allwood versus Jack Sycamore for the race lead through the first corner, and Jack Sycamore trying to hang tough around the outside, but Allwood will hang on then from pole position. So it's been a rare sight today, hasn't it really? The pole sitter leading through the first corner. Nick Reinrod hasn't had a brilliant start there. He's already battling with Aidan Hills as they round the banking for the first time and head for the right-hander at Church Corner. Through the right they go then, onto the back straight. Jack Sycamore on the tail of Ollie Allwood. And heading towards the best overtaking opportunity on the circuit. Is Jack Sycamore going to try it? Well, he's certainly going to try, but is he going to be successful in doing so? He's looking to the inside line, but here comes Patrick Fletcher around the outside from 4th place. He nearly took 2nd, but couldn't quite get there and ends up with 2 wheels in the dirt. But critically, he is ahead of Aidan Hills in the early stages. So Patrick Fletcher has got himself ahead of Aidan Hills, and they have been the 2 pace setters, really, along with Tom Griffiths so far this weekend. Joe Wiggin up the inside and into the side of Jack Sycamore, bashes his way through into 2nd position. Down into the left-hander at turn 10 they go then. It is Allwood that leads. It is Wiggin in 2nd, Sycamore 3rd. Fletcher 4th position then as they head down to the hairpin, and Jack Sycamore squeezes Patrick Fletcher over onto the grass. That was a little bit robust defence there from Sycamore, and Wiggin was up the inside of Allwood with his brakes all locked up. Did he make that stick? Well, they're still side by side, but Joe Wiggin versus Ollie Allwood absolutely side by side for the race lead as we head to the final corner. Allwood just about manages to hang on. Jack Sycamore, of course, also now joining in the party and trying to reclaim 3rd, but actually loses 3rd place to Patrick Fletcher. Patrick Fletcher up the inside of him then as they head across the line. Aidan Hills is there as well, and Aidan Hills is in 4th position, Fletcher 3rd. So they're both there inside the top 4 places at the moment then, as they head around the right-hander at the banking towards Church. And round this really frighteningly quick right-hander they go. Allwood, Wiggin, Fletcher, Hills and Sycamore, the leading quintet, and Joe Wiggin now makes his move, pulls out of the slipstream to the right-hand side of the road with a healthy shove from Patrick Fletcher, and that might move them both through. Actually, Allwood could be down to 3rd, could be down to 4th, because Aidan Hills is there as well. Hills sideways in the braking zone. How's this going to sort itself out? Well, Joe Wiggin has got the lead. Fletcher goes 2nd, and Aidan Hills right round the outside. I think they'll move into 3rd place. He's sideways up the curb on the inside line, and he is going to lever aside Ollie Allwood and move into 3rd position, and Jack Sycamore now coming through as well into 4th, so it's all unravelled for Allwood. He's down into 5th position as they come out of Peel and down the hill, and that's Tom Griffiths. That is Tom Griffiths from the back of the grid into the top 6 already. That is absolutely outrageous. What a brilliant opening lap and a half Tom Griffiths has had, and he could yet win this race. He pulls out of the slipstream down towards the hairpin. They are 3 abreast nearly into the braking zone, with Sycamore on the inside, Griffiths to the outside, and Allwood sort of pinched in the middle. They head out of the right-handed hairpin, down the hill towards the final corner. And this is going to be a real thriller. I can just feel it. Joe Wiggins got the lead. Patrick Fletcher's got 2nd place. Aidan Hills is there in 3rd, but Tom Griffiths is coming. He is in 6th place. If he can clear Allwood and Sycamore quickly, he might be able to chase off after those leading 3. Towards the banking then. Round the right-handed hairpin they go, and Patrick Fletcher having a little nibble there at Joe Wiggin as they rounded the right-hand hairpin. Down towards Church then, Aidan Hills challenging for 2nd place. This is significant. Fletcher had to go for the lead. He lost momentum on the exit of the corner. Aidan Hills is up the inside of him, and the 2 fastest drivers of the weekend are absolutely neck and neck once again. Behind them, Griffiths has already dispatched of Ollie Allwood, I can tell you. So he is coming towards these 2 as they go side by side into the braking zone. Joe Wiggin doing his best to pull out in front, and up the inside line, Patrick Fletcher just sees off the challenge from Aidan Hills. Allwood actually coming back now at Tom Griffiths, and I think they'll get back ahead of him again as they round the right-handed element of Rocket. Through the right-hander at Peel then. Aidan Hills up the curb, trying to still find a way past Patrick Fletcher, but just can't quite do it, can he? Towards the final couple of corners on this lap. This international sequence of corners. And as they head for the right-handed hairpin at the end of the straight, it's actually Nick Grindrod now challenging Allwood, so Allwood did not find a way past Tom Griffiths and now might be in danger of losing another position. So Grindrod now eased out wide. Jack Brewer getting involved too. Nice to see Jack part of the battle as they head for the final corner. So Joe Wiggin leads them across the line then. And his lead is going to be what over Patrick Fletcher? It was 2/10, it's now nearly a full second as they head for the first corner. Tom Griffiths up into 5th position. Fastest lap belongs to Aidan Hills, by the way. And as they head through that right-hander, Tom Griffiths now on the tail of Jack Sycamore. And he is chasing down the 4th placed driver then up towards Church Corner. Good exit, could give Griffiths the chance to pass heading up the hill, and of course because Fletcher and Hills have been battling so hard, they're not that far ahead actually of the Tom Griffiths machine, which pulls out of the slipstream to the inside of Sycamore now for 4th position. Allwood further back is defending from Nick Grindrod, but what's going on between Sycamore and Griffiths? Has Griffiths gone through? I think the answer is yes. Yes it is. That looked to me like Griffiths ahead. Yes it is. So Tom Griffiths then into 4th spot now. And Tom Griffiths with it all to do, we thought, even to have a chance of a top 5 in this race. Well, he's in the top 5 already. In fact, that was the move for 4th place as they went into Rocket. Down the hill through the left-hander at turn 10. Down the Tom Price straight on the international loop. Joe Wiggin has been reeled in on this lap, hasn't he, quite dramatically by Patrick Fletcher. Patrick Fletcher right on his tail now as they head through the hairpin, and Patrick Fletcher's had a better exit from the hairpin and almost able to get alongside, but Wiggin fends him off. But of course, as they battle, Griffiths is almost there with them now. He's virtually fought for the lead, and Patrick Fletcher launches up the inside into the last corner. That was the last of the late breakers. Wiggin hangs tough on the outside, and Aidan Hills will have the run on the pair of them, neck and neck across the line then. And on the inside line, Patrick Fletcher looking to try and hang on to the advantage. They're still side by side, but Fletcher's done it. Patrick Fletcher gets the lead away. Tom Griffiths has set the fastest lap in his pursuit of this lot, but it is Patrick Fletcher to the lead. Joe Wiggin tries to get him back at the banking, can't quite do it. By 38 thousandths of a second, Fletcher was ahead at the line, but he is now a full car length ahead as they arrive at Church Corner. So it is now 4 for the lead again. And Tom Griffiths every bit a part of this fight. Now, can Joe Wiggin come back at Patrick Fletcher here? He's going to try to, isn't he? But Fletcher will have the inside line covered, forcing Wiggin to go which way? Well, Joe tries a late lunge to the inside, gets boxed in predictably by Fletcher, and that means they all stay, I think, more or less as they were. Tom Griffiths taking a very wide line into the second part of Rocket. Let's try and get that run to Peel. Fletcher dipping a wheel on the grass there as he turned into the right-hander, but keeps the car on the straight and narrow. Turns down into turn number 10 with a narrow advantage only over Wiggin, then Hills, then Griffiths, then Sycamore, then a gap back to Grindrod, who is in 6th, Allwood 7th, Jack Brewer 8th. Wilbur Tyre is leading the Clubman class, by the way, in 9th by about 0.4 of a second only over Ollie Hall. So it's another good little scrap going on, but we daren't take our eyes off this lead group, who accelerate towards the final turn. And Patrick Fletcher not really escaping like I thought he would. That was Hills looking to the inside of Wiggin, but no, too far back. Of course, the more pressure he applies to Joe, the further away Patrick Fletcher is likely to become. The first corner goes Ollie Hall. Now, is he ahead of Wilbur Tyre? Yes, he is. So that's been a lead change in the Clubman class. Wilbur Tyre bouncing up and down over the curb on corner exit there at Target Corner, turn number 1. Ollie Hall, though, has found a way through into the class lead. Now, can Aidan Hills find a way through into second place here? Because Joe Wiggin is now starting to hold him up, I think. Patrick Fletcher's getting away, and Tom Griffiths has got a run on the pair of them. Which way does Tom go? He pulls to the right-hand side of the road, and I think Aidan Hills tried to close the door, but could not quite get there in time. They're both closing in on Wiggin, who moves to block Aidan Hills, and that's going to favour Griffiths, who tries to go around the outside of both of them. That was brave and ambitious. It's not quite going to work, but he gets past Hills at least into 3rd, and that was significant. Tom Griffiths is on the podium now from the back of the grid with a gearbox that they fitted in, what, it could only have been 2 or so hours maybe that they had to put that new gearbox in. And Tom and his dad, it's a small family run team this. His dad a former racer and knows what he's doing mechanically as well, which is just as well because they've prepared a fantastic car for this race. I would argue he looks quicker in this race actually than he has done in the 2 others this weekend, so maybe this was the better gearbox to have in the car all along. To the hairpin they go. Fletcher leading the way. Wiggin just about 2nd still. Out wide has gone Fletcher actually through the hairpin, kicking up the dirt ahead of them. And Tom Griffiths almost alongside Joe Wiggin. Will he try and jink to the inside? Yes, he will. Wiggin's been overtaken once here already, and it might be about to be twice because Griffiths is fully alongside at the apex. They're both going to be slow off the corner though, and Aidan Hills gets the run up the inside of both of them. There's a bit of a touch. Griffiths is slow. Now that looked a bit like a dodgy gear change, I'd say, like he missed a gear coming out of the final corner. And that allows Aidan Hills back by. That's a shame, but well, now Aidan goes for 2nd, launches up the inside of Joe Wiggin and claims 2nd place at the banking. Joe, of course, is going to try and fight back. Can he get to the inside into Church Corner? Yes, he can. And this is just going to delay them both through the corner and give Tom Griffiths a run on the pair of them. Out onto the back straight then. Hills actually stays in front, and strangely, Griffiths didn't really time that run very well, so he's not been able to get alongside Wiggin just yet. Joe will come back at Aidan Hills if he gets half a chance, so Aidan pulls right over to the inside to cover, and again to the outside goes Griffiths. Aidan Hills gets a punt from Joe Wiggin. Jack Sycamore joining in the fun again. Tom Griffiths, though, has got that outside move made, hasn't he, into Rocket. If they all go to the inside, they're all going to be slower than you if you just try and go around the outside. Yes, it's the longer route, but it carries more momentum, and it puts you on the preferred line into the second part of Rocket. We've seen it time and time again this weekend, and Tom Griffiths has been taking note, hasn't he, because he is the one that consistently is able to make that move stick. So towards the hairpin, Griffiths now needs to try and find a way past Aidan Hills. Patrick Fletcher is not that far ahead. That's probably a couple of seconds now, I'd say, between Fletcher and Fletcher and Hills, isn't it, first and second? Will Griffiths choose to work with Aidan here, or does he believe he's got the pace to chase down the leader on his own? Well, judging by the way that he just snatched the break into the last corner, I think Tom is pushing pretty hard and will probably want to get past Aidan as soon as he can. We have about about a third of the race to go, 7.5 minutes or so. And could be that Tom Griffiths thinks that maybe he's not going to catch Fletcher and might just settle for second and perhaps not really worry about trying to chase down the leader. 14 places gained for Tom Griffiths. That's an interesting graphic. Only 3 drivers have gained places. Everybody else either staying where they are or losing places in this race. That's the nature, I suppose, of a partially reversed grid. Just then trying to close in on Aidan Hills. The lead gap was 2.4 seconds. Aidan on the previous lap 0.6 slower than the leader. Of course, he had quite a bit of defensive driving to do that time. Towards Peel goes Griffiths, who has been the driver of the race for me, no doubt about it in this one. He has so far not really put a foot wrong. He's charged through from the back of the grid, and as they head for the hairpin, it is now just 2 cars standing between himself and a race win, but I just don't think he's quite got the ultimate pace, has he? Now things have settled down. Tom's racecraft is brilliant, but I just don't think he's quite got the ultimate speed to stick with Hills and to certainly chase after Patrick Fletcher, who now that he's broken the toe, could be difficult to catch for anyone really. This lap time will be telling, because it's the first lap really that Aidan Hills hasn't had anyone to battle with. So if he can go quicker than Patrick Fletcher, now is the time to show it, and he can by half a second faster than Patrick Fletcher. So back under 2 seconds is the gap. So Aidan Hills is going after him. Joe Wiggin with a huge slide through the first corner there. But Aidan Hills is closing in on the leader. It's amazing how often we see this. The car in second place just seems to pick up an extra few tenths of a second, just really through having that carrot dangling on a stick in the distance. You can just bring the best out of a driver, and it seems to be doing so out of Aidan Hills right now. He climbs the hill, the reigning champion, racing in this championship for quite a while now, as we were discussing yesterday. Kicks the tail out through the left-hander at Rocket Inn. Looks now to try and continue to close this gap. But that was a slightly scrappy run, I think, through Rocket that time for Aidan. Is he getting any closer to Patrick Fletcher? I'd say it's still about 2 seconds, isn't it, really? He's just not quite getting there. There's Jack Brewer in behind Ollie Allwood. And Jack Brewer in 8th position. Ollie Hall in 9th still leads the Clubman class, and actually he's got himself Alistair Dendy now for a buffer between himself and Wilbur Tiley, and has pulled away from Wilbur by about 3 seconds anyway. Ollie Hall is the car just behind this Allwood and Brewer battle. Brewer sliding his way off the hairpin. Down the hill they come then. What's this lead gap going to be? 1.9, let's call that 2 seconds that it was. And it is now 1.8. So, okay, came down by a tenth. It was a personal best lap, that, from Aidan Hills, but only a tenth quicker than Patrick Fletcher. Fastest lap belongs still with Tom Griffiths, who is matching Hills, in fairness, both in the low 43.6s. So Griffiths going with him, sort of. He's about 3/4 of a second behind Hills, but he is now 1.2 seconds ahead of Joe Wiggin. So Joe Wiggin, who led earlier on, not quite able to maintain that pace. Through Church come Allwood, Brewer and Ollie Hall. Little dirt kicked up there by Jack Brewer. He's been sort of there or thereabouts inside the top 10 all weekend, but would have possibly expected a little bit more. Ollie Hall, we're getting quicker, I think, with every race that we see him in. He is a Clubman class driver, but he's keeping up here with 2 former MX5 champions, Ollie Allwood and Jack Brewer. Within this category, within Mark 1 Championship competition, but still 2 very well respected names within the MX5 racing world. And Ollie Hall looks a bit quicker than them at the moment. So leaders then head for the hairpin. And Patrick Fletcher's lead is what, I wonder? Well, there's only going to be 2 more laps to go after this one. So even if Hills is closing in, I just suspect that he's going to run out of time, really, to do anything about the leader. Into the last corner they come. I'd say the gap's come down slightly, but not by enough, realistically. 2 more laps to go, and Aidan Hills is now 1.5 seconds back. So that was another 2 and a bit tenths, 2.25 of a second, basically, that he took out of Fletcher that time. But not enough, realistically. He'd want to be within a second, I think, by the end of this lap to have any chance of attacking on the final tour. There goes Clive Powell's through the final corner, car number 15. Down in 14th place. Now Clive is the Masters leader within the Clubman class. So, as I said yesterday, you've got the Pro and the Clubman class, and then a Masters contingent for drivers 45 years or older in both of those categories. So Nick Grindrod leading the Pro Masters class, and Clive Powell's in the Clubman class. And Richard is telling me via a note that I've completely ignored, sorry about that, Richard, that this is Nick Grindrod's last race in Mazdas, so he's confirmed that to you, has he? No, that is a shame. So we've enjoyed having Nick along in the MX5 SuperCup, but Nick Grindrod in his last race in the MX5 SuperCup, it would be nice if he went out with a class win at very least, and it looks like he might do that because he's a couple of seconds ahead of Ollie Allwood, who's the next best in the Pro Master class. There is Nick Grindrod, so that's a shame that he's bowing out of MX5 SuperCup competition, having never really quite achieved as much as he would have hoped for, I suppose, after his illustrious career racing in lots of other cars, not just Mazdas. But this is the last we'll see of him for now, although drivers often say this and then find their way back in the championship again in the future. Across the line goes Fletcher. Gap stays the same, 2.5 seconds back to Aidan Hills. So Patrick Fletcher just isn't really coming under any fire here, is he? I think Hills has given all he's got. On that previous lap, he was actually fractionally slower than Fletcher. And Patrick looks now to have this one in hand. Griffiths, though, maybe a little bit quicker than Hills. Yes, he was 2/10 quicker than Aidan Hills that time around. So the gap back under a second now. But again, I don't think Tom's really close enough. He'll get a whiff of a slipstream up the back straight, and he'll do his best, I'm sure, to try and utilise that, turn it into a move. But he's not close enough to do so. Aidan Hills snatching the brake though. That's what that bit of white tyre smoke was in the distance. Right-hander, Aidan Hills, second position, and former champion, the reigning champion, who won in that season to end all seasons, really, didn't it, in MX5 SuperCup, where we had basically every driver who had ever done anything in Mazda MX5s, apart from maybe Tom Roach, out on grid at the same time. And Aidan Hills came out on top of them all, won the championship. Can he do it again in 2024? Well, he's going to have to play second fiddle to Patrick Fletcher in this one, I think, because Patrick made much better early progress through the pack. That was the key. And Patrick Fletcher looks as though he's going to make it 2 wins from 3 races here at Anglesey. Aidan Hills won earlier on in the day. Patrick Fletcher was the winner yesterday afternoon. And now it is going to be a second win of the weekend for Patch, who comes out of the final turn, sees the checkered flag, and Patrick Fletcher claims his second race victory of the weekend here at Anglesey. Checkered flag, Patrick Fletcher, Aidan Hills second, and Tom Griffiths comes home in third ahead of Joe Wiggin fourth, and Jack Sycamore in fifth. Nick Grindrod sixth place, but wins in the Masters category in what we believe to be his final race in the MX5 SuperCup, with Ollie Allwood coming home in second in that class. So Allwood did fend off Jack Brewer to the line. Ollie Hall wins in the Clubman class, and one of the next cars through, that one just coming out of the final corner, is Clive Powell's, and that is your Masters Clubman, or Clubman Masters winner, as it probably should be. And had that pretty easy in the end, didn't he? Bruce Robinson was some 6.7 seconds behind him at the checkered flag. So Patrick Fletcher is your winner for the second time this weekend, and that does him the world of good in the championship standings as well. And he will head to the next round of the championship, a very, very happy man indeed. And we'll get to hear exactly how happy he is when we check in with Richard John Neal in a few moments' time. Before that, though, the results from the third and final race of the weekend in the Clapham North MOT and Mazda MX-5 SuperCup Championship, which saw a second race win of the weekend for Patrick Fletcher. Aidan Hills came home in second, Tom Griffiths in third, Joe Wiggin and Jack Sycamore complete the top five. Nick Grindrod was sixth and won in the Masters class within the Pro division. Ollie Hall was second in that class, finishing seventh overall ahead of Jack Brewer. Ollie Hall, the Clubman winner, was ninth ahead of Alistair Dendy. Will the Tyre, Kamal Palsy and Amy Watson with MX5 Howells was a class winner in the Clubman Masters in 14. Robinson, Alex Jones and Christopher McGinn were the last of the 17 runners on the flag. So the MX5 SuperCup drivers, we'll see them again in the near future. I think they might be heading to Croft next, the various Mazda Championships, which will be alongside TCR UK again. And looking forward to seeing them in action up in the northeast, but here in the northwest, the north of Wales, it has been all about Aidan Hills and Patrick Fletcher sharing the race victories between them, looking very evenly matched. It does bode well, doesn't it, for the rest of the season? Those two could, potentially, seeing how things work out, put on a brilliant show in the battle for the championship if it goes right the way down to the wire. Right then, let's head down to Parc Ferme, hear from our two-time winner this weekend, Patrick Fletcher, alongside Richard John Neal.
Patrick Fletcher, what a weekend for Patch. 2 first positions, a second place, Aidan Hills ever present on the podium, and in third position Tom Griffiths from the back of the grid. I hope we get a chance to talk to all three before the final detail runners get out on track. And also maybe club class as well, if someone can tee up Ollie Hall for us. Patch just doing the obligatory congratulations, rightly so. Decent weekend. It's interesting to see drivers' reactions after the third race of the weekend. The sort of faces tend to not show a little bit of relief, but they know the work is complete for the 3 races that they've had. It is a gruelling weekend, particularly when it's hot. Patch going over to, I thought he was going to go over to talk to Aidan. Off comes the crash helmet and the hands device. There we go. Patrick, super stuff, mate. Just sorting out the camera. That's not a bad weekend's work, is it? Well done. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was a bit different, that race. Joe got in the lead, and I thought Joe was doing a good pace to begin with, but I think he sort of started to drop a bit of pace mid-session, mid-race. So I thought, you know, I got to attack, unfortunately, at this point to get into the lead, and I got into the lead, and then Joe held up Aidan, and I think Tom come charging through, didn't he, at that point? Yeah. So I managed to get a break, and then just managed to manage that sort of distance to the car behind and hold on to the win.
I was just saying that, like, the reaction on drivers' faces, you kind of look relieved now. It's the 3 races over, and you've got those points there in the bag, aren't they? Yeah, that's it. It's a bit of a relief. It's you know, it feels like a good weekend. You know, it feels special. You know, it's Father's Day today, as you mentioned earlier on. You said about your father and you're missing your father, and so it just feels like there's a bit of a special weekend for all of us. So yeah, it's been good, and now for the long commute back home. Yeah, make sure you celebrate at the appropriate juncture. Well done. Fine weekend, Patrick Fletcher. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Let's nip down and have a word with. Oh, Aidan's disappeared, so let's have a quick word with Tom. I'm going to do it out of order, but Tom, I wanted a word. When Mum was discarding the wine bottle earlier on, you knew I was going to say that, didn't you? She said, "Oh, let Andy know that it's a gearbox out of the back of the van." We weren't sure how it was going to work, and we were all watching the early laps of that race, and then suddenly Andy McEwen kind of did a double take. It's Tom Griffiths. How did he get up there? And it went high, like Paul O'Neill does on the commentary. What we're saying is fantastic performance in those opening laps and through the race.
Mega pleased with that. First 2 laps were pretty crazy. Got to say, firstly, thanks to my dad and the guys at Hills for putting the gearbox in for this race. It was touch and go, but yeah, great to get out there, and yeah, great race that.
Obviously gutted to see you come out of the second. We want to see everyone up there all dicing, you know, all the not just you guys, but you know, everybody. So it was a shame to see that. How did you feel at the time?
It felt like one that got away from the lead to lose it like that was pretty heartbreaking, and knowing I was going to start this one last just sort of compounded that. But yeah, coming through the field was good fun, so it makes up for it. And a podium feels like a win, to be honest.
That's great. And still plenty of races for the championship to be decided, aren't there? You know, weekends can go one way and then the other for every driver.
Yeah, we see it every weekend. We had a Snetterton, had a practically written off car, and thanks to Renvale and Hybrid Tune and the guys there for helping us out with that. Yeah, but we're back here and we're quick again, which is good.
It's always good to leave with a positive smile, isn't it?
Always, especially with a long drive back from Wales, yeah.
Tom, wish you well. Thanks for chatting to us. Many congrats. Super drive, well done. Aidan, another one. Another podium interview, well done.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
They're difficult, all of those races, aren't they? And it's a class field.
Yeah, and whoever gets to the front first normally wins it, you know, in these reverse grid races. And I just got caught up in the pack a little bit earlier on, and Pat managed to get to the lead. And then, you know, we're so close on times. I think it was 2.5 seconds. It ended up 1.5 seconds, you know, but I needed another 2 or 3 laps to even get near him. So, yeah, it's good. You know, solid points, solid weekend. Mega for Tom to get through to the podium. After we just had to do a gearbox change on it. So, yeah, well done for him. I said to him before the race, I was like, you'll get a podium in this. And he's like, nah. Like, you'll get a podium, mate. It's still on, you know. Unfortunately, the numbers are a bit down this weekend, but that helped Tom out. So he only had to start 18th instead of normally, you know, in the 30s. So, but yeah, mega drive for him. I looked in the mirror on lap 1 and I think he was 6th, so 6th or 7th. So yeah, well done to him. Well done to everyone in the Hills Motorsport team. Really good result. We had 3 cars in the top 5, so well done to Jack as well. He's had a great weekend. Kamal's been solid, and it's been a nice weekend all in all.
Yeah, Clubman podium for Kamal. I want to try and talk to the Clubman guys if we get a chance. The Fiestas are just revving up. Long trip back to Worthing now, though.
Yeah, nice 7-hour journey, eh? So get the awning down. I think Dave's already started getting the awning down. So yeah, we'll put the cars on and head to Croft in a few weeks' time.
Nice one, Aidan. We'll see you there. Look forward to that. Safe travels. Thanks for chatting. I'm going to whiz over and see if we can find Ollie Hall. And if Ollie Hall, can we get Ollie? Can we grab a word with Ollie? I apologise to the clubman. Time-wise, we haven't had a chance to talk to everyone. So, congratulations. A club class win, and great to be able to catch up with that. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, honestly, it's amazing. It's a bit of a special weekend for us here because it's my dad's birthday, and obviously it's Father's Day today. So
you only have to buy one present. That's quite handy, isn't it?
That's the one. We've had 2 wins in a second swing, so it's been a really great weekend for us. So bring on Croft in a couple of weeks.
Was that the present for your dad, the win?
Well, that's it. Yeah, I've spent all the money on the car.
Yeah, my son works at a tyre shop, and he got me a deal on tyres in the week. That was my present. Thanks, Taylor, for that. But cracking championship. Club class has been competitive, hasn't it, all weekend?
Yeah, definitely. The pace of the club class is definitely showing to be faster this weekend. We've finished in the top 10 every race this time. So smaller grid, but it's still just as fast. It's been a great weekend for us.
Nice one. I think Wilbur Tyler's just gone up, so it's your turn next. Thanks very much, Ollie. Thanks for chatting to us. I might... Fiestas are going out now. They're all celebrating. I'm not going to interrupt anyone else with the podium celebration, so we'll leave you with the podium celebrations from the club class. The overall's about to go out. Going out on circuit now, it's the vinyl detail Brscc Fiesta ST150s. So with a look at the grid, let's go back into the commentary box and Mr. Andrew McEwen, Esquire.
Thank you, Richard. I've not been full name like that for a while. Yes, great to see the podium presentation down there. We had a bit more time than normal on our hands to see the drivers receiving their trophies, which is nice to see. And we now look forward to the second race of the day for the vinyl detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. They had a race earlier on today that you may remember was unfortunately interrupted by a red flag after a nasty-looking pile-up at the hairpin. All the drivers were okay, but a lot of broken Fiestas, unfortunately, were left littering various parts of the circuit. So red flags flew. We had a 10-minute restarted race, but that was a very entertaining race, and Michael Blackburn able to come out a fairly comfortable winner in the end, but it was a pretty entertaining race nonetheless behind him, with Sam Watkins and Liam Browning doing battle as well. The grid for this one, though, slightly different look to it. It will be Michael Blackburn and Sam Watkins row 1, Dan Wyke and Mark Blunt row 2, and Dylan Davis and Alec Townley on the 3rd row of the grid. Then it's Greg Spate and Liam Browning on the 4th row. Row 5, Chris Chisnell and Tudor Nachita, with Max Buxton and Anthony Sullivan from row 6. Buxton, remember, was one of 2 drivers who had to start from the pit lane in that race earlier on. Then Matthew Morton and Ben White on row 7. Row 8, Chris Rowlands and Ron Lufstad, with Jade Goodwin and Aidan Vickers on the 9th row of the grid. Row 10, Max McCarthy and Neil Marsh, with Joshua Wyke and Stephanie Saw on the 11th row. Stan Robinson and Paul Dobson hopefully will complete the 24-car grid. There might be a couple of those towards the back that are missing. There were a whole host of penalties after that race earlier on. First of all, Liam Browning given a 5-place grid penalty and 3 penalty points from a previous race, which I think was not necessarily race 1 earlier on today. I'm not entirely, it might have been actually. But we had quite a few drivers disqualified from the race, and number 66 was disqualified. That was Stephanie Saw. 69 was also DQ'd. Dan Robinson for his part, well, actually accident that took him out of the race anyway, up at the banking. We also saw number 24, Matt Pimblett, disqualified. Car 13, Paul Dobson was disqualified for overtaking or not slowing while the red flags were displayed. We saw that up at the top end of the circuit, and Jamie Luthwaite for the same reason. So Pimblett, Dobson and Luthwaite all DQ'd for red flag infringements, while Stephanie Saw and Dan Robinson were disqualified for collisions to various bits of the track. Stephanie Saw for instigating one hairpin, and Dan Robinson for taking himself out, really, but also colliding with Paul Dobson at the hairpin at the banking, although Dobson then, ironically, moments later, overtook under the red flag and was disqualified as well. So anyway, hopefully they've all learned their lesson, and we can move into the second race now and not have any judicials to affect things. Cars wind their way around the Anglesey International Circuit then on this green flag lap, and Michael Blackburn looking to try and get another race victory. He's been very, very strong, hasn't he, at the start of this season, with 5 victories already. Maybe for win number 6, and of course not hampered for once by the partially reversed grid that we've had in the past, which previous 2 rounds of the championship have cost him, really, because he didn't do particularly well in either of those reversed grids, either at Brands Hatch or Croft. But here at Anglesey, doesn't need to worry about that. He's starting from the front row, and he will be very happy to see a clear track in front of him as he lines up on the grid in the sunshine. So it is Blackburn and Sam Watkins with the Welsh flag on his roof. Sam Watkins on the front row of the grid. Sam Wyke and Mark Blunt sharing row 2. Mark Blunt having a good weekend, isn't he? And so is Alec Townley. Good to have him up there. 6th place on the grid as the cars prepare themselves for 15 minutes. Yes, 15 minutes of racing for this second race of the day. Whistle is blown, the green flag therefore waved at the back of the grid, and we watch for the red lights to go on, which they do now. They go out now, and away they go, and it's a good start made by Michael Blackburn then from pole position. I think Michael Blackburn is going to hold the advantage as they turn into the first corner. Yes, he does. So Blackburn the leader, and second position for Sam Watkins rather predictably. Third position is Dan White still, is it? Let's see as they turn into the right-hander at the banking. Yes, it is. Then Mark Blunt, side by side then for 5th position. Alec Townley at the inside of Dylan Davis, the red car. Door handle to door handle down towards Church Corner. Behind then Liam Browning side by side with the 83 of Chris Chisnell, who's had a good start. Chris Chisnell right up there in the mix with some of the front runners from race 1. A big crowd of people. Look at that up on the spectator banking at the exit appeal corner. That's good to see. Lots of team members, of course, but not only team members. We've got lots of people joining in the action as well, here to support other teams and drivers. We've got Max Buxton stopped, I'm afraid, at the exit of Church Corner, though, and that is going to be a safety car. The safety car is being called for. Now, everyone look for the safety car board, because there must be no overtaking when the safety car has been scrambled. It's as though everyone is behaving themselves, although not necessarily slowing down all that noticeably, are they? No, because there are no safety car boards in their defence. There were no flags at that particular marshal's post. Now they've got them coming down the hill through turn 10. But this is all because Max Buxton has stopped at the exit of Church Corner, and that presumably a return of the mechanical gremlins that almost took him out of race number 1. Luckily, he was able to claim to get into the race via the pit lane, claim a half-decent finish, but yeah, unfortunately, Max Buxton is going no further in this one. So the cars are slowing down then through the hairpin, and we'll have a restart hopefully before too much longer. That car shouldn't take too long to recover, a couple of laps maybe behind the safety car. It is Michael Blackburn who leads at the end of the first lap of racing then. Well, half a lap of racing, I suppose, really. So it is Blackburn the leader. It is Sam Watkins second, Dan White third, Mark Blunt fourth, Dylan Davis fifth, Liam Browning in sixth, ahead of Alec Townley, Chris Chisnell, Greg Spain, Tudor Nichita. It's not a return of the mechanical gremlins that he had. It was contact, wasn't it then, or maybe a suspension failure. But that left front corner badly damaged, and that's why he is taking no further part in the race. So that explains that one, or it doesn't explain exactly how he got the damage, but did anybody else near him on the grid lose a lot of places? Not really. Christopher Rowlands maybe dropped a few positions. We never saw Stephanie Saw or Joshua Wyke. They were the two that didn't start. But whether or not someone else maybe was involved in this, I don't know. But anyway, Max Buxton, the only one that's not come through, I think, at the end of the first lap, other than the two non-starters. Into the pit lane, by the way, apparently has come Paul Dobson. So Paul Dobson, I can't see him in the pit lane, but he's showing on the timing screen as being in the pit lane. And taking no further part in the race, you'd have to assume then, if that's the case. So Paul Dobson, who showed potential race-winning pace in the race earlier on today, not able to demonstrate that in race number 2. We'll see whether or not we get him back out for the next round, hopefully back up to his usual best. We'll see Paul Dobson, who's won races in this championship before, back out at the next round, hopefully. So Max Buxton's car then is being recovered. It is recovered. We should go racing again then, hopefully with enough time for the race to develop. We've got 10 3/4 minutes to go now, so if we do another couple of laps, that's going to be probably about halfway through the race, isn't it, realistically? So the field makes its way through the hairpin, and Michael Blackburn will not really be enjoying sitting behind the safety car, because he probably feels like he's got the speed to win this one anyway, really, without any assistance from the safety car. And if we do go racing again before too much longer, he will hope that Sam Watkins doesn't present too much of a challenge, because Sam Watkins has looked quick, hasn't he, this weekend? And in the early stages of race 1, he was asking some real questions of Blackburn. But Michael, once he settled into a rhythm, was able to gap the rest of the field pretty convincingly. So the recovery operation is ongoing at Church. It's going to take them a while, I think, though, unfortunately, to hoik that car up onto the flatbed truck. Always tricky when you've got suspension damage, because they've got to be extra careful with the recovery. They could easily do more damage to the car in trying to get it out of the way. So the marshals will want to take proper precautions here. In fact, might not even be a marshal there. I think that is just the recovery truck driver and co-driver. No marshals actually able really easily to get to that part of the track. The nearest marshal's post is on the inside of the track there. So with the cars out on track, still touring around behind the safety car, and I suspect at least another lap left of this safety car period. Let's, I mentioned this, I think, in race 1, that I had a chat with Liam Browning yesterday morning. He's had a bit of a stressful weekend, a bit of a stressful season, really, and he told us a little bit more about that earlier in the weekend. Well, within the Vinyl Detail ST150 Challenge this year, Liam Browning has been I think a front runner at times, it's fair to say, Liam, but luck has not always been on your side.
Yeah, we had a great brand, to be honest, but we still were struggling with gearbox issues, which we've had the whole time, which we've now found the problem, which is the clutch inside the gearbox. So we have old one from yesterday, new one, new clutch on its way, thanks to Will at 2010, and hopefully we should be able to test it later and see if it goes all right, and actually have some gears every single time. So when you go from like third and fourth, they're just not there, so lose your time every single lap, really. But yeah, we've had some nice results. I think we've got the pace to be near the front, to be honest. Obviously Blackburn's in a bit of a different league at the minute, but I'm sure we'll all catch him, like Nick was eventually in City Car when he first started. So yeah, just see how we get on this weekend and hopefully have a bit of reliability, hopefully get some points.
I should point out, we're doing this interview on the Saturday morning. You're not actually qualifying or racing till tomorrow. That takes a bit of pressure off, but it's not an ideal start to the weekend, is it? The team really have to dig deep to get the car ready.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this box out is 30 minutes. Getting aligned is probably about 25 of that, to be honest. But no, it's all right. We'll get that done. It won't take long, and then we've got testing at about 4 o'clock. I think we've got a free practice. That gives us plenty of time as long as that clutch is here in good amount of time, which it should be. Should be there within the next sort of 20 minutes, because it's what now? ER, so it's that time on Saturday morning. But yeah, we'll get that done. That'll be absolutely perfect, and we'll see if she goes all right later. And hopefully tomorrow it goes even better, but we'll see.
You're a lot more relaxed than I would be in this situation, I think, Liam. But let's talk about the season then so far. There have been positives. Like you said, Brands Hatch was excellent, really showed what you're capable of. And I think that you have sort of got your head around the car, is that fair?
I have. I mean, we're on the same tyre as you were in the little Citroens anyway, so we sort of knew where to be with them in terms of pressures and things. Obviously having a bit more power, these things don't have a diff, so they're just washing everywhere, just pure understeer, or it's just spinning the outside, the one that's not under load, it just spins that, and it's quite difficult to get your head around. You've got to be so patient getting on throttle, which is really weird. Whereas city cars just absolutely pin it everywhere and see what happens, you know, and just if it slides, just see if it catches. If you don't, you're in the wall. So kind of roughly the same, but these are a bit more fun, obviously being a bit quicker. But the brakes are a lot better. But I think we're on the same suspension and tyre settings. I think, you know, we're in the same sort of gear, so we roughly know where to be, if that makes sense, before we started. And then obviously Steph, done a lot of testing and we didn't do any, so she had rough settings to be at, so we sort of used them and we're working together to go from there. But hopefully the team this weekend has a good result. I'm hoping so we'll see.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck, Liam. Thanks for having a chat, and we'll catch you later.
Thank you, mate. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
So that was Liam Browning earlier in the weekend, detailing the issues that he's had with his gearbox and then his clutch, and they have got to the bottom of that now, and he would have loved to have had a little bit more time to showcase how quick that car can be when it's all working correctly. But unfortunately, much of this second race of the weekend being taken up by a safety car. We expect the safety car in this time, I would have thought. The lights are still on for now. They'll go out beginning the final sector of the lap, but I can't see any reason why they wouldn't restart. I'm pretty sure the recovery vehicle, yes it is, with Max Buxton's car, is back in parc fermé, so should go racing again at the end of this lap then, with Michael Blackburn the leader and Sam Watkins desperately looking, I'm sure, to try and knock him out of his rhythm in the early stages here at the restart, because I think if Michael Blackburn settles down, he will probably pull away by some margin. The lights are out on the safety car, so we're going to go racing again at the end of this lap then. 4 3/4 minutes to go. Michael Blackburn not exactly bunching the field together, is he, as they go into the hairpin, staying pretty close to the back of the safety car, perhaps planning on going early. Now he backs the pace off slightly more coming off the corner, but likewise Sam Watkins and Dan White not exactly right up behind him, so this might not be a particularly bunched up restart, certainly for some of those further back. Make their way now out of the hairpin, using some grass as they do. Anyway, the leaders come off the final corner. We're racing again here at Anglesey, and Michael Blackburn leads the field as he has done so often this season, really. 5 wins in already, and perhaps on course for a 6th, but Sam Watkins will be pushing him hard in the final 4 minutes or so to see if there's a way of getting through. So Blackburn, Watkins, White for top 3 then. Blunt there in 4th. Battle for 5th is between Dylan Davis and Liam Browning. Liam Browning, a much better exit out of the banking, peeking to the inside at Church Corner, but not able to get the overlap quite. They round the right hand, their head up the back straight again, and Again, a brilliant view of the spectators, the incredible scenery looking out over the sea into the mountains. And no time to admire the view for our race leaders, although Michael Blackburn possibly could, because he's already starting to extend the lead, as we've seen him do on several occasions before. Like with a bit of a slide there on slightly cold tyres. And Dylan Davis fending off Liam Browning again then as they head through Rocket. As Browning got an overlap here on the inside into Peel. He's thinking about it, he does more than think about it, goes on the inside. There's a bit of a banging of doors. You can see a big tyre mark left in the side of Dylan Davis's car, but he has lost the place. So Liam Browning slips up into 5th position. Now sets off after Mark Blunt, who I think he might be a little bit quicker than. So let's see if Liam can gain one more place. Down to the hairpin then. Blackburn and Watkins the top two, but all of the action happening behind. Alec Townley there with Chris Chisnell behind with number 83. So actually I think that might, yeah, it is Chisnell, then Greg Spate, the red and yellow car. Move made further back, that's Matt McCarthy on, and battling away actually with significantly Dan Robinson. So Dan Robinson number 69. Regular front runner in the championship, non-finisher, and in fact was later disqualified anyway for that contact that he had up at the banking. You might think, well, what's the point in disqualifying him if he didn't finish the race anyway? Well, that's because you have dropped scores in this championship, as you do most championships these days. You can't drop a disqualification, but you can drop a non-finish. So, yes, Dan Robinson non-finished anyway, but that could have actually benefited him strangely, because he could have used that as a dropped score. So they disqualified him to make sure that that can't be the case. It is a much more severe punishment than simply a non-finish. So Dan Robinson's championship hopes have taken a knock today, but let's see whether or not he can salvage a half-decent result out of the second race anyway. He is in 15th place right now, with probably 2 more laps to go. Up the hill we go. Alec Townley here under pressure from Chris Chisnell. Peeks to the inside in the 10 Sport car. He's late on the brakes into Rocket. And is he going to go through? Not quite on the way in. Townley, of course, now has that inside line for the right-hand element of the Rocket complex. And that was Matt Pimlett arriving on 3 wheels and very, very late on the brakes. And I think probably lost a place there, maybe to Dan Robinson, actually. Those two, of course, both coming through from the back of the grid after their disqualifications earlier on. There is number 43, that's Tudor Nachita, battling away with Spate now as well. So Spate has lost a place there, I think, hasn't he, to Nachita? Yes, Nachita was behind Spate at the beginning of the lap. They were battling over 9th place. Chisnell again peeks to the inside of Alec Townley towards the hairpin. There, Nachita and Spate are side by side. And Anthony Sullivan, the 84, also buying into that. There were 3 abreast behind, and that involves again Pimlett and Robinson. Robinson slipping through on the inside. So Robinson now then up into, what would that be, about 13th or 14th place, I think. Leaders go through onto the final lap. Michael Blackburn, I think, has got this one covered, hasn't he? He is 1.8 seconds clear of Sam Watkins. It's a shame, really, that the likes of Pimlett and Robinson and Paul Dobson aren't up there, because we would have had much closer racing had that been the case. But it's not worked out that way, has it, unfortunately? Blackburn with 1.8 second lead on his final lap of the race now. Up the back straight towards Rocket again. It's Michael Blackburn. You can see the wind there. It is again a headwind heading up into Rocket, which exaggerates the slipstream effect. Even the biggest toe in the world is not really going to help Sam Watkins here, is it? He's just not close enough to Michael Blackburn, although behind Mark Blunt and Liam Browning are battling away. Liam Browning's tried to go around the outside there into Rocket. He is up alongside Blunt now for 4th position, heading towards Peel. This is where he got past Dylan Davis a couple of laps ago. And now Liam Browning, I think, is, well, he's not going to get this easily, is he? He avoids contact this time. Mark Blunt stands his ground on the outside line, and therefore has the inside heading down the hill into turn number 10, and does keep Liam Browning behind for now. 2 more corners to go, though, and Liam will be looking to utilise at least one of them to generate the overtake that he so desperately wants to make. And the hairpin then, down into the final corner. There's Blunt defending from Browning again behind. And Mark Blunt, 4th position, but they're going to be side by side, I think, as they head now down the hill and towards the final corner, with Blunt on the inside And to the outside line, Liam Browning. There's a bit of a squeeze, but Browning, I think, is going to get that one done. Michael Blackburn wins the second race of the weekend, though, in the final detail Fiesta ST150 Challenge. Sam Watkins second, Dan Wigan third. It's a drag race to the line for fourth, and a near dead heat finish, actually. But in the end, it was by... what margin? A very small margin, I suspect. A tenth of a second. It was Browning who got the better of Blunt with a round the outside pass going through the final corner of the final lap. That was brilliant battle between the two of them. And Liam Browning coming out on top. The rest of them filing through. Blackburn with another win, though. Another Masters class win as well. Just utterly dominant so far this weekend. And... proving to be the class of the field. Yes, his job was made a bit easier for him, with some of the others not really taking much part in the weekend. That safety car periods as well. Just the two races for the ST150s this weekend, and much of it unfortunately affected by red flags and safety cars. But anyway, when they've been racing, sort of been enjoying themselves. It's a fun track, is Anglesey. One that has certainly benefited Michael Blackburn's championship campaign with another couple of race victories. Sam Watkins second and Dan Wigan third, Liam Brown fourth, and Mark Blunt in fifth. Then it's Dylan Davis and Alan Townley, with Chris Chisnell in 8th position, 9th Dan Robinson, and 10th for Tudor Machita. Greg Spate was 11th ahead of Matt Pimblett and Anthony Sullivan, with Owen Vickers in 14th place. League place, Matthew Morton in 16th, Matt McCarthy 17th, Ben White, Jay Goodwin, Neil Marsh complete the top 20, and it was Ron Lushdan and Chris Rowland, with Paul Dobson unfortunately retiring to the pit lane early doors. Of course, also lost Max Buxton with that damage on the opening lap. So Michael Blackburn then, by 2.2 seconds, comes out a race winner again. And he will have enjoyed his weekend here at Anglesey. As I said, shame there wasn't a bit more racing, but it was still an exciting pair of ST150 Challenge races, and they will be back out again before too much longer. I'll remind myself where their next round is. Oh, back at Alton Park, actually. It's a spiritual home, really, of this championship, isn't it? Here and Alton Park. We head to Alton next for two races, then Cadwell Park, Donington Park, and Alton Park again on the international circuit to complete the season. That final round at Alton Park, I suspect, will be a part of the Fun Cup finale, and in fact, Donington Park National Circuit as well, I think, will be part of the Fun Cup event too. So they'll be racing alongside Fun Cup for much of the second half of their season. So let's head down to Parc Fermé then and hear from, I imagine, a very happy double race winner, Michael Blackburn.
Michael Blackburn, 6th win of the season, so he is unbeaten in the 6 fastest off the front races. 6 are absolutely perfect start to the season. Reverse grid races, still been bagging the points in those and Masters wins in those, but you know what a start to the season we have seen in a fiercely competitive championship. It really, I think, probably one of the standout performances for me in any championship that I've covered so far. Do I say that to Michael or not? Possibly, he might blush. I was just going to say, Michael, congratulations, 6th win.
Thank you.
For me, in all the championships I've covered, 6 out of 6. Obviously, been no slouch in the reverse grid race as well. Probably the standout performance in any championship that I've covered this year.
Well, that's very nice of you to say. Thank you very much. Clearly, I've had the run of good luck, but I've had the pace. And if you stay out of trouble, you've got the pace. You know, the results come. So yeah, I'll take this run of this good form that I've got. Yeah, and it does bring a smile to my face, even though my face doesn't show it too often.
Well, it's great to see, and of course we moved from here to Alton Park, so the sort of roots of the championship there.
I live 8 minutes away, door to door, so yeah, that's my local. Yeah, looking forward to it already. Yeah, ready to pack up, go home and come back again.
I think we wrap up there as well, don't we, at the end of the season?
Yes, we do. Yeah. So I'll be sleeping in my own bed. Very nice.
And jog into the track?
That's a step too far.
Michael, well done. Congratulations again. We'll see you again very soon. Well done. Let's have a quick word with Sam Watkins, who took P2. Sam, another podium interview, making a habit of this now. It's good. And just got to close in on Michael.
Yeah, I wanted to be on the top step at some point, but yeah, didn't have an answer for it today, but we'll find a way.
Slightly shortened race, a little bit frustrating for you guys as well as us, but obviously safety first, getting the broken cars out of the way.
Yeah, it was probably on the exit of the fast right, so yeah, it needed to be moved, but yeah, it's a good race though, so yeah, a little short.
Back for Alton?
Yes, yeah, got to be hopefully one step further up. We'll try it.
Yeah, at some point, I was saying Michael has had a very impressive start. Things have to align, cogs have to work, but yeah, he's had a great start. But great to see you back on the podium in terms of being fastest off the front.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. Normally don't have a good start to the weekend, so put that to bed, and yeah, hopefully Alton will be a good one.
And ideas to carry forward for Alton in your head? Obviously, you're not going to tell us if you're changing things, but
no, yeah, we got some setup changes here that work to get us back to the front, so we just need something else to get right to the front. So we'll find it.
Nice one. Good luck, Sam. Thank you very much indeed for changes. Well done on P2. Final podium position goes to Dan White. So let's grab a quick word with Dan. Happy with that?
Yeah, really happy.
Nice finish to the weekend.
Yeah, first podium as well.
Oh, congratulations, Ab. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, a couple of changes and it was brilliant.
Yeah, slightly shortened race, but fantastic to get that. Thoughts ahead of Alton Park very quickly, because we've got cars on the green flag lap.
Can't wait, love Alton Park, so I'm really looking forward to getting there. Yeah.
Well, welcome to the podium, many congratulations. Dan White takes his first podium. I missed that, apologies, I'm sure Andy did. Next race up is the Mazda's Clubman's, sponsored by Downforce Radio, so back to Andy.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, cars out on the green flag lap then for our final sort of sprint race of the day. Don't forget we've got this Brscc summer celebration race to come a little bit later on in the day. But this is a 15-minute race for the Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, and the grid based upon those race results from earlier on today. The second race of the weekend, and pole position goes the way of the race winner, Johnny Greensmith, with Jack Murray alongside him. Paul Bateman ends up in third position, with Bo Parry alongside him, then Alexandros Katulas and Jamie Turner on row 3. Fourth row of the grid for Nick Ledoyen and Del Pace, with Simon Waterfall and Russell Halley on row 5. Row 6, Jake Pace and Peter Smith. Seventh row shared by Ryan Barley and Oscar Trapes. Johnny Fieldsend and Matt Crozier on row number 8. Row 9 with Simon Privet and David Scowler, and the top 20 completed by Ian Lawrence and Martin Tolley. In fact, that is the 20-car grid, which we've unfortunately lost. Car 65, Peter Williams. Peter Williams not taking the start. He was withdrawn from the event. So, 2 races in so far this weekend then for the Clubmans. Race 1 won by Johnny Greensmith, with Paul Bateman second and Jack Murray third. Race 2, Johnny Greensmith won the race, but Paul Bateman, having got past Jack Murray up at Peel, finished second on the road, but was then given a 1.1 second penalty, which basically was just enough to demote him behind Jack Murray. So it was Bateman second on the road, but Jack Murray re-inheriting that after what was a fairly robust pass, I think, in fairness, for Paul heading up into Peel Corner on the latter stages of the race. So Paul Bateman has it all to do again now from third on the grid, and I'm sure he won't be bashful about throwing a few moves to try and get himself a race victory, but can anyone stop Johnny Greensmith? That's really the question. Johnny Greensmith has been on top form this weekend, and he will be starting from pole position once again here. He won yesterday's race only by half a second, but he won earlier on today by, well, actually about 4.1 seconds, but then with the time penalty applied, it was 5.2, but still a 4-second winning margin is pretty impressive. And Johnny Greensmith will be hoping that he can do the same sort of thing, disappear out in front and dominate the race. But we hope, from a neutral standpoint, that he doesn't do that, and that we get a good battle here between the leading contenders in this final MX-5 action of the weekend. So, back row of the grid is in place then. The green flag wave, 15 minutes of Mazda MX-5 Clubman action is about to burst into life. And Johnny Greensmith and Jack Murray on that front row of the grid. Who will get the best jump into target for the first time? The lights go out now, and it is a good start by Jack Murray, and a good start also by Paul Bateman, who's trying to come round the outside of Greensmith, but can't quite do it, so Murray gets the advantage. Greensmith will slot into second, Paul Bateman third, and I think that's Bo Parry in fourth. Bit of contact there. That wasn't the pair of paces, was it, getting into each other? I think it might. No, it wasn't. It was the 24 car of Simon Waterfall just tagging the back of Jake Pace, I think, who then gets into the back of somebody else coming out of the banking, but they're all still there. and they head down towards Church Corner with the Go For It racing machine out in front of Jack Murray, Greensmith second, Bateman third, Bo Parry fourth, and then a big gap back to Alexandros Katoulas, who's had a better start this time at least, in fifth position. Well, sort of in fifth position. He's side by side with Jamie Turner as they head to the top of the hill for the first time. So Greensmith leads then now because he's just drafted his way past Jack Murray as they head for Rocket Corner. And so that was already Johnny Greensmith back to the front then. Is he going to be able to stay there? Round the right-hander at Peel, Simon Waterfall there, still battling away with the paces. He's dispatched of Jake Pace. Now he's trying to get past Del Pace, which he does. And Russell Halley also getting into that gaggle too as they drop down the hill. Through the left-hander at turn 10, down the Tom Price straight. Greensmith and Worry gapping the rest of the field already, I'd say. Bateman just a length or so further back in third place. And then Bo Parry in fourth. Ooh, Russell Halley jinks out of line, gets up the inside of Del Pace and almost into the side of Simon Waterfall. Had Simon not seen that coming and turned into the corner, there would have been a collision, but Russell Halley picks up a position. Leaves Del and Jake Pace to do battle in his wake now as they head down into the final corner. Out of the final corner come the leaders though. Johnny Greensmith out in front, Jack Murray on his tail, and Paul Bateman in third position. Looking to try and stick with the leading duo. There was a bit of a sort out at the last corner. I think Del Pace has been off. It's Del or Jake Pace. It is Del, I think, isn't it? 128. Yes, it is. 128 Del Pace. He's been off in a spin at the final corner. Has thankfully been able to get going again. Down to Church Corner come the leading three now, really. Bateman is responding here, isn't he? And going after the top two a little bit more. Bit of a gap back then to Bo Parry, who's not had a great run through the first few corners on this lap. And Jamie Turner definitely ahead of Katoulas now for fifth position. Then Nick Ledoyen, Simon Waterfall, Russell Halley and Martin Tolley back out there. That's good news. We've had a spin out of the Church Corner and onto the grass. And I think that is Simon Privet, isn't it? I say I think. We've made a big point today about how his car is the easiest to spot. And it definitely caught my attention then as it arrived backwards coming out of Church Corner. He's got going again, thankfully, but right at the back of the field. Now, Alexandros Katoulas and Jamie Turner battling away. Katoulas back up the inside of Jamie Turner and reclaiming fifth place. Is he at Peel? Well, maybe not, because Jamie Turner's going to keep the inside line. They took a motorsport car up the inside into turn 10, and I think he's going to get that place straight back. Yes, he does. So chopping and changing there for fifth position, but it's Jamie Turner back ahead of Katoulas, who's back alongside him again though, heading down towards the hairpin. And right round the outside will go Alexandros. Is that going to work? Can work, but you need the driver on the inside to leave you space, which Jamie Turner doesn't. And no, Alexandros has to back out of that one. Turner should stay in fifth place. Actually, no, side by side again, and Katoulas didn't back out, kept on coming and got through on the inside at the final turn. So that's about 4 or 5 positional changes between those two on that lap alone in the battle for fifth position. So pretty entertaining stuff. Katoulas there, I think, gesticulating at Turner, maybe saying, let's not battle, let's try and go after Bo Parry in fourth position, because they might just have the pace to catch him now that he's become detached from the leading three. Oh, car off. 3 cars off at the first corner, and one of them is the number 5, which was Nick Ledoyen, but I think Jake Pace might have been one, and maybe Simon Waterfall. They both carried on, as eventually does Nick Ledoyen, but he ended up with a bit of a half spin there through the first turn. Kicking off through Target, last race of the weekend, and no holds barred stuff from the MX5 Clubman drivers. The leaders arriving at Rocket now, still Jack Murray applying the pressure to Johnny Greensmith. Paul Bateman in third place would like them to apply a bit more pressure to each other, because if they do start battling, he will close right in, but not able to do so right now. So Halley there goes through. He was running very wide, so was Simon Waterfall, and that's allowed Martin Tolley up alongside Simon. Simon Waterfall, number 24, has the inside line and just allows Martin Tolley to go through, really. It looked like that, but I actually think that was Martin braking desperately late into Peel Corner. He's now right on the tail of Russell Halley, goes to the inside into turn 10, and again brakes much later than the cars around him. 2 places gained in 2 corners there for Martin. You'd expect nothing less, I suppose, from a driver of his experience. So Martin Tolley now, I reckon, into 8th position, maybe 7th actually, because he'll have got past Nick Ledoyen as well after his spin at the first corner. Through the hairpin, oops, Simon Waterfall got it all wrong, ran wide, and so Pete Smith gets alongside. And Simon Takes to the grass, coming out of the hairpin, ducks back in line behind Pete. Leaders back across the line. And looks as though Paul Bateman is now definitely being dropped, isn't he? Greensmith and Worry only 0.3 of a second apart because Jack has just set the new fastest lap of the race, but Paul Bateman is now a further 2 seconds behind him. Jack didn't have a good run through the hairpin at turn 2 that time, though. So Johnny Greensmith pulls a bit of a gap on him, heads through Church and back along the school straight then. So Greensmith, Worry, Bateman the top 3, then Bo Parry in 4th, Catullus in 5th, Turner in 6th position. All of them really well spread out now all of a sudden. The gap's really increasing dramatically over the last lap or so. Tolley then in 7th. The real battle is the one for 8th, isn't it, between Russell Halley, Pete Smith, Simon Waterfall and Matt Crozier now part of that scrap as well. They'll be arriving in sight any second about now. Here comes Martin Tolley through Rocket, and there, look, Halley, Smith, Waterfall, Crozier, all in the line. Jake Pace is the next one behind them as well. He should really be able to become a part of that scrap, and out wide behind them goes Ryan Barley as he battles away with the recovering Del Pace and Nick Ledoyen, having both had issues in this race already. Both of them have had a half spin. Oh, Pace throws it up the inside. That was late on the brakes into Peel. And 2 more places gained. He's gone past Nick Ledoyen and now also gets past Ryan Barley as well up at the top end of the circuit. Drop down through turn 10. Johnny Greensmith, though, with a 0.3 of a second lead over Jack Worry at the start of the lap. I suspect that has gone out significantly this time as Greensmith comes through at the completion of lap number 4, and yes, 1.2 seconds up the road now, so he extended that margin by a full second, near enough on that lap, did Johnny Greensmith. Jack Worry, oh dear, someone's been on the grass. That was Martin Tolley, I think, off the final corner. But holds on to 7th position. Banking the head towards the right-hander at Church again, where Pete Smith is in the wheel tracks of Russell Halley, but has been trying to find a way past Russell for a number of laps, just not able to make it stick. Can he now get the run up the hill? This is the best battle on track really right now, certainly within the top 10. It is for 8th position, and Russell Halley is going to have some defending to do, I think, in a few moments, because Pete Smith definitely has the run. He's pulling to the outside line into Rocket, and is he about to become the new 8th place man? What if Russell Halley has anything to do with it? Russell carries the speed into the corner and manages to fend him off for the time being. The right-hander at Rocket out, and Pete Smith, has he got the run? It's so hard to tell from that camera angle, isn't it? But no, does not get an overlap into Peel, and so Russell Halley attaining 8th once again. 6 1/4 minutes to go. We're into the second half of the race then. Johnny Greensmith with a 1.2 second lead over Jack Worry. Bateman in 3rd had dropped now to 2.1 seconds back from Jack. See what those gaps look like at the end of the lap. Bateman maybe getting a bit closer now to Jack Worry, I'd say. Let's see what the gap is. Lap time wise, Greensmith does a 49.4. 50.7 for Worry and a 50.1 for Bateman. So yeah, he was 0.6 quicker that time than Jack Worry. So only 1.5 seconds back. Paul Bateman for 2nd place is still on, and I for one would love to see a resumption of their battle from race number 1 earlier on in the day, or race number 2 I should say, earlier on in the day. First race today, that of course was when those two tangled up at Peel Corner. I don't want to see a repeat of that, but it would be an entertaining scrap between the two of them anyway. Russell Halley still keeping a frustrated and ever more frustrated Pete Smith behind him, I think. Pete Smith just not able to find the right way through. He's had a really good run off Church Corner, better certainly than Simon Waterfall. Behind him, he was bouncing down the grass. Here comes Smith, he's got the inside line towards Rocket, and this time surely the move will be made. Halley tries to stand his ground on the outside, but no, finally Pete Smith is through into 8th position. And all that really made possible by a superb exit from Church, but he gets a terrible run through the second part of Rocket, slides out wide. Russell Halley trying to get up the inside, and that is, I think, Matt Crozier trying to get past the lot of them. He gets past Simon Waterfall and Russell Halley, so 2 places gained for the pink and silver number 848 car, and Matthew Crozier defends from Halley down the hill. Now sets off after Pete Smith, so that all worked out pretty well for Matthew, which now up into the top 10. Towards the braking zone they go. That is the number 28, isn't it? That's the recovering Jake Pace around the outside of Simon Waterfall. Down into the final corner they go. The leaders are already onto another lap, 3 3/4 minutes to go. And that time around, Warry was slightly faster than Bateman, so that battle that I keep sort of teeing up just isn't quite coming to anything, is it? But Bo Parry has been caught by Alexandros Katoulas here, so this is for 4th position. And Bo Parry has been reeled in by the 5th place man. Katoulas, so far this weekend, has had a 4th and a 5th place, so he's been consistent in a way. He's trying now to take another 4th place finish away from the Tucker Motorsport driver Bo Parry, which he does, steams round the outside, and Alexandros Katoulas gaining another spot up at the top of the hill. But yeah, he will have been a bit frustrated, actually, I think, with some of his starts, Katoulas. He's been all right in this race, didn't lose too many places early doors, but arguably could have done better than 4th and 5th. His results have been consistent, but his performance across the races haven't been, because he's often found himself with ground to make up after a slightly poor start. So this race, he got off the line much better, and this potentially is his reward now, 4th position. He's not likely going to have time to chase down Paul Bateman, especially if Bo Parry starts coming back at him, which he's trying to do. And Bo Parry cannot make the move at the hairpin, so Katoulas holding on to that 4th spot. Leaders coming through the final corner. Oops, reaching of tyres. That is because potentially Russell Halley was locking up as he tried to get back around the outside of Matthew Crozier. Crozier sees off that challenge, and actually now Halley under threat from a renewed threat from Simon Waterfall. Katoulas and Parry through turn 1. We're on to the penultimate lap of the race now. 2 more to go. Jack Warry is 2.7 seconds off the race leader now. And Bateman 1.5 seconds back, so he and Warry sort of trading tenths of a second, but if Bateman's going to challenge for 2nd place, he'll need a bit more than that. Side by side here, Simon Waterfall now, having not got past Russell Halley, is instead trying to not be overtaken by Jake Pace, sorry. Both of the Pace family members having a bit of a tough time in this 3rd race. Jake steaming back round the outside into Church Corner, and I think is going to make that move stick. Yes, he did. From Katoulas and Bo Parry. And there, Martin Tolley and Jamie Turner. Wherever you look, there are side-by-side battles, and that's Jamie Turner holding on to 6th position, but only just from Tolley. So Turner in 6th place, but Martin Tolley wanting to reward the team for the hard work they did to get that car ready for this race. He's up the inside, is he? Well, not quite far enough up the inside, as it turns out, into turn 10. Jamie Turner, again, just holding his line, not stressing, not panicking, overly defending. He will have to defend into the hairpin because he knows Martin Tolley will go for it, and again Martin Tolley's got the rears locked up. He almost goes off the road completely, and that's something we saw from Martin a fair bit in the race before, earlier on today, and very nearly went off the road completely that time. Leaders go through onto the final lap of the race, and lap time's almost identical now, really, between the leaders. It was a 50.26 for Greensmith, a 2.7 for Warry, and a 2.8 for Bateman. So top 3 all within a couple of hundredths of a second of each other. And it's Johnny Greensmith who looks odds-on favourite here, doesn't he, for the race victory. Jack Warry 2.7 seconds back, just not really had an answer for him in this one. There goes Russell Harry. Also, someone on the grass in the distance. That was Pete Smith. So Matthew Crozier has been catching Pete Smith anyway, and he's definitely caught him now after that grassy moment at turn 1. So Matt Crozier with a good chance now to use that slipstream up the hill. Maybe pick up another place. This would be the best we've seen from him, I'm pretty sure, this weekend. Matt Crozier in race 1 was 16th, in race 2 was 17th. So yes, things getting a lot better for Crozier in this one. Can he get to the inside line? Yes, he can. Commits to the move, and that could be a brilliant overtake if it works. I think it will. Pete Smith ends up over the exit curb, and Crozier goes through into 8th place. So good drive this from Matt Crozier, picking up positions really effectively, and up into 8th place by the flag. But Johnny Greensmith hasn't had any overtaking really to do in this race. He did lose the lead off the line, didn't he, to Jack Worry, but then it only took him until Rocket on lap 1 to get the place back, and from there he's never really looked back, has he? 2.7 seconds was his lead at the start of the final lap. He may have just backed things off a bit on the final tour, but Johnny Greensmith comes out of the final corner, sees the checkered flag and claims another win. 3 wins from 3 here at Anglesey for Johnny Greensmith. 2nd place for Jack Worry, and Paul Bateman comes home in 3rd. Alexandros Katoulas will be 4th, ahead of Bo Parry, who was very wide at the final corner, in 5th. Jamie Turner just sees off the challenge from Martin Tolley for 6th. And then Pete Smith will be, no, well, it won't, will he? It'll be Matt Crozier next. Matt Crozier in 8th position, Pete Smith in 9th, and Russell Halley completing the top 10. So the rest of them come through. Masters winner was Johnny Greensmith yet again, so a hat-trick of overall and class victories within the MX5 Clubman Championship. And for Johnny Greensmith, a perfect weekend really here at Anglesey. It's not going to be a maximum point score though, because Jack Worry took the fastest lap points away from him in that race, and Paul Bateman beat him to the fastest lap yesterday, so it won't be maximum points, but close to maximum points, certainly enough to make Johnny Greensmith a very happy man leaving Anglesey, and to, he hopes, continue building a championship challenge going into the second half of the year. Simon Privet comes through at the back after his spectacular spin at Church. He almost caught David Scowler by the end, but just ran out of time. Another lap and he probably would have done, because he was lapping a little bit quicker, but Simon Privet has to settle for 20th position. But it was a strong performance from Johnny Greensmith to claim his 3rd win of the day, 3rd win of the weekend, I should say, here at Anglesey. And extend what will now be a decent little championship lead, I suspect. Johnny Greensmith the winner, Jack Worry 2nd, Paul Bateman 3rd, Alexandros Katoulas was 4th ahead of Bo Parry, and Jamie Turner, Martin Tolley, Matt Crozier, Pete Smith and Russell Halley complete the top 10, ahead of Jake Pace, Simon Waterfall, Del Pace and Ledoyen. Ryan Barney 15th, Oscar Trapes in 16th, ahead of Jonathan Fieldsend, Adam Lawrence, David Scowler and Simon Privet in 20th place. So, MX5 Clubman action done. We're not done with racing here at Anglesey though, because as I said, we still have this summer celebration race to go. It was due to start at about 4:30. We might be 5 minutes later than that possibly, but it's a 40-minute pit stop race incorporating sort of the best really of the weekend. We've got a nice mix of drivers from all of the championships you've seen racing today that will be taken to the grid in a moment or two. We've got a mix of Mazda MX-5s and Ford Fiestas, and I think maybe a compact cup car or two. So we'll get them out onto the track in a few minutes, but in the meantime we'll hear from our podium finishers from that final MX5 Clubman race down in Parc Ferme with Richard John Neal.
3 out of 3 for John Greensmith. I'm going to ask for parental permission. Can I go and talk to Stanley? Is that all right?
Yeah, no.
Let's go this way. Sorry, I'll catch you Joe out a little bit there. Post-race, your first ever post-race interview, Stanley. How do you feel about that?
I don't know.
How's your dad done this weekend, do you think?
Really well.
What could he have done better?
Maybe come -1 next time.
That's a good mathematical answer, that. Any racing aspirations yourself? Will we see you in a car at some point?
Yeah, when I'm 16, when I can possibly do it.
Brilliant. We look forward to that. Thank you for your words. Well done. A credit to you, sir. Well done. Sorry for doing that. It's Father's Day, and
fine.
we've had a couple of conversations already. How great is it? He's committed you to racing at 16 now.
Oh, is it? I'll have to have a word with him later about that one.
Great weekend. Paul Bateman, well done, Paul. Thank you for that. Superb stuff. Thank you, Paul. We'll catch up with Paul in a minute. But yeah, 3 out of 3. Anything else you could have done better, do you think, this weekend? I mean, not really, on paper.
Better starts.
Okay.
I've got shocking starts, all 3 races. It's like, now. But then it probably worked out better for me when I've gone onto the back straight, slipstreaming, all that business, so I then got past him. But yeah, just can't complain really. It's been a spot-on weekend and glorious sunshine.
If we could bottle it, it would be fantastic, wouldn't it? You know?
All day long, yeah. You could sell it for millions.
The great thing is, the thing that we don't have to bottle is the confidence, the momentum you've got. You'll carry that to the next round.
Yeah, massively. I started doubting myself, but then it's come back now. That monkey off the back and everything else. So yeah, it's last time I were in 2014 at a triple win there in the Porsches. So yeah, it's coming back again to me. Yeah, definitely is.
Was I commentating on them? Is that the Brscc Porsches?
Yeah, that's right. So you could have been, could have been.
Wow, it's an age ago. I've forgotten loads of it, but I'm going to go and have to dig those out. That's sensational. Well done. Absolute pleasure to have interviewed you on the podium for those, John. Well done. And thanks, Stanley, for us.
Yeah, will do.
There's not many youngsters would let us stick a mic in their face, and I did ask him first, but thank you very much. Well done. Let's have a word with Jack. Well done, Jack.
Thank you.
Another P. It was P2, wasn't it? Overturned with Paul in. You seemed pretty cool about it after the race, but teams are teams, and you know, moves have to be looked at, don't they? We'll draw a line under that. This was P2, another P2 for you. Not a bad weekend.
Yeah, not a bad weekend at all. I was quite happy with that one. I was on the back of Johnny at the start. At the start, I was with him, and then I had a misshift into the first corner, and I dropped back and wanted to try to toe. Around here, you're not keeping up, but I did keep enough of a gap to Paul that I wasn't really in danger of third as long as I just maintained a decent pace. So it was good. It was good. I really enjoyed it, actually.
And again, like John, I guess you're taking the positives through to the next event.
Yeah, well, I hope so. Last round I had my first win, and podiums all day and yesterday in this round. So hopefully that momentum can go forward into the next one.
More 3-round events for Clubmans next year?
Oh, I don't know. Is there? You tell me.
No, I don't know. Would you like that?
I'd love that. I'd love that. It's not the time for me. This is the issue. So I'm here all weekend anyway. So the more races, the better.
Brilliant stuff. Jack, lovely to see you. Well done.
Thank you.
Great racing. And we head over to Paul Bateman, who championship leader coming into the round as well, and never off the podium, Paul. Never off the podium, and that's what you have to. We had a chat, didn't we, in the cafe, and you take everything in the right spirit, to my mind, and you know you're racing. But race 3, talk us through.
I had a good start, but Jack Worry's got quicker, and I've just can't. I've gone slower, shall we say, since qualifying. I haven't got the race pace to have a go at them. So I'm a little bit disappointed in that respect, but I'm glad for a solid. You know, he's driven better and better, and I've sort of tailed off a bit maybe. But anyway, there we are. Onwards and upwards. Anglesey, you know, what a fantastic place. Fantastic place. Love it here.
When the weather's nice, there's no better places. They're just looking across the sea.
I've got 2 sets of wets with me. I was thinking I'd be using 2 sets of wets here or something. I thought it'd be like Armageddon or something here with the rain. But
be honest, Paul. Though the weather we've had over the start of the year, you'll need those at some point.
Yeah, I know. They'll come good. They'll come good. But well done to this man. The car's just flying, very solid, no mistakes, and there we are. He's an old campaigner, more old campaigner than me. This is all fairly rarefied for me to be regularly at the front. You know, there's pressure. Anyway, can I say a big thank you, hello, to everybody in Australia, all my family, and Hong Kong, my daughter, and all my family and friends over here supporting my daughters and family, and my wife who's here, and Ali Bray, Marcus for the tyre shaving and everything, Marcus at Midland. Thank you very much, everyone.
Fantastic. Thank you, Paul, for having something ready for us as well. Safe journey. See you soon next time out. There we go. Downforce Radio. Thanks to Downforce Radio and Clapham North MOT. And George Grant, we mentioned again, sadly not with us this weekend here racing. We miss him. But still here with the business interests and looking after us, so we appreciate George's input. We've got another race to come, but before we do that, I'm going to hand you back, I think maybe for a bit of housekeeping, Andy McKeown.
Yes, thank you, Richard. We'll give you time to just jump over the fence to assembly area because we'll have pre-race activity for our Anglesey Summer Celebration race that is coming up next, our final racing action of the weekend here on the Anglesey International Circuit. But good opportunity to let you know what's coming up in the near future for the Brscc. Their next race meeting is on the 22nd and 23rd of June, so that is next week, and that is on the Donington Park Grand Prix circuit, their summer race weekend. This is sort of the summer weekend as well, but that one will have action from, amongst other things, the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series, the Super Sport Endurance Cup, Club Sport Trophy, Super Classic Pre-99 Formula Ford, City Car Cup, Metros, Modified Ford, Zeo Prototypes, Evolution Trophy, all will be out at Donington Park on the Grand Prix circuit. That's the next race meeting. The next live Brscc related action, though, will come once again here from Anglesey, and that's in 2 weeks' time, and it is the Ginetta G-Fest, which we're all really looking forward to. 2 days of Ginetta only fun and games with action from the Ginetta GT Championship, Ginetta GT Academy and the Ginetta Junior Championship, all making their way to Anglesey in 2 weeks' time. They had 2 G-Fests last year, one at Cadwell Park and one on the Silverstone circuit, but this year they are coming to North Wales, to Anglesey, which is becoming a very popular venue in general these days for motor racing. So that will be the next live stream action on the 29th and 30th of June, but there's a whole calendar of action racing meetings, some of them live streamed, some of them not, and you can find information on all of those on the Brscc's website. So if you head over to www.brscc.co.uk/events, that is where you will find information on all of the Brscc activity coming up in the near future. The next Fun Cup event, by the way, which of course is what this one has been, yesterday anyway, very much had a Fun Cup flavour with their 2 3-hour races. Second of those into the sort of twilight hours, really. Well, their next race for Fun Cup will be at Snetterton, and when the Brscc website page loads, I will tell you what date that is, unless anyone from Alpha Live can remind me when the next Fun Cup race is at Snetterton. It's on July the... oh, hang on, I might beat you to it. July the 20th and 21st, there we go, for the next Fun Cup live stream event. And you'll see a lot of the championships that you've seen racing again here this weekend. So we will have the Nankang Tyre BMW Cup, a BMW Compact Cup. We'll also have Club Sport Trophy, Modified Fords, City Car Cup, and the Silver Lake C1 Endurance Series. So a real endurance racing flavour that weekend, with both Fun Cup and Citroen C1s racing on the Snetterton circuit in July. So busy weekend almost coming to a close here at Anglesey, but the summer celebration race coming up shortly. What is the summer celebration race, I hear you ask? Well, it is basically an extra opportunity for drivers from things like Compact Cup, MX5s and Fiestas to get back out on track again, as if they hadn't had enough fun already. Today they get to do another 40-minute race, and this one with a mandatory pit stop in the middle. So if you don't want to do it all by yourself, you can share the drive with a co-driver, and that's what many of them are doing. So we'll have quite a lot of familiar names, but some of them perhaps in unfamiliar cars, sharing with maybe teammates or perhaps rivals from their respective championships. And a couple of drivers that we've just seen out actually in the Fiestas will be out there. Liam Browning, Dylan Davis, the Clubman MX5 drivers, people like Simon Waterfall is doing this one. Rather concerning, on the front row is supposed to be Max Buxton. The last we saw of Max Buxton half an hour or so ago, he had a very badly damaged Ford Fiesta. And I have a funny feeling we might not have him on the grid. But Russell Halley, who we just saw getting stuck into some of the fighting in the MX5 Clubman race, he is due to be out in this race and will be starting from pole position, hopefully, as long as his car is okay. So this break in the timetable is as much really to give the marshals a break as it is to give the drivers an opportunity to get the cars ready if they've been out in the last couple of hours or so. Give them a chance to get the cars fettled and refuel, maybe new tyres on them, and get ready to go out for what is a non-championship race, just a little bit of fun at the end of our weekend here at Anglesey. So we are getting cars assembling down in the assembly area. We're hoping to chat to some of the drivers of those cars before the cars are released onto the grid. They're due to be released, when did I say, at, well, 16:30 start time. Well, that's in less than 5 minutes. So that ain't happening, hopefully. I think we're going to give the marshals a bit more of a break than that. But maybe in the next 10 minutes or so, they'll be released out onto the track, and we will get a chance to hear from a few of those drivers ahead of the race. So who do we have in this one? Well, on pole position, Russell Halley, as I said, we've just seen him out in the MX5 Clubman race. Max Buxton is supposed to be alongside him, but I fear that we're not going to see that car. It was badly damaged in its last race, only, as I said, an hour ago, if that. Row 2, we're due to have a pair of Fiesta alongside a BMW, I believe. We've got the 119, which is Aidan Vickers and Mark Blunt sharing a Fiesta ST150. We've just seen those both out in the ST150 Challenge earlier on, and alongside them, the number 77 is Martin Corkwell and David Farrow in a BMW Compact. So Dave Farrow hasn't been racing, but he's been running or helping to run that car with EDF Motorsport, Eddie Farrow's team, and David getting a turn behind the wheel at some point in this race. Then Barney Lauer and Bruce Robinson will be next. Barney Lauer in a Compact, Bruce Robinson in a Mark 1 Mazda MX-5. Then it will be Kamal Kalsi, number 64, in his MX-5 SuperCup car, and then number 84, which is Robinson and Sullivan. Now, there wasn't an 84 initially on the entry list, but I reckon that's going to be Anthony Sullivan and Dan Robinson, probably, in a Ford Fiesta, because they're both Fiesta drivers, aren't they? The grid sheet only giving us surnames, and because they're not on the entry list, I can't tell you anymore. Then Simon Waterfall and Matt McCarthy, MX-5 and Ford Fiesta on row 5, and then Dylan Davis and Liam Browning in a pair of Ford Fiesta ST150s lining up at the back of the grid. So that's who we should be getting assembled down below us, and we'll see who has got there and in what sort of order those cars are in, hopefully within the next few minutes or so. Right then, in fact, the next few seconds or so. Let's head down there, shall we? Have a chat with Richard John Neal and some of the drivers.
What a couple of days racing we've had. Absolutely superb job by the Brscc, the marshals, the drivers, the teams, everybody behind, and everything's a little bit more relaxed now. We're going into the summer celebration race here on Anglesey, and this is an invitation race. A lot of drivers have done a lot of races, but bear in mind that most of the races we've seen this weekend, aside from the Fiestas, have been triple headers, so plenty of racing's been done, but the club decided, as the track time was available, let's put on another event if people want to do it. And we've got the grid beginning to form up. As far as I'm aware, the grid is by ballot. So I've not seen the grid before I came down here, so I didn't have a chance. It wasn't on TSL, so apologies for not having a look at that one. What I'm going to do first of all, though, is, as a guy looking with dread at the microphone, you okay to have a word here? Martin Corkwell is nodding. First-time driver. So let's get in. Sorry to butt in, guys. Martin, am I right in thinking this is your debut meeting?
This is my debut meeting, yeah. I'm normally behind the spanners for EDF Motorsports. And along with my son, this year we've decided to do it together. And it's appropriate, it's Father's Day today, and he's great, graciously let me have this round. Lots to learn, but fabulous fun, absolutely fabulous fun.
I'm glad you've enjoyed it. Talk us through the weekend so far, your first experience. First of all, can I ask a really rude question? How old are you starting racing?
53.
53. And starting, there is age is no barrier, is it, to starting racing?
Absolutely not, no. I would say anybody, while we can, let's do it. Absolutely.
So, were EDF nagging you, or was what's your name, by the way, son? Alex. Was Alex kind of nagging you about doing it, or the team nagging, or just something you fancied doing and you've worked towards that?
Well, Alex and I have been following motorsport since Alex was about 8 years old, and since then he's been nagging, can we do it? Can we do it together? Yeah. Can I have a race car? And I was never in a position to do it, and then this last year I thought, let's do it, let's try it. We entered a championship that was a reasonably costed championship, and it's a welcoming championship as well. He is quicker than me, but don't tell him that.
How have you found the Compact Cup races?
Very, very close, and it's great. Within the Compact Cup, you've got a mixed range of age groups as well. You've got Alex, who's the youngest, and then you've got people who are a bit more mature than me as well. So yeah, it's a good mix of people, and they've been doing it for years, a lot of them, and they know what they're doing. So coming in as a novice, you put expectations on yourself, and pleased to say everybody in the paddock has been helpful in getting us through it.
That's really great to hear. Certainly, from my point of view as a journalist or an interviewer, everybody, if the paddock wasn't friendly, I wouldn't come down, and do it. And I just love meeting everybody and getting these stories out, which is great. Where and when did you do your ARDS course?
Well, Alex was 17 in October of last year. He passed his driving test in December, and the two of us did our ARDS at Snetterton in January. So literally both in on it, both together. Let's do it all, the whole journey together.
You're sharing the car. It's not Alex for this one. David Farrow you're sharing with?
Yeah, I'm sharing with David Farrow because he raced the Fun Cups yesterday for 6 hours, where Alex hasn't raced this weekend, so he wasn't eligible for this. Yeah. But I would have loved to have done it with my son. But since I've worked with Dave for a long time, it's appropriate that we race that together.
And what's the strategy? Are you doing? So is it half and half of the race, or he's going to do a bit more, or?
We couldn't tell you that, could we?
There's only two driver cars in this, so it's not giving too much. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say that's absolutely fine. And has Alex got a role in this? Are you timing the pit stop or something?
Yeah, I'm going to be...
Sorry, Alex.
That's all right. I'm going to be just on the pit wall, supporting in any way I can. Yeah. If they need anything, I'll be running and getting it. So.
And you've done races already in the compact?
Yeah, so I did Croft and Alton, and just cracking fun. Just couldn't beat it.
And no, I can't remember because I have calendars going through my head all the time. Where's the next round for Compact Cup?
Snetterton.
Is that you?
Hopefully. Depends how much he enjoys this. It's
a bit more experience there because you did your ARDS there, so we'd expect you on the podium for that one.
Hopefully.
It's great. Let me tell you guys, lad and dad time, you don't need to tell you, it's fantastic. I know I enjoy every minute I get to spend with my son. He was last here with me 2 years ago, just helping out and spannering. Martin, welcome to the racing scene. Alex, great to meet you as well. Good luck for the race. Enjoy it. What a story. First time racer. Alex and Martin Corkwell. Enjoy. We'll maybe talk to you after your stint if we get a chance to go down into pit road. The great news, this is great news here. Max Buxton retired. The last but one race we had on track was the vinyl detail Fiestas, and Max Buxton. I tell you, do you know what? I'm not going to hassle him at the moment. I'm going to let him get in because we have spoken to Max on the feed a little bit earlier on when we did our lunchtime show, our lunchtime paddock show. What I might do though is have a word with, now is it Aidan or Mark in the car? Aidan going in first. Is it all right? Are we allowed to open up and you okay to have a quick word? I'm really rude. I always just jump in, so I should ask. So, Aidan, quite a quick turnaround, isn't it? In terms of it was the last race but one. Was there much to do to the car?
Not in the last race there, but this morning we had a bit of bit damage this morning. We didn't get to finish. We had a bit of a collision to the hairpin up there.
What exactly happened with that? Can you remember?
Someone came up the inside, bashed someone else, and I was on the outside, and I just got like the seconds of the accident.
A bit like a cannon in snookers. I'll do that one for Andy McEwen, who's a bit of a snooker fan, our commentator.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
What repairs did you effect, and was it expensive?
No, we just something bent on the front right hub. The track rod end was bent, so that was it.
Oh, that's good. I spoke to Martin Corkwell. There's only actually two driver ones, and you're sharing with Mark, who's fairly quick in these as well. And is it a good opportunity for Mark to sort of diagnose your car and get a bit of race time in the car and feedback for you as well?
Yeah, it'll be his first time in the car actually.
Oh, wow.
First time in the car, this car as well. Yeah.
Are you planning to do sort of 50-50, or will he get a shorter stint?
50-50.
Nice one. Okay, Aidan, thanks very much for chatting to us. Good luck for the race.
Cheers.
Handshake with Aidan. Sorry for interrupting your preparation. Driver's getting in. I didn't shut the door properly. Do you know, I never do that. We had a thing at the Fiesta Scholarship where I was going in and not shutting the doors. We're starting to get engines going. We haven't got whistles blowing yet. So Liam Browning we've spoken to quite a lot. We spoke to Dylan Davis on the grid. Let's have a quick look at what else we've got. Haven't spoken to Simon Waterfall, so we've done a BMW, we've done a Fiesta. Let's do a Mazda, because I've been a little bit mean with the Mazdas. Simon, you okay? You all right for a quick word? I'm just saying I've been really mean to the Mazdas. I haven't done any Mazda interviews today off the podium. So great that you're taking part in the summer celebration race. It's a nice opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, we've all got over across here to Wales anyway,
So you've done all the expense of getting over here. So just, you know, bit of a blowout at the end of the weekend after 3 good races so far. And yeah, top of the weekend.
What do you think's the most amount of racing you can do? We've got the Downforce radio sticker on. George Grant would have been out in this, wouldn't he? If he'd have been here, he'd have done every single race, and you're sort of emulating him, really.
Well, absolutely. I mean, George would be all over this, definitely. I mean, look, the other Mazda in here is my best mate. We live about 10 minutes away from each other. Yeah, me and Russell. So, yeah, he got me to come circuit racing from sprinting, right. And this is one of my favourite tracks from sprinting. So, whereabouts do you live? What field in Derbyshire.
Okay, so not too bad to get back to.
3 hours or so.
They're blowing the whistle on me, so and thanks for chatting to us. Enjoy the race. So, that was Simon Ward. Finally got my Mazda interview. I'm going to move back so that we're out of the way of the 84 car. We have actually got, I think, a couple of extra runners to my list that we've got in. Simon Waterfall, thanks for joining us. The summer celebration race about to get underway. Let's head upstairs for the full rundown for the last time here on Anglesey with Andy McEwen. Over to you, Andy.
Thanks, Richard. Cars on the grid then ahead of our final race of the day. A 40-minute race, mandatory pit stop in the middle, and driver changes for a couple of the teams that are going down that route of sharing cars. We don't know necessarily who's starting all of these cars, so Richard might have that information to hand back to me when he gets up here. But anyway, we will have an interesting mix of cars. I do enjoy it when the Brscc do things like this. We've done this a few times in the past where we invite cars from different championships onto the same grid. It's sort of the kind of ethos that we have in the Club Sport Trophy, which is very much an opportunity for cars that would normally race in other one-make championships to come together and race in the same place, and that's what we've got here with Russell Halley lining up on pole position in car number 99. Then it is Max Buxton, amazed that that car is out there with a repaired left front corner. Then we've got the Aidan Vickers and Mark Blunt Fiesta. It is Aidan Vickers' car, but whether he or Mark Blunt are starting it, I'm not so sure. Probably Aidan, you would imagine. Then it is the Corkwell and Farrow BMW. That again is the car driven normally by Corkwell in the Compact Cup. Then we have got Barney Lauer in his MX-5, Bruce Robinson and no, not Bruce Robinson, number 90 will be, yes, Bruce Robinson in a Paddock Motorsport prepared MX-5, and he has got himself a co-driver that wasn't on the list. I'm going to imagine it's Ollie Hall, who also races in the MX-5 SuperCup as well. Then, row number 4 for Kamal Khalsi in his MX-5 SuperCup car, and then Dan Robinson in the number 84 car, that again I suspect he is sharing with Anthony Sullivan. Then Simon Waterfall and Matt McCarthy. Matt McCarthy, I think, was a late addition to this grid. Dylan Davis and Liam Brown will line up at the back. Now, you may ask how they've decided on the grid order, because they didn't have a qualifying session earlier on today, and the answer is I haven't got a clue. But we've got Fiestas generally towards the back, and then we've also got a Fiesta on the front row. I suspect it was a random draw of some sort. There wasn't time for a qualifying session earlier on in the day. So I think the random grid has been drawn to decide the starting order for this race, and that should lead to a bit of entertainment at the very least in the early stages, as drivers try and jockey for position and get themselves into the right area of the pack. It's also an interesting way to sort of compare the lap times, the performance of Fiesta SD150 against an MX-5, both Mark 1 or a Mark 3 MX-5, and also, of course, a Compact Cup car as well. Let's see whether or not... I would imagine the Fiestas probably are the quickest, or the most powerful anyway, but then the lightweight, nimble Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 is probably a little bit more corner ability, likely to have the edge through the more technical sections, but should be an interesting race. There's no championship points to worry about, just a straight up fight with that mandatory pit stop in the middle. And the field making its way around now to the end of its green flag lap. It's going to be a standing start. Yes, it will be a standing start. 40 minutes of racing. So down to the final corner they come. Then Russell Halley Oh, no, that's Max Buxton heading into the pit lane. So Max Buxton, they'd made those hasty repairs to the car. He may have been feeling that something's not quite right with it, and he's brought the car into the attention of the team. So Max Buxton, unfortunately, is not going to be taking the start of the race, at least from the track. Hopefully he'll get back out there again for a pit lane start, perhaps. So we're down, unfortunately, to 11 that are lining up on the grid. But place your bets, everyone. Is it going to be an MX-5, a BMW, or a Fiesta that wins the Brscc Summer Celebration race? Well, we are about to find out. The grid is set, the green flag waved. 40-minute race then to conclude the day here at Anglesey. And it is going to be Russell Halley all on his own then on the front row of the grid. Lights go out now after quite a long hold, and a good start made by the number 90 Mazda. That's the Bruce Robinson car, which breaks through into second position. So the MX5 SuperCup car that arguably should be the best all-round car on the grid, I would have thought, moves up into second place immediately. Russell Halley, though, leads them down towards the banking for the first time. The Fiesta's jockeying for position further back, and all really getting themselves together, aren't they? 5 Fiestas in a cluster heading through the banked hairpin. Out wide goes the Corkwell BMW further back, but it is going to be the number 90 car, the Bruce Robinson machine, that hits the front. Don't know whether it's Bruce Robinson or Ollie Hall in the car for the first stint, but it is Bruce Robinson's car, definitely running as car number 90, which leads the field up the hill for the first time. Then Russell Halley in second position, third place for one of the compacts. That's not the Corkwell car, it's going to be the Barney Lauer car, I think, isn't it? Oh, the inside goes Sullivan, and that was a little bit late, almost into the side of the Corkwell BMW, and one of the others bouncing over the grass further out. The Fiestas are very much getting stuck in on this one, aren't they? The number 84 car on the outside line, that is Anthony Sullivan's car. And whether again it's Anthony who's done the opening stint of the race, I don't know, but he's in the car now on the tail of Liam Browning, who is getting a bit more running with that new clutch that he fitted yesterday morning. Over the curb goes Sullivan, bouncing his way onto the international loop for the first time. Bruce Robinson looks as though he is making a bit of a break now at the front of the field. Sullivan suddenly finding himself right down to the back of the field, gets overtaken by the McCarthy car, number 94. Now has to try and retaliate. The Corkwell BMW also slipping backwards too, but it is going to be the Bruce Robinson Mazda MX-5 then that leads them at the end of the opening lap by some way over Russell Halley in second position. Third place then for the Lauer BMW, but under real pressure from Simon Waterfall in his Mazda MX-5. So again, MX-5 versus Compact Cup car, the battle, as they run through turn number 1 once again. So 37 minutes, 50 seconds left on the clock, and they work their way around the banking there. Liam Browning having picked up a few places, I think, from where he started, hasn't he? Yes, 5 spots. He started right at the back, and he's up 5 positions at the end of lap 1. The Bruce Robinson Ollie Hall car has gained a lot of ground as well, in fairness, and is really pulling away now at the front of the field. Side by side between Simon Waterfall and Barney Lauer, I can see there up the road. That was Simon Waterfall trying to claim third place ahead of the BMW, which has gone very wide up Rocket and through to Simon Waterfall. So Waterfall then picks up a place into third position in one of the second of the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s. So looking at the timing tower then, the white number, that is the Lone Ranger, if you like, of the Mark 3 MX-5s. The pink numbers there, the Mark 1 MX-5s. Barney Lauer is one of only the 2 compact cups with the sort of pinky coloured background, and then the yellows, far the most numerous, are the Fiestas. And actually that makes sense really, because the Fiestas have had quite a truncated day, haven't they, with red flags and safety cars. Good for some of these drivers to get a bit more track time at the end of the day. And with all of their big major racing done so far today, they can, this weekend indeed, they can sort of relax into this now without worrying too much about putting any excess wear and tear on the car. It's a real changing in the Fiesta ranks on that lap, I think. Waterfall then up to third, but behind them, lots of shuffling, I think. The Dan Robinson and Anthony Sullivan car up into 9th, but I'm pretty sure Liam Browning had gained another place on Matt McCarthy on that lap as well. He's now chasing down Dylan Davis, but it's the Aidan Vickers and Mark Blunt Fiesta that leads the Fiesta class, if you like. The grey and yellow car coming towards us. Dylan Davis in behind him. Pitches the car into Church Corner. Just trying to make a move now, heading uphill towards Rocket. Don't think he's quite close enough on this occasion, though. Brakes with the tyres screeching as they force the cars into the corner at what has been the real action hotspot of the weekend, hasn't it, Rocket? It always is here at Anglesey. It's always that sequence of corners where you see the most overtaking and sometimes the most calamity. Always an exciting place to watch. The spectators up on the spectator banking will be enjoying the view. Now that was Max Buxton chatting with a marshal, but I'm not sure what he was chatting about down in the pit lane. So anyway, he hasn't been able to take the start, which is a shame. So Max Buxton, whether it was a car problem or whether it was to do with maybe him getting to assembly late, I'm not really sure, but I think he was there in time, wasn't he, as far as I can tell. Anyway, he is no longer part of the race, and having dropped already 3 laps down, not a lot of point really going back out there now, I suppose, and putting more pressure on the car. Right, good battle developing here for second place, but for the lead in the Mark 1 MX5 class, because Simon Waterfall has caught Russell Halley, who had a big spin for the Corkwell BMW out of the final corner, and that car arrived backwards in a plume of tyre smoke. I just caught that out of the window. It's not the first time that car's been around today, but manages to gather it together, continues on its way back to the Fiesta Brigade. Oh, something just fell off. What was that? Falling off the back of, I think, Dylan Davis's car. It either came off Dylan Davis or the Vickers car, but I think it was Dylan. Was that fell off? It was too light to be an exhaust, I think, but it was a fairly big bit of bodywork if it was that. Anyway, he's under pressure now from Dylan Davis, who comes careering up the inside into Rocket and can't get the car stopped, goes right off the road and hands the lead straight back again to the Vickers and Blunt car. That's the bodywork. What is it? Oh, is it a light headlight cover maybe? It's got a bit of colour to it, hasn't it? A red tinge, I'm really not sure, but anyway, why it came off, I don't know. But anyway, it's lying in the track. Is it the tail light on one of those cars? No, I think they're both still there. But I haven't seen any contact between these two. So, not quite sure how it fell off. Anyway, it's on the racing line and it might need recovering by the marshals, but the marshals aren't close enough really to just nip out and grab it. It's probably going to stay there for the rest of the race unless we get a safety car. Oh yes, it is. It's the tail light on Dylan Davis's car. Look, so that must have just popped off. I can't imagine that was contact that did it. I think it was just a loose fitting maybe, and it's come off over the curb. So that's Dylan Davis has shed a bit of weight. Russell Halley waving at someone as he comes across the line. He and Simon Waterfall about to engage in battle for the lead of the Mark 1 MX5 class, but second place in the race overall. 16.3 seconds though behind the Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall Mark 3 MX5, which has extended a very substantial margin now over the chasing pack. As you can sort of expect, really. I think this is answering the question, isn't it? The Mark 3 MX5 SuperCup car, the fastest of the cars on the grid. This, though, should be a good battle, shouldn't it, between Waterfall and Halley. Halley round the outside into Rocket in. They've been caught now by Barney Lauer, who is closing in the BMW. But look, they're side by side again, and Simon Waterfall has got the better run out of Rocket, gets to the inside into Peel, and moves ahead into the class lead. So Russell Halley gets through, gets passed by Simon Waterfall. He's driven well in this race, hasn't he, to claw his way through the order, catch up to Russell Halley, and now move ahead, heading towards the end of the first quarter of the race. Can now Russell Halley come back at him? talks about it, into the hairpin. Russell goes to the outside line on the way in. Waterfall defending. All the while backing Halley up into Barney Lauer. In the Fiesta battle, I believe it is still the Vickers and Blunt car ahead. Oh, Russell Halley with a big... oh, he's pitting, that's what he was waving at, so pit window must be open. I haven't seen a board going out over the pit wall, but the pit window must be open, and Russell Halley's coming in. Either that or he's got a problem, and he's slowing right down coming into the pit lane as well. So Russell Halley pulls into the pits. The team weren't exactly ready and waiting for him. What are they going to do? Check the tyre pressures, have a little chat with him first. There you can see on screens the team having a chat. I think he wants a bit of a tyre pressure adjustment then, does he, Russell Halley? You can hear them there just letting a bit of pressure out of the tyres. That's what they tend to do. That pressure, of course, builds up pretty rapidly. They're also going to give him a bit of a drink. Got a straw ready for him to help with that. And Russell Halley can take on a bit of refreshment. They'll sort out the tyre pressures. Is there a minimum pit stop time for them in this, or are they just... I think it's about 2 minutes probably that they have to spend in the pit lane. So he'll be there for a lap, essentially, then. So Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall continue to lead by 22 seconds. At this rate, they'll lap the field, won't they, by the end of the race? Real action to be found amongst the Fiestas, particularly second and third place battle, although actually Dylan Davis and Liam Browning not being dropped at all by the Vickers and Blunt car. I'm going to guess maybe it's Mark Blunt in that car. I think he tends to be a bit further up the order than Aidan Vickers maybe, so could well be that it's Mark who has started car 119. And that means we've got a really entertaining, evenly matched scrap between these three, because Dylan Davis and Liam Browning, we know, are pretty closely matched on pace. They've been close all weekend long. Way wide there goes the 119 car. Might now open the door for Dylan Davis to have a go, heading towards the banking. And Dylan Davis now starting to apply some pressure, isn't he, here in the battle for the class lead. Down to Church Corner then, round the right-hander, and Dylan Davis is going to be setting up for a move here, I think, as they head onto the back straight. He's closer than he has been, really, to the 119 machine. Didn't get a terrific run through Church, so is he going to be close enough when they get to the top of the hill? He's closing in the slipstream all the while. Do we see a defensive move from the 119? Yes, we do. So Dylan Davis tries the outside line. Now, we've seen some ambitious braking from Dylan already into this corner, and that was about the same result as we saw last time. He goes off the track, and Liam Browning is only too happy to claim second place in the class. So Liam Browning then moves ahead of Dylan Davis, as Dylan's attempt to take the class lead doesn't quite go to plan. Right, we've seen Russell Halley in the pit lane. He's now left the pit lane again, and it seemed a little bit early in the race, that. Let's see if Richard John Neal could shed some light on the situation.
Well, the news is totally undramatic, Andy, that was Russell Halley's scheduled stop. They just thought they'd get it out of the way early in case there were other cars in the mix, so he just wanted to get that done. They've checked the tyre pressures, all okay, and they've gone back out. The engineer was complaining that he had to do it because he wanted to go home early, and who can blame him? No, he was joking. He's enjoying here, and he said he's going to help push the car back to the paddock at the end of the day. But routine stop, no problems. Russell Halley back in the race, and he's our first pit stopper ticked off.
Excellent, thank you for that, Richard. So that explains that. Russell Halley back in the fray, and on the tail here of one of the Fiestas, I think, heading down into the final corner. That's the Matt McCarthy Fiesta, which gets very sideways and goes off the track. So Matt McCarthy off the road altogether, and Russell Halley finds a way through, but not for position that. Russell is a lap behind after his visit to the pit lane. Right, back to the Fiestas then. Liam Browning on the tail now of the Vickers and Blunt car, and maybe now setting himself up to try and move up the back straight. Dylan Davis having tried it a lap ago to no avail. There is Halley coming down into Church, and Russell Halley hooks the curb, looks nice and steady through the right-hander, so he lost just over a lap then, didn't he, really? A lap and a quarter maybe by pitting, so that's about the amount of time we'd expect to see people losing when they make a pit stop. Ooh, 119 car out wide up at Rocket Corner. That gives Liam Browning the run, and Browning's gone through. So Liam Browning then moves ahead of the Aidan Vickers Mark Blunt Ford Fiesta into the class lead. So Liam Browning 2 places gained in the last couple of laps up at Rocket. Both times really taking advantage of a mistake by the car ahead, outbraking themselves. Can Vickers and Blunt get themselves back in front? Through turn 10, onto the back straight. Nice to see these three, though, continuing to run pretty close together. Then comes Mac McCarthy. The 119 car moves to the inside into the hairpin. Covers that inside line off and heads towards the end of another lap. Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall have long since gone through. They're rounding the right-hander at Church, and in is coming Dylan Davis. So Dylan Davis now in for a pit stop. So taking himself out of that battle, interestingly, perhaps feels that that car could go quicker on its own. Now Dylan Davis, to my knowledge, isn't sharing the car, so this is not where he's going to be pulling in. He heads down to the other end of the pit lane. Who is this that's getting ready to come in? We've got another Fiesta coming in, and this does now look like the car. Oh yes, so this is the Anthony Sullivan and who's he sharing with? Buxton car. And yeah, that is going to be the driver change. So that is Max Buxton getting in. So, okay. So Max Buxton was going to be racing his own car in this race, and now appears to be jumping into the Anthony Sullivan car, which wasn't even on the entry list. Oh, it is, was the 1-4, yes, it's now number 84, isn't it? Yeah, so he has got out of the number 14 car that wasn't running and gets into the 84. He's showing on the timing screen, so I'm guessing that was always the plan, unless TSL have just added that. Oh, Corkwell's off again, this time at the banking, I think, maybe? Well, he's been off at most of the corners, so adds that one to the list. Pushing and slightly exceeding the limits out there, but I guess that's one of the points of this race, really. It's a bit of extra track time. He's just rejoining coming out of the banking, as it was turn number 2 that he'd gone off at this time. And yeah, this is a chance to learn, isn't it, this race, as much as anything else. I don't actually know if it's Corkwell in the car. It could be Farrow, but whoever it is, that car's had an eventful day, hasn't it, here at Anglesey across this race and the Compact Cup race. Pit stop for 84 continuing. Of course, this car's had its fair share of drama too. It got a bit of damage in the race 1 incident, and now has had a bit of repair work done. They've got a new rim on the rear of the car. Should be going pretty quickly again, but they're sat there waiting. A bit of trim lying on the road. That's where on the track. On the way up to Rocket, yes it is, on the inside line going up to Rocket Corner. I can see it now, it's right on the racing line, that. Now that's not ideal, because that could easily get flicked up into another car. So I wonder whether race control will want to do anything about that. They might want to do something about it, but their options are limited really. They might have to throw a safety car in order to be able to move it. 84 back out of the pit lane now. So the Max Buxton-driven machine now heads out. Anthony Sullivan having done his driving stint with just over half the race to go. Browning skirts around that little bit of plastic that's been left on the road. Hopefully the others will avoid it. Eventually someone will hit it, you imagine. It will get moved out of the way. In fact, I can't see it anymore out of the window, so I think it might have been moved out of the way already. So track should be clear now, hopefully going up towards Rocket. 91 Liam Browning then leading the Fiesta class. Vickers and Blunt in second position. As I said, I'm still not 100% sure who's in that car. I'm going to put a guess on Mark Blunt, but we will see. Liam Browning, though, hits the brakes into the hairpin and not really escaping, is he, much? Be interesting to see when this all settles down where Dylan Davis ends up in relation to them, because of course Dylan Davis has made his pit stop now. He's back underway, albeit having lost a lap or so over the rest of the field. In comes Liam Browning, so Browning from the lead now essentially of the Fiesta class. And, Liam Browning pulls into his pit box. Simon Waterfall in as well. So we're now starting to get a flurry of activity, as you'd expect, I suppose, midway through the race. Right, we saw that driver change for car 84. Max Buxton getting in. Anthony Sullivan getting out. And we will hear, hopefully, from Richard in a moment or so. And we'll get a bit of an update on what's going on and maybe have a word with Anthony Sullivan. Let's head down to Richard in the pit lane.
So a little bit of an update. I wouldn't say there's a hive of activity down here because we've only got a handful of cars taking part, but things beginning to live up. Liam Browning back in. Liam's had a fair bit of camera time this weekend, so I'm sure he won't mind. Anthony Sullivan, who handed his car over to Max Buxton, just the friendly nature of the ST150 Championship. He'd realised that Max hadn't had a decent lappery this weekend, so I thought it would be nice to get him out in the car. So he did a little 10-15 minute stint and then handed over to Max Buxton. Max, we saw in Parc Ferme from the ST150 race, had a broken ball joint. That's what put him out of the race. It wasn't contact or anything else, just the breakage on the car. The team then managed to effect a repair on the car to get it back to Paddock, get it all checked over. Not quite happy with it, obviously getting it out onto the race, so that's why Anthony Sullivan and the team managed to get Max Buxton out for some laps. So a little bit of an explanation. Great camaraderie in the ST150s again, and we wait for some more driver changes.
Thanks, Richard. Yes, we've got a few more yet to make a pit stop, haven't we? We're still waiting for Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall to come in. Barney Lauer hasn't pitted yet either, nor has the Vickers and Blunt Fiesta or Mac McCarthy, who I think we're watching now coming down towards the last corner. It doesn't look like he's pitting this time either. So it looks like it's a fairly sort of open pit lane type situation, really. There's no set pit window by the looks of it, so they can leave it as late as they want, and all three of those cars that I just mentioned, well, two of the three cars I mentioned, sorry, two of the four cars, are running with one driver, so they really are free to pit, aren't they, whenever they want, so they don't have to sort of share the driving duties. But that was nice to hear there that Anthony Sullivan was willing to give Max Buxton a slightly longer stint in the race because he hadn't done much driving so far today. Now that's Liam Browning battling with Russell Halley. I think that might be for position now because they both made a pit stop. So I think that is genuinely for position, which means that Russell Halley has dropped down a little bit after the pit stop. Liam Browning has gained some time somewhere because they weren't really all that close to each other before the stops. So Russell Halley bounces up and over the curb, does his suspension and tyres, the world of good doing that, I'm sure, but thinks that that's the faster line through the corner. Out goes the Corkwell car. I don't know if that's Dave Farrow now behind the wheel. See how that car gets on in the second half of the race, but Russell Halley trying his best here to have a go at Liam Browning. The leader is in, by the way, Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall's white Mazda MX-5, the Mark III car, the SuperCup car. Wouldn't mind seeing that driver change, actually, see if we can figure out who's getting in, who's getting out. I think Bruce Robinson's getting out, and I think Ollie Hall is getting in, so I reckon Ollie Hall's going to get his stint underway very shortly. But I believe we can head down to the pit lane now, down to the EDF Motorsport end of the pit lane, and join Richard, John Neal.
Very much indeed, Andy. Before the race, we spoke to Martin Corkwell. First meeting, lovely story. Always like sort of catching up on this sort of stuff. Martin, first stint in the endurance race. So another new experience for you in the first weekend.
Absolutely. Starting on the second row for the first time with bumblebees whizzing around me. It's quite interesting. So I thought I held my own. And really good lap coming in. I did a nice little spin, went on the grass, but you know, we're here to entertain.
Certainly, yeah. What a great value for a first weekend's motor racing. Your traditional races in the Nankang Tyres Championship, and then a little bit of a flavour of endurance racing as well, which might fire you up for the future. You know, this model that the Brscc are doing this weekend, the Club Sport Trophy, is a thing you can maybe enter later on in the year as well.
Yeah, I mean it's fantastic that I'm partnered up with David Farrow from EDF Motorsports, who yesterday was one of the drivers in 104 car that managed to bring it in within the top 10. And considering Victor Cara, the other driver there, got his first 122 flat. It's a fantastic weekend. So to crown it off with a chance to endurance race together, let's hope he brings it home.
There you go, the smile tells it all. Thanks for chatting to us and well done on your first weekend. Look forward to seeing you around the paddocks a little bit later on in the season, and we'll catch up with a few more drivers in a few moments' time.
Thanks, Richard. Yeah, good to hear from the drivers stepping out of the cars in particular as to how their race is going. We've got 16 minutes to go, and there is the car, now driven then by Dave Farrow, heading out onto the track. So interesting to see what sort of pace he's got now in this second half of the race. So we have, we're waiting for the timing screen to catch up on itself slightly here, because obviously Ollie Hall, having not long ago left the pit lane, in fact, he's just going out of church now. Is that his outlap that he's on? I think it might be. Yeah, I think it probably is, isn't it? His outlap that he's on. So at the end of the next lap, we'll get a proper look at what the order is, because actually Barney Lauer had inherited the lead. He's just pitted, though, as has the Vickers and Blunt Fiesta. That's just left the pit lane. Now, I don't know who was in that car. So I was guessing Mark Blunt, but I probably was wrong. We'll find out, I suppose, in a moment or two. It also is, as I said, Barney Lauer. No driver change to be had here, so they're just talking about the car and making sure that everything is A-OK, ready to send him out for the final quarter of an hour or so. So that only leaves Matt McCarthy, who hasn't stopped, so Matt McCarthy will have taken over the race lead temporarily. Of course, he's been running some pretty consistent lap times, you'd imagine, in clean air. One of the big losers out of all of this has been Dylan Davis. Dylan Davis has dropped away from Liam Browning and actually behind one of the other, that is the Matt McCarthy Fiesta actually. So yeah, he's just dropped a long way from behind Liam Browning. There you can see them going through the rocket complex behind. That's not a battle for position, that's Dylan Davis trying to unlap himself from Matt McCarthy. But Liam Browning has come out of this an awful lot better from the pit stops. There goes sideways Matt McCarthy. Dylan Davis looking to try and get up the inside. And through the left-hander. That was a green flag being waved then, wasn't it? Which means there's a yellow flag. Yes, there's a yellow flag has been out on the exit of Rocket. But it's now gone in. So I think whatever it was, someone must have been on the grass and has got going again. Here comes Dylan Davis, still trying to get around the outside of Matt McCarthy. Behind him, though, interestingly, is the Vickers and Blunt car. Now, that has made a pit stop, so they've lost even more ground, because remember, they were at the front of this Fiesta queue for quite a long time, and now they're very much at the back of it. In comes the last car that hadn't pitted them, and that is Matt McCarthy. Oh. Who's this? What's happening? There is a driver stood at the side of the track, looking very frustrated. Oh, it's Simon Waterfall. It's Simon Waterfall, so he's disappeared now. He was sort of holding his head in his hands. I don't know if the car's broken or if he's crashed. I think it's probably broken. This looks like it's up towards, well, it will be the exit of Rocket into Peel, won't it? I think that he stopped. So that's why he had his head in his hands and looked very upset, because, of course, this is not a championship race for Simon, the MX5 Clubman regular, and so really a bit of a shame to damage a car or sustain a mechanical failure in a race that doesn't really count towards a championship, but then in a way better to have that problem here than to have it in a championship round, he says, trying to put a positive spin on it. Right, this is Barney Lauer battling with Russell Halley. This could be for second place, not second place, third place when all is said and done, because Liam Browning, of course, is ahead of the pair of them. Ollie Hall's just done a new fastest lap of the race, by the way, as he moves back onto the lead lap now, but next time round he will move back ahead of Matt McCarthy. But, yeah, Liam Browning there is in, what I think will be in second place. Russell Halley now trying to get past Barney Lauer for what will become third. So you've got Fiesta versus Compact Cup versus MX5. It would be great, I think, wouldn't it, if we could get a really big grid of cars like this assembled for maybe a one-off endurance race or something. That would be really cool if you could sort of like a one-off Club Sport trophy race, but a 3-hour race or something. I think that would be a really good idea. And get a big grid of Fiestas and Compacts and Mazdas and what else could race? Maybe have a class for C1s or something. That would be quite a good idea, I think. I suppose we have a similar thing, really, in the Race of Remembrance, which of course takes place here at Anglesey at the end of the year, but that's sort of open to some slightly more powerful machinery and cars that don't necessarily just race within the Brscc. It would be nice if we had maybe once a year a proper endurance race for some of the Brscc championships to all come together. Just an idea. Maybe a 6-hour race at Donington. We tried it once with Fun Cup, didn't we? A long time ago, we invited some of the MX5 drivers to do a non-championship race with Fun Cup. I think it was a 10-hour race at Donington. We only got a handful of them together, but I really do think if we could have, you know, get a 30, 40 car grid together of compacts and Mazdas and Fiestas and whatever else, that would be a really, really good spectacle. Anyway, Paul McCurling can contact me if he wants some help arranging that over the winter, perhaps. I know Paul's not afraid of new and exciting ideas. He's done a great job working on the Brscc and then really building the profile of this club over the last few years, and nice to see that paying dividends now. It really has become one of the places to come and race in the UK. And yes, I am only saying nice things about him because he's not here. When I next see him, I will very much have changed my tune, that's for sure. Anyway, Liam Browning heads into the hairpin. Still at the head of this battle with Barney Lauer and Russell Halley. So this is for, it's going to become second place, I think, once Matt McCarthy has sort of slotted himself back in on the tyre. He's back on track now, Mac, on his outlap from the pit lane. So Liam Browning, having shaken off the other Fiestas, has now found himself embroiled in a battle with a compact cup car and a Mark 1 MX5, hasn't he? Liam Browning comes through now, confirmed in second place, a minute adrift of Ollie Hall, who is lapping in the 1 minute 45s. He is a minute and 4 seconds up the road from this lot, so I don't think he'll quite lap the whole field, will he? But he's going to get close to doing so. So Ollie Hall leads the way in car number 90 by 1 minute and 4 seconds from Liam Browning, number 91, who's heading through Church Corner now. Barney Lauer, number 334 there on your screens, is in third place, right behind him, and Russell Halley there is in fourth position, the number 99 car. So 3 cars from 3 different classes, all under a blanket for second place. Dylan Davis, number 21, is in 5th position. He is something like an extra 4 seconds back, I think, from this lot, with the Vickers and Blunt Fiesta 2.7 seconds behind him. Then Matt McCarthy has slotted into 7th place, car number 94. The Sullivan and Buxton Fiesta is 8th, number 84. And the Corkwell and Farrow BMW number 77 is a lap down now, unfortunately. Dave Farrow at the wheel, as we know, for the second part of the race. So 8 minutes and 40 to go then. We can focus in properly on this battle between Browning, Lauer and Halley. And Lauer, getting closer to Browning now than he was earlier on. For the last lap or so, this gap has definitely shrunk, so the BMW Compact Cup driver starting now to join the fight. The hairpin back down behind the pits towards the final corner, and Liam Browning, I think, is going to be a tough man to overtake. He won't want to give away second place. He might not know he's in second place, because unlike the Fun Cup cars that we saw racing yesterday, well, that was a nice slide from Russell Halley, unlike the Fun Cup cars we saw racing yesterday, there is no pit-to-car radio in these cars, so the drivers won't necessarily know where they stand in the overall running order. But Liam Browning knows, I think, that he's fighting Barney Lauer for position at the very least, so he won't want to let him through too easily. New fastest lap, by the way, for Ollie Hall. That was a 1:45.350. He's now 1 minute and 11 seconds clear. So actually, he is lapping 8 seconds a lap quicker than the second place car, Liam Browning. So he might end up lapping them before the flag. They're heading up towards Rockin. I think Ollie Hall's heading somewhere towards Church at the moment. So not a big gap, is it, for him to overhaul at 8 seconds a lap? That could be done. 7 minutes to go. Liam Browning really having to chuck the car into the corners now to get it to rotate. And I wonder if this is why the BMW is looking more of a threat in half of the race. Rear-wheel drive, remember, and so the front tyres won't be taking as much of a pounding as the front tyres are on the Liam Browning Fiesta. He really does look like he's having to get very vigorous with his steering inputs to get the car rotated. Up the inside now goes Lauer. There's almost a touch between the two of them at turn 10, and they're side by side again on the exit of the corner. So Barney Lauer has the outside line now, heading for the hairpin, and Liam Browning on the inside line, I think, will defend that well. But yeah, I just wonder whether maybe the race is coming to Lauer now in his BMW, looking a little bit stronger now as we head for the closing stages. Browning into the last turn. Barney Lauer, I'm sure, has not had his last go at breaking through into second place. 6 minutes left in the race. 6 minutes left to try and make his move. Through the first corner at target he goes. And over the curbs, maybe on the exit. Yep, for Barney Lauer anyway. And then a wide sweeping line from both of them into the banking. Who gets the better exit? It looks to me like it is pretty even, actually. Lauer perhaps fractionally quicker than Browning, but not by a lot. So he arrived down at Church Corner pretty much nose to tail. Browning then with a narrow margin over Lauer. This is really the best battle, isn't it, on track, I think. With Russell Halley about a second or so further back. Matt McCarthy actually does have the Max Buxton driven Fiesta within 6 or 7 tenths of him as well, but obviously that's a bit less significant because it's further down the order. They're just heading into Rocket now, I think. A pair of cars. But all of this, of course, happening, well, I was going to say a long way behind Ollie Hall. Actually, not that far in front of Ollie Hall. Oh, that's Lauer back through. Lauer back ahead of Browning then as they get to turn 10. So Barney Lauer has now made this move stick. Can he pull away, though, from Liam Browning? Russell Halley coming in very hot behind them in the MX-5. Oh, screeching of tyres. That was Barney Lauer getting very sideways at the hairpin. And Liam Browning wanting to take advantage if he can. Heads down towards the final corner. Doesn't take a big risky lunge up the inside, though, and so Barney Lauer screeches his way through. The torture these tyres are being put through, and of course I doubt any one of these drivers will have put new tyres on for this race. I very much suspect they're on some very old rubber, and these tyres may not even be the tyres they've raced on today. Could be older than that even, and that certainly won't be helping the grip levels out there. Again, Lauer drifting his way. He's off the track this time, surely. Yes, he is off the track at the banking. That was a drift too far for Barney. And so back through goes Liam Browning. Russell Halley now gets up the inside into Church Corner. Can he go through as well? He's trying to. He's got an overlap. He's actually fully alongside the BMW, but the Compact Cup car, I suspect, will have a little bit more grunt in a straight line. Pretty evenly matched, actually, but I do think it will be the BMW that gets through. So Barney Lauer back down to third place again, but it was very nearly fourth after that big slide that he had at the banking. Now he's got it all to do again to get past Liam Browning, but it does feel a bit, doesn't it, like, just as I was saying, his tyres were perhaps in better shape than Browning's. He's maybe overheated the rear tyres a little bit. That's why he's now starting to slip and slide all over the place. That was briefly there, the Matt McCarthy and Max Buxton scrap in that order still. McCarthy 7th, Buxton in 8th. As the second placed battle heads for the hairpin, and Russell Halley actually now trying to claim third place from Barney Lauer. But Barney is managing to hang on, closing back in on Liam Browning. It's been a good battle this between these three, hasn't it? Fiesta squirming around in the braking. They're being caught slightly by Dylan Davis, but I don't think Davis is going to have time to do anything with them, really. There you can see him in the background as Browning, Lauer and Halley pitch the cars into target corner. 3 completely different cars, all of whom will generate their lap time in subtly different ways. But over a lap, nothing to choose between them. Barney Lauer again, he's just got no rear grip, has he? Drifting his way through the banking and losing a bit of ground to Liam Browning as a result. Through the right-hander at Church. Lovely shot that, isn't it, as they just hug that curb, use it to add a little bit of rotation to the car. They're about to be lapped, this group, by the race leader. So Ollie Hall has started his penultimate lap of the race. And I think he is just about going to lap this group before the flag, but that could have an impact on this second place battle, couldn't it, if he catches them at inopportune times. He's got to get past the other 2 Fiestas first. There you can just see him in the background, couldn't you, Ollie Hall, the white number 90 Mark III MX-5. Blue flags are waving for the Vickers and Blunt Fiesta and the Dylan Davis Fiesta. he gets past those two, though, Ollie Hall will be chasing down the cars ahead. Now, if he does go past them, it means that they will only have 1 lap to go at the end of this one. If he doesn't, then we'll have 2 more laps after this one of this second place battle to enjoy. But I think Ollie Hall is going to get there, isn't he? He's just in the background. Oh, it's like a handicap, this race, this, isn't it? If only he'd started a lap down, this would have been a really thrilling finish. Into the hairpin comes the race leader. A little gap up to this group, but I think he will lap them on his final lap, won't he? So I think it's going to be the final lap for all of them this time by. As through the final turn he comes, Liam Browning desperately trying to hang on to second position here from Barney Lau and Russell Halley behind. And there is Ollie Hall. 3 MX5 SuperCup races down already, where he was a winner in the Clubman class today. Oh, big lock up there for Barney Lau. That looks a little bit like something had broken, but I hope that's not the case. Ball goes around the outside of Russell Halley, then nips to the inside of Barney Lau. Is he going to get Browning before Church Corner? Yes, he is, but Browning gets sort of squeezed out onto the dirty side of the road. And that is going to give Barney Lau a bit of a run here. He might just have an opportunity to attack into Rocket, but I think the Fiesta's brakes are probably a little bit better. Let's see what happens then. Onto the brakes they go, and yeah, Liam Browning able to cover that one off pretty comfortably. Cocks the rear wheel there. Russell Halley taking a huge chunk of the dirt on the inside line. And the slightly cambered right-hander towards Peel. Liam Browning now surely just needs to not make any mistakes, and this should be his second place. Luckily, Ollie Hall coming through to lap them didn't make a big difference, didn't sort of delay anyone massively. Arguably maybe Russell Halley more than the other two, but he's closed back in again now as they head for the hairpin for the final time. But it is going to be Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall who are celebrating the victory. A dominant victory it's been as well. They moved through to the front very early on the opening lap of the race. They haven't ever looked back since then, and it's going to be a comfortable race victory for them. The real question is who finishes in second, third and fourth, and in what order. I think Liam Browning should be able to hang on here. They drop down the hill then towards the final corner, and Liam Browning on the brakes. There's one last attempt from Barney Lau to get to the inside at the final turn, but he can't quite get there. Ollie Hall claims the checkered flag though in the Brscc summer celebration race here at Anglesey. A flashing of the lights for Liam Browning to celebrate second place, and Barney Lau comes home in third, Russell Halley in fourth, and they were the 4 class winners as well. Unofficial classes obviously, but the Mark 3 MX5 of Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall winning, Liam Browning winning the Fiesta class, Barney Lau winning the BMW class, and Russell Halley, in the end, the only Mark 1 MX5 to finish after Simon Waterfall unfortunately pulled off to the side of the track to retire. So, one more off-track excursion to be had for the 77 car, and Dave Farrow joining in the fun. By going off up at Rocket Corner, but in fairness, he's been in good company really, hasn't he, because everybody's been off up at Rocket at one point or another this weekend. And Dave Farrow just ensuring he gets one last little bit of TV time with a dramatic moment up at the top of the hill. So, entertaining end to the day that actually, wasn't it, with some good racing to be had, particularly amongst Liam Browning, Barney Lau and Russell Halley in the closing stages, and then Browning versus a couple of the other Fiestas earlier on was pretty exciting too. But in the end, Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall were utterly dominant. They won by, in the end, over a full lap, and never really looked likely not to win, did they, at the end of the 40-minute race. So... So, the cars then will head to Parc Fermé. We will, as ever, get an opportunity to chat to our podium finishers. But before that, let's confirm who those podium finishers were by taking a look at the provisional race results. And the win going the way of Bruce Robinson and Ollie Hall then in truly dominant fashion. Second position for Liam Browning and Barney Lau, Russell Halley and Dylan Davis fourth and fifth ahead of Vickers and Blunt and Matt McCarthy. The Sullivan and Buxton Fiesta was 8th, Corkwell and Farrow in 9th. Simon Waterfall sadly was a non-finisher, and Kamal Kalsi a non-starter. as was Max Buxton, even though he finished 8th. But he also was a non-starter because he didn't actually get out in his car, instead jumping into the Anthony Sullivan machine. But at least that meant that he got a little bit of running on what's been a frustrating day for young Max Buxton. So, like I said, an exciting weekend of racing then coming to a close here at Anglesey. Thank you everyone for joining us. The next live-streamed action for the Brscc will be here at Anglesey, the Ginetta G-Fest in a couple of weeks' time. Myself, Andy McHugh, and the whole Alpha Live crew will be back here again to cover that one. But for now, from Andy in the commentary box, it's goodbye. Thank you for joining us. And for one last time, let's head down to Parc Ferme and hear from the always hard-working Richard John Neal.
So Liam Browning we're looking at, he takes the second position overall and P1 in class. Ollie Hall takes the win. The overall. Did you get overall?
I don't know, I thought you said, I think you're lying to me.
First in class. Ollie Hall sharing with
Bruce.
With Bruce.
He should be around.
We'll see if we can catch up. Otherwise, I know folk are wanting to get away, but we get to chat again, which is good,
definitely.
isn't it? Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, love chatting to you. That's what it's all about. It's
no, racing's what it's about.
No, definitely. It was great to have a go in a different car. To be fair, I think it handled a bit better than mine, so that's always good fun.
Yeah,
but,
so who do you need to talk to about that?
Well, definitely my race engineering setups. But no, the car was great. Massive thank you to Bruce and for letting us have a go with the car. It was really great. Yeah, what a little rocket ship. It was great.
Enjoy racing with the Fiestas and the Beamers as well?
Yeah, it was different. It's obviously we had a bit of a pace advantage, but there was, you know what I mean, it was all just as good racing and a few moves up the inside and that. It was good fun, and that's what it's all about for an evening race like this. It's all about the fun.
Takes the pressure off, doesn't it, as well? You just go out there and enjoy it. Was there a different mindset to that?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, we've had all the nerves through the day and the pressure, but I think for that last race, it was good to just go out there and maybe learn the track a bit more than I have been, because you haven't got the pressure of who's behind you. So, no, it was really great. So.
Nice one. Well done, Ollie.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, our overall winner, and of course, SuperCup class winner as well. We need to catch up with second position overall, Liam Browning. I think Liam... Hello. Oh, there he is. There's me looking around for everyone, because you all sort of scatter.
Do I still have to shake your hands
when we get? Yeah. You were class winner. You know, Liam, we've had a few chats over the weekend, so it's obviously worked out reasonably well. Andy had a long chat with you as well, so you've really had to suffer the commentary team big time this weekend, and our apologies for that. But well done, class winner. What was really a sort of standout for me there? You had to fight for that, but also we've got the 4 different classes, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the race, so they're actually reasonably evenly matched for the Brscc offerings.
I mean, the only thing that was much quicker is this, where we just had to let him go, because I think it's like a lap ahead or something, which they're going to be anyway. But me, Bubba, and this purple MX-5 had a right scrap at the end. 2 backs and forwards. Don't want to waste too much time, because I can see Dillian behind me. But we had plenty in the tank if we needed to give it a bit more. We sort of just eased off towards the end, to be honest. Still just sitting in the high 52, so. But that was mint, to be honest. Thank God Michael Blackburn's not here, eh?
He's happy, isn't he? Yeah. A few scuffs on the car. They'll polish out.
We'll try, right? Just hopefully he doesn't need an engine now, because it's a bit rattly. But that happens. It's tin top race and everything's the same power in theory, so great. Thanks to Dad, Trev, and Roy, and unfortunately Steph couldn't make it out for the last race in the Fiestas, which is a shame from the contact and things, but we'll go again and we'll be strong. We're ready.
Nice one, Liam. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Great to see you. See you next time. And Barney next. Barney.
How you doing?
Well done. Class win, 3rd overall. It was just mega. I'll say the point again. We had all the 3, the 4 class winners were 1, 2, 3, and 4 overall in the race. Fantastic.
It wasn't bad, was it? It was hard work keeping the tyres on. I mean, as you may have seen on the live stream, they did go off, and they went off quite considerably. I did get a helping hand from the Fiesta, which was lovely. He helped me through. I only got that chance once, though. Once I let him back through, there was no opening the door again. But yeah, the car's been fantastic all weekend. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Angleseys a wicked place, and with the weather like this, what more is there? It's just been fantastic.
Glad you enjoyed it. That's a good note to end that one. Congratulations, Barney. Well done. Our BMW Compact Cup class winner. And last of all, our Mark 1 Mazda winner, Russell Halley. Let's get Russell over. Finally get to chat to Russell as well. Well done. Thanks very much. Class winner, congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you done multi-class racing before?
So I've done a Club Sport trophy last year. I found it quite difficult to know who you're racing against, whereas today, you know, it was clear. Mark 1 MX5s, Mark 3 MX5s, Fiestas and BMW, so it's really good fun. Yeah, so first class win, so yeah, really good.
Congratulations, and you had a very early stop and everyone was going, he's got a problem, but...
Yeah, so my close racing teammate Simon Waterfall was storming up on me. He started in like 9th, and I knew that he was running slightly different tyre pressures than I was, so I thought I need to just come in and get some pressure out of them tyres. So yeah, I think it was the right thing to do anyway.
Brilliant.
I know that Simon had a mechanical, so yeah, a bit of a shame for Simon, but yeah, great result for me.
We get to talk to you. Well done. Our last interview of the day, Russell Halley. Thank you very much, Russell. We'll let you get away to the overall podium. Maybe our editor can let us know if I'm rounding up the day. I think possibly I am. If not, we'll go back to Andy McEwen. But what I did want to say was, we're going to close off down here. So just wanted to say thank you to everybody, first of all, at Anglesey, for providing a great facility for us once again and a wonderful welcome. Everybody from the Brscc, the club, have done an absolutely super job getting things organised. Alpha Live, Joe, and my cameraman for the weekend, thanks ever so much. A real pleasure working with you. And also the guys upstairs as well, and all the cameramen and women, if we've got women on the team at the moment. I can't remember, but thanks to them. Marshals, medics, officials, all around the circuit. I know we go on about it. We can't race without them. Thank you to everybody in orange. Andy McEwen, again, super job. Love working with you. Scott Woodwis for your help over the course of the weekend as well. What a weekend we've had. We had the Fun Cup yesterday as the main event. 2 fantastic races for them. The 3 sets of Brscc Mazdas. We got to see 2 of them out here on track in their final summer celebration race, the Nankang Tyres BMW Compact Cup. Joe Doble keeping his championship lead. The final detail Fiesta STs with Michael Blackburn, as you heard, even being credited in the multi-class race that he wasn't in. He goes away with an extended championship lead this weekend. Fantastic stuff. Last podium going on behind me from me, Richard John Neal, and the team. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you next time on the Brscc live stream. Bye for now.